Okay.
Okay. Right, testing. I think we should be back. Are we live? I think we are live. I think we are back. Stream is back. Thank you, guys. Marvellous. So, yeah, welcome back, everyone. It's that time of the evening you have most definitely all been waiting for. Yeah, a huge welcome to the man himself, and thank you ever so much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, please be most upstanding in whichever way you can for Mr. Matthew Bates.
Evening, Chris. How you doing?
Very good, mate. Very good. Thank you so much for being here. Also, quick shout out to Super Ollie for subscribing. Thank you very much for the sub, mate. That is very, very kind of you. Yeah. So,
just thought the stream. I've done a little bit of the Sky Poker merchandise.
Mate, so
basically available nowhere, but
Sky will be proud. And
anyway, I don't want to see my massive sellout, so I'm just gonna whip this off 1 second.
You should have told me. I got one as well. I should have put mine on. Oh, look at him.
Have you got two?
Look at he's flashing his bling. What a show off, getting his UCOPS bracelets out. Who would ever do such a thing like that? I mean, like, who would ever be like so vain as to like wear their UCOPS bracelets or keep them really close at hand? Oh, filthy. And he's got two, hasn't he? He would have two. I must say, I'm a little bit surprised that you've only got two UCOPS bracelets. Is that it?
I've not done massively well in UCOPS. I've had a few sort of decent ones, but I sort of it's strange with the UCOPS. Quite often, I sort of do well in some of the smaller, like the non-UCOPS smaller events, rather than actually doing particularly well in some of the big UCOPS ones. But yeah,
fair enough. Well, okay, look, mate. What I'm going to do is I'm just to sort of start us off here. I'm going to say. For anyone who's watching and is basically thinking like, who's this? Who's this Matt Bates geezer he's talking to? Let's give it a little bit of a rundown. So let's start with some real basics first off. Is Matt Bates your actual name, or is that just your online poker pseudonym?
Christened Matthew, as my father often mentions. But yeah. In terms of on quite a few other sites, I've got different sort of like Magic 817 and other sort of interesting names. Party I've now changed, but for quite a while I was again Matt Bates on there.
Oh, indeed, mate. I've got those noted. I'm coming to those very, very soon, actually. But in the real world, you are actually Matt.
Yes.
Okay.
The reason I picked my alias was because I actually clicked I thought I was selecting a username rather than an alias when I did it. Got ya.
So not necessarily your first choice.
It wasn't intentional, no.
Well, so right, yeah. Who is he? First of all, he really is Matt Bates. May I inquire as to your age, sir?
Good question. I am 38 next month.
Oof.
So,
well, many congratulations to you for that. Also, another shout out. Thank you, Timmy Rara, for the sub. Very kind, guys. Okay, and yeah, so Matt Bates, 37 years young, and as the stream title suggests, a bit of a Sky Poker god. In fact, I've got some graphs pulled up for you guys and girls to sort of have a look at to see what we're really talking about. Yeah, most of you, I'm sure, will know our man from the Sky Poker Streets, where he has where he's done this. He's just produced this picture of utter poker filth. The man is a machine. You know, he's got 47,000 MTTs under his belt, well over 300k in profit, and you know it's like an almost flawless graph. I don't think he's ever heard the phrase downswing before. So firstly, he's got that, and I'm pretty sure, mate. Am I right in thinking that I can't find anyone who has won more in total on Sky MTTs than you? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, there's not. There's been no one sort of like I've won a few years. I've sort of quite a few years I've come first in. There's been other years where other people have beaten me, but no one's been sort of consistently year in year out. I think part of it is I kind of enjoy the size of the fields on Sky and that sort of thing. Others have sort of done well on Sky and then ventured like for the sort of bigger bucks of some of the other sites. And I've won on the other sites. I've played like quite a lot of games on some of those sites. But yeah, I just prefer the field sizes with the Sky and just like look at the graph. It's
lovely, isn't it?
It's good. It looks nice money. It's generally fairly consistent as well. Whereas you get people playing like some of the Stars massive field games, you might have the same average monthly profit, but you have 2 or 3 losing months, and then suddenly you have like a massissive big score. So it's
absolutely. Well, on that very note, so I got a few tabs open here. So, and as you mentioned, he's not a one-trick pony, as our Matt Bates. So he hasn't just played on Sky all these years. So this is Pocket Fives. I know he's got other accounts elsewhere since. He's played a bit on GG. I'm sure we'll come to that later in the stream. But yeah, so beyond that, he's got $308,000 worth of cashes on Stars, over 100k of cashes on AAA, and on his old Party Poker account. I don't know if he's got a new one, but come to that as well in a bit. So he's got almost $500,000 worth of cashes elsewhere, and we'll have a quick scan across at what that means. The man is printing everywhere he plays. In short, we've got him here. This is his. This is Matt on PokerStars, but as you were just saying, Matt, a bit more as I'd expect given the bigger fields. You've got the sort of you've got the nice bits shooting up, and then the sort of the downswings as you have to ride out that variance. So we'll do the quick run through. So that's him on Stars. He's got another, what's that? It's AAA, another 7.5 grand in the bank from that. Old Party Poker, more of the same. And as he just touched on, year after year, this is the current Sharkscope leaderboard for 2020 that we're looking at. And there is. Well, he's sat in second place at the moment to Lulololo. And actually, I wanted to ask you. Like you and Lul are kind of like over the past few years, you've been sort of like both of you've been like top 2 pretty much in these. Do you get competitive about it?
What do you mean to the extent where New Year's Eve, I'm playing tournaments on Sky to try and get ahead of him, that sort of thing, yeah?
Yeah,
it's so fucking close as well. It's really annoying. I got fucking close but just missed out. I think I might have even lost money on the night in the end. But I was like, I didn't have plans that night, so wasn't. I don't want to spend loads of money on a massive New Year's night for no value type thing. Bit sounds nitty, but I wasn't going out, so I was like, I'll have a few drinks at home and I'll play some tournaments and try and pink something.
Fair play.
Like it is with me and him, it's nothing. It's competitive in terms of both of us wanting to make a lot of money, but not in terms like we actually like chat a little bit and get on all right, like and banter a bit. There's I think you're always going to have sort of some people you get on all right with and some people you don't get on all right with, and like he's only about sort of 12 years old, but he's a nice guy. Like,
well, actually, as it happens, I was talking to him yesterday on Twitter a little bit, and I'm not sure if he's watching or not because he might be playing about 12 million tables as per usual. But he did want me to say to you, he wanted me to let you know that you peaked in 2015. So,
it was probably a couple. I think it was about 2 months ago. He like decided to lock his scope, and then he unlocked it, and then realised that like he'd had a bad month, I'd had a really good month. Like, I'd shot ahead of him, but he's managed to get back there since. But he wasn't too amused when he unlocked it. He was like, "You're going to have an awful August," and I haven't had the best of August, so I'll probably blame him for me not doing as well.
Fair enough. Well, look, I mean, you are both utter beasts, and like year on year, you're both right up there. So hats off to you on that. So look, as you know, we've had like a ton of questions come in like way in advance. So I've got some notes here, and I'm going to try and sort of address most of them. By the way, to you guys in the chat who are regular viewers of mine, you'll know that I kind of I do my very, very best to like read out pretty much every message and follow it all. When I'm doing this from Matt, it's going to be a little bit different, I'm afraid, guys, because we've already got like a ton of questions here. Do please keep chatting away, but do forgive us if if I'm not so interactive with the chat as I normally am. Just we were looking at results and that sort of thing. One of the questions that has come up like a gazillion times already is, what's Matt's biggest ever score online and live? So
I did some research on this because I knew I was going to get asked and I wasn't sure. So PokerStars, where are we now? $16,752, which was
very nice.
A big 55 back in 2014, and that was back when, like, looking at some of the stars, bigs, and that kind of thing. Now that the numbers are really pathetic compared to what they were back in the day. Like when start like that sort of 5-10 years ago sort of time, stars were having some massive like big 11 and that kind of thing was like 10k plus like for the win on just a normal like weeknight, and big 55, big 22, all those sort of tournaments were massive. Like see sort of people bragging with just won this tournament, whatever, and it's like big 55 and they're only winning a couple of thousand. It's kind of a bit it seems a bit bad in terms of what it is now compared to what it was before. But
yeah,
I've had quite a lot of sort of 10k scores, and then that big 55 was my biggest.
Did you do anything special?
No, I don't tend to do anything really sort of like massively extravagant or anything with the wins and that sort of thing. Nothing that I can remember, but that was sort of 6 years ago. It was, so it's a bit of a while back.
And
in
live?
terms of live, I've not played crazy amounts of live. Like back in 2012, won a package with Sky to go to Vegas, and there on the first night out there, I chopped with as you not been to basically in the Rio. There's three. I don't know if it's still the case, but there were sort of three daily tournaments, and it was like the nightly one, which sort of started at about 10 o'clock sort of time, I think, which was $135, I think. It was around that level. There was sort of basically it was there was 135, 185, and a 245, 235, something like that. And basically, like the first one would start about 3 o'clock, and that would get like about $40,000 for the win. It was pretty massive. But then my one I managed to get. I think it was like chopped it for like 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, something like that. I can't remember the exact amount. It was quite a while back, but sort of those ones at the Rio, I've managed to sort of chop those a couple of times. Then
nice.
Also I managed. It was a Christmas cracker at Aspers, which it was like it was 2-day ones, day 2 on the Sunday. Went there with Tommy. That was around the time when Chicken Melt did his tour around the country donating to every live prize pool. He managed to do, he met up with me and Tommy on the Friday night, and I think he'd already done two maybe like 500s or 1k buy-ins, and then joined us for this 220. I think he'd done a bullet the day before as well. He's got some seriously good live results, but at this time he was just like hemorrhaging buy-ins left, right, and centre. It was brilliant. Tommy managed to final table. I think he got third, maybe. and yeah, I cashed it. Essex Phil met him there. He I think he finished just outside the money, but then played they had like a Sunday sort of rebuy type tournament. It was around Christmas time as well, so that was a lot of fun players and like having a good laugh and stuff. It was one of my favourite live moments, which was this guy. He was there with his mate. His mate knew a fair amount of what was going on. The other guy sort of was just having some fun and just limping into pots, just enjoying himself, like kind of the sort of player that like you want to have at the table. He's enjoying himself. Like seemed like he wasn't bothered if he won or lost. And the dealer tried to award the pot to like this other guy, and I was like, he's got a straight flush. Guy just didn't realise he got the straight flush. Like I think hardly anyone else to realise. And the dealer was like, oh yes. It was like really sort of high class dealing going on. Just like, but, so we ended up getting heads up, and it was the fun guy's friend that I was heads up with, and like felt like I had a sort of decent edge on him, and his mate was obviously on a promise, so he was like, come on, like do a deal, we want to leave, and I was a bit like, well, I've got quite a good edge here, like I want to sort of play this out, and and ends up losing heads up to him, bit of a crapshoot at the end, but I was like was kind of quite funny. I was like, just you could tell this like obviously this girl was fairly hot, but he was this other guy was trying to get off to sea, but.
Oh dear. So do you enjoy live? Or is it like, because like personally, I'm not a big fan of live. I've always much preferred online. I find live just so slow and frustrating, if nothing else, compared to the frenetic action of in a multi-table. But how's it for you?
I like the social aspects of live. So like going to an SBT and then catch like being on Sky for so many years, got like a lot of good friends and stuff. So there's some people that I sort of chat to every day, and there's others that you'll only see at the SBTs and stuff. So it's good to sort of catch up with those guys, have a beer and that kind of thing. I don't mind live. It can be. I feel like I need to be in the right frame of mind for it. Like if you're a bit tired and stuff, then playing live can be like just, especially if like you get someone and they're like watching a video on their iPad, and then like the dealer's saying like anti blinds every like 2 minutes to them, or if you get people who are a bit obnoxious, that kind of thing like that, that's annoying. But then you do get some nice people having a good time live as well. So it just depends on what sort of field you end up with, what sort of table you end up with, really. Remember there was in Vegas a few years back, was I can't remember the guy's name now. One of the guys went deep in the little one drop. I think they ended up finishing like final 2 tables or something, maybe. And
that's a massive field. That takes some doing.
Yeah. No,
was that 2017?
Sorry?
Was that in 2017?
Possibly. When was it? I made some notes of when I went to Vegas, let me.
Yeah, got you.
Yeah, I think it would have been 2017.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think of there.
Cool, yeah, because I was out there that year as well, and I remember someone going deep.
Yeah, I was playing a small tournament at the time, and Danny Phil Groggy was in this tournament, and he had like literally 8 to 12 bigs for like ages. And he was on another table, and seeing the poor guy's face as he was just like, he's at the time he was probably like playing like, used to play like 5-10 spins, like 10 tables of like that and up like MTTs and like other spins, whatever else, and he was just like folding away. And honestly, like if someone had said like, if you want, Danny, we can just kill you, I'm sure a big part of him would have gone, yeah, just end my life, please. Like the pain of just like sitting there, like fold, like just got 8 to 12 bigs, like he's going to play that range perfectly, but it's just like there's nothing you can do, like there's no game play in it. I think like if you've got a good table live, if you've got a few chips and stuff, then it can be good. There's times when it's like you got the short stack and like you don't want to punt it off, you got to play properly, but it's just sat there, just fold.
We've got Benny H18 in the chat here saying habitual Coca-Cola drinking is extraordinarily bad for you. I've got a funny feeling that's not just Coca-Cola, is it? Or is it?
It's Diet Coke, and tonight's night stream is sponsored by our good friend Bells. So.
Good lad. So yeah, it ain't no ordinary Coke. Cool. So look, mate, let's go. Let's go back to the very, very beginning of Matt Bates, the poker player. Where did it all start? When did you first play poker? How did you end up falling into this ridiculous game?
So it started off playing sort of home, like most people, home games with friends. So there's probably like half a dozen to a dozen of us, maybe. We just sort of go and play like a little sort of sit and go type thing. It was a way of basically having a night out without having a night out, as it were. Just like a few drinks at home, having a laugh. You might win some money, you might lose some money, but it was. I think we were probably playing for like putting 20 quid each or something in. Like it was just a bit of fun.
Yeah,
it's kind of like I remember back there was one day where it was like I like won the hand, and then one of my friends, Sean, was like, "Oh, what did you have?" Grabs my cards, and I'm like, "You can't do that. That doesn't matter, does it?" "Oh, you really can't do that." It's just like, it doesn't matter, does it? Oh. So yeah, like I used to do like home games with various friends.
Yeah.
I learned about the power of King 4.
The power of King 4.
Did some power of King 4. Playing. It's probably about 4 of us used to like play together, and one of my friends, he just like kept like he managed to win it like back-to-back weeks with King 4. And it was just like, and then just like kept like, so then that became the hand like you had to play. Like it was just like literally it was a close call between aces and King 4, so the hand you should play. It was just like, and it was just amazing. Like if you could bluff with King 4, it was just like massive kudos. Like,
oh, look, it was like your equivalent of the 7 Deuce game.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Love it. And so, and then online, when did that come on your radar?
So, like 2007.
Okay.
Was that basically started playing on Party back. Sort of Party like is big now, but back in the day it had a dip.
Yeah,
he sort of come back strong again. But back then sort of Party was big site, doing well. And I played an $11 game and won it. 492 entrants, and won that for like $1,200. So that was sort of my first big win.
And that was like right at the start of your online adventures, was it?
It like I can't remember if it was. There was one of my early wins, and I can't remember if it was that one or another one. And I remember like getting abused loads in the chat box, and me being like, "Oh, what's this guy on about?" And thinking back, it was because I was playing so fucking terribly and getting lucky. And I know the chat's going to explode, and people are going to say what's changed. But basically, like it was a thing where just managed to run ridiculously good. And I do think when people say about variance and that kind of thing, I think like just running well early on in a tournament, it can be great. It can be sort of like can be bad for you. But like for me, it was like, thanks PKR. What's changed? Like it was like, oh, I've turned $11 into $1,200. Like this is quite a good sort of thing. Like I'm interested in this. And then you sort of get like into it more, and then you start sort of like thinking more about what you're doing and that kind of thing, and getting into the game more. I've seen it with some people where they sort of luck box an early win, and actually like they think this is the norm, and then you see the graph go from like up high to then just sort of slowly going down and down, where like actually like you weren't that good in the first place.
Mate, I know exactly what you mean. It's like I think how you. I think your first experiences of online poker, if you're like completely new to it and clueless, make such a difference. I was kind of similar to you, but in a much sort of smaller way. I started a bit earlier as well. I was like, I think it was 2003 I first played. I remember I signed up to William Hill because I'd heard of them and that felt safe. And like one of the very first things I played was an MTT. As much as I kind of like hardly played them thereafter and think they're fucking awful in the whole scheme of things, it was like a £2 MTT, and somehow I managed to like box the thing and win it. And it was the first MTT I'd ever played. And it was only like I turned my £2 into like 200 quid. But then also, like, literally the next day, I was playing something else, might have been a sit and go or something like that. And money was raining from the sky then in poker. And, like, a thing just came up in the chat box saying, oh, congratulations, we've just given you another 100 quid. Like, fuck knows what for, some mad random promo. And so, that was like my first 2 days of online poker. And I thought, wow, this is brilliant, And I was like sold for life. Don't get me wrong, I was a fish for fucking years, but yeah, how you go at the start, like, if I'd have just, deposited 100 quid and spunked it away within 2 days, I'd have probably thought, what a fucking waste of time that is, and never bother with poker ever again. So, do you think that might have been the case with you, if, a bit of run bad at the start?
I think it'd have been a case where I'd have sort of carried on playing with my friends and that kind of thing, like just as a social, enjoyable thing, rather than like doing the whole like online. I can actually make some money on the side out of it. So
you like very early on in your online career, you have a big old score, certainly relative to the buy-in.
Yeah.
And was that it? Were you always a winner? Were you a fish at first and you had to get better, or were you just like straight in as a winning player?
Both. I was winning and doing well, but I was like back then. It was a lot easier. To sort of do well. Like I remember sort of looking back at some of the games and things I played, and it was like $55 rebuy. Like I wouldn't go on Stars now and play the 55 rebuy.
Yeah.
But back then, I was like, oh yeah, I'll have a go at that. It's like just not like just playing games that like I think now there's so much material out there. There's so much knowledge. So people are like, oh right, I'm going to go on the forum and ask questions about bankroll management and everything else. Whereas I was like, I've got like $200 in the account. I'll play a $55 game. Like it just, there wasn't any like proper bankroll management or logic behind it. It was just like I used to play in the lobby and what I want to play.
Yeah, mate. You make me shout. I used to play, like, way back in the day. I used to play 50 quid sit and goes off of a £500 roll, and I thought I was being conservative.
Yeah. It was like, I might not win the first couple, but then I'll win the third. It's like no idea of variance on the fact that like you might not even be that good in the games. It was just like, there was back then there was people with a lot of money, a lot of money to burn, and like. As well with me, it was like job as an accountant, and I had disposable income, so I wasn't bothered about like if I need to deposit type thing. Whereas these days, people tend to be like kind of a bit more. I'm putting £200 on this site, and that's my role. I'm going to work off that role and everything else, and it's a lot more. I think you need to be a lot more rigid with things. Because the games are harder. If you've got a decent ROI and like if your chances of having these big scores like is higher, well, actually go for a bit more of a punt because you're going to be all right. If you're like these days, it's quite like you look at some of the sort of 22 bounty hunters and you can get some real shit fields. It's fucking like they're pretty damn reggy. That's like in a 50, 100 runner, 22 bounty hunter, whereas like I was in some 55 like $55 tournaments that like I'd say the standard like there is going to be like probably like an 11 bounty hunter, probably even worse than that now. Like now it's amazing how times change. Like
no, quite. So like way back then when you started, basically. Everyone was terrible, and it didn't take it didn't take much to be ahead of the field. in all fairness, and you went well from the start. Obviously, as the years have gone on, the game has got progressively tougher as everyone else has got better, and you, of course, are. I'm sure you're not the player today that you were back in 2007. So you've obviously got better over that time. How did you do it? What was your study path? Did you have formal coaching?
So basically, it's up to 2012. 2012 was a key year. So before then, I was playing a little bit on Sky but losing.
Okay.
I was winning on sort of Poke Stars, putting my main site, I think, around that sort of time, and I was sort of winning, doing quite well on there.
That's mad, mate. That's really mad to think that you were losing on Sky but winning on Stars, and that kind of makes me like scratch my head and think, what the fuck? Surely surely that should be the other way around.
I was used to playing full ring anti games. Rather than playing especially back then, people were really fucking nitty on Sky.
Oh, I hate that.
And you could I know. Don't worry, chat. We'll get to the Would You Fold Kings discussion soon. Back then it was. People were winning lots of money by basically just being really nitty and just tight styles, and it was doing well. And I didn't adjust to that well enough early on. So in terms of didn't get any formal coaching, anything like that. What I used to like doing was there was a guy called Badger Gav. Wasn't very well known. There was also Chris Moorman, probably a little more well known.
He did all right, didn't he?
Basically, what I do is once my table count would go down low, I would fire up some of their tables and just watch them and just try and pick up on things. So I didn't have any inside info like now. I might do a thing where I watch a friend and they'll sort of share their screen. You can see what cards they've got, whatever, and they'll tell you, just had kings there or whatever, and I folded pre. So you can sort of see. It was just a case of just watching. So it's kind of like I didn't use a HUD. I've never I tried to use it a little bit, but never really got into using HUD. So effectively, it was kind of my way of watching. All right, so right, he's ended up at showdown with this hand. How did he play that? Why did he play it? And just trying to sort of learn by watching, and that seemed to do fairly well for me. Then, so 2012 was the sort of the Sky year, and I early on in playing Satellite for Vegas. Early on, people who've been on Sky for years will know a guy called Beanie, Andrew Wayman. I'm actually sort of friends with him now, chat to him every now and again. And back then, basically, he pulled off a very good, sophisticated bluff on me. And obviously, he even had the queen blocker on the queen high board, and I happened to have queens. So I chose not to fold the top set, which by would have I was only losing to kind of a real random kind of 7-9 or some. There was some random bizarre straight that might have got there, but just the chance of having that were just remote. So it's sort of big moment for me. It was like a 1K satellite. I'm sort of satelliting from the sort of lower levels up to that.
Okay.
Bit cool. Got a stack early on in the satellite, and sort of managed to go through. And ended up winning a seat out to Vegas. Yes, that was 2012. And then so back, I actually looked at who was the people out there. So
I love how well prepared you are, by the way. Like referring to notes. This is extremely impressive.
It's been so long in terms of thinking back all these years. I didn't want to get the years completely wrong and get I was earlier on Facebook to Timmy. I was like, Tim, what years were we in Vegas? Was it this one or this one? I'm trying to work out. I'm looking at Hendon Mob for some cashes, and we were like, oh no, it must be this. It was SBT That's Vegas for this year, and then this must have been this one. So I was like,
love it.
so yeah, so it was Team Sky Poker. So back then they had various players who sort of were representing Sky, and it was sort of the big rakers basically back then. And the method they had back then was it was different to now, and effectively you were getting rake back by being at the table. Whereas now it's the contribution method. So obviously, like if you ain't putting enough in the pot, you're not winning, you're not getting any rake back.
Yeah.
So people are doing really well by basically just sitting like a trillion tables and getting loads and loads of money from rake back, just playing a really strong range, sort of maybe winning on the tables, maybe not, but just like creaming the money. So some of these guys were on sort of Team Sky Poker, and basically with the deal they had, they were getting sort of money to play like the live events, and some of them basically like they were playing probably like GUKPT maybe type stuff and other events, but they effectively had so much in their pot that the Sky were like, well, if you want, you can sort of use that for Vegas. And some of these guys basically used up their kind of Team Sky Poker pot to basically play the main event. So there was Julian Few, who was the Sky sponsor pro.
Yeah.
Don't think he sort of stopped playing. I think he's like an architect or something now. But he'd like won an EPT. He'd sort of been there, done it, like been around the live circuit, like really nice guy as well. Then also on the Team Sky Poker, you had Sam 1986. So he was like a cash guy from back then. I don't think he plays anymore. I think he's just sort of I think he's got properties and sort of got involved in property investment. Like a few random times I've sort of seen him on the tables, but I think he sort of made good money from poker and then sort of branched out. Wayne Ryder, Glitter Babe.
Remember the name. Yeah.
Yeah, he sort of made his money then, and then he's sort of gone on. I'm not sure what he does these days, but he was out there with his wife was also in Vegas as well. So
because I've only been hanging around the Sky Street since about 2017, so this is like a history lesson for me. So going back to be on Team Sky Poker back in the day, it wasn't so much that they were the chosen sponsored pros. Was it to get on? Was it just like the top rakers on the site? Was that all it was to qualify?
I think they had a competition to sort of get onto Team Sky Poker. So I think they picked like a cash plat. Like I think there was they picked a few sort of like there was I'm trying to think of his name now. His mates with Nutter. Dan Brown, Dan TV 10, I think it was. Dan was there as the sit and go sort of guy. Then there was like Sam and Wayne would have been from sort of the cash side of things. Ryan Spittles, Scotty 77, who most of you all sort of know. Yeah. He was on there as well. I think back then, I think Ryan was more of a cash grinder than an MT. Like he's always sort of played a bit of everything, I think, but back then I think he was more of a cash grinder. So you had those guys, and then on top of that, they then had people winning. There was 3 different satellites. So there was Tommy D, who most of you probably will know.
Yeah, I know Tommy.
Been around for ages. Then Neil Giblin, Jack Alley. So he's sort of a regular down. I think maybe was working at one point. Dustle Dawn, Nottingham. Again, really nice guy. Like good sort of player. And this guy Kev Finnan, who was old boy with some numbers. He actually lives like about sort of 20 minutes or so from me. We've sort of kept in touch a bit since Vegas. He doesn't really play much these days, and sort of at the time he got in through the satellites on the absolute cheap, like as well. There's another guy, James Foley, a Scottish guy, who done a similar thing. I think he satellited in for like £2 or something ridiculous to like a £10,000 package. Then was me, and then the other one was Mark Wright. So in terms of the sort of coaching side of things, I became sort of good friends through with Mark like around this time, and basically, just he sort of helped me loads with his game. Like back then, he was doing really well on Stars, and like I'd sort of ran him with different games and stuff, and he'd be like, "Oh, I just had this hand there, I just had that hand," and like just sort of picking up loads of stuff from him and learning well. And effectively, like with Sky, it was just being more aggressive, sort of 3-betting more on that kind of thing, which just sort of tended to work well with tournaments then.
Yeah.
So, and sort of back in the 2012, I got second on a Sunday roller. I think it was like 4K, I think something like that. Then 2013 was sort of my breakout year, as it were, on Sky, and managed to top the old leaderboard, and it was managed to beat Tommy, which is always good. So yeah, when we were in Vegas, like it was a really, really good group of us out there. Like everyone got on really well. It was kind of a real quite a broad sort of ages and backgrounds and that kind of thing. But like most of us sort of going quite well. Like was a good Vegas story for you. So we wanted to play cash, like low stakes, gone to Old Town, just a bit of fun, and we basically can't remember the casino, went in there and said, "Oh, like we've got like effectively enough for a table. Can we do it?" And they said, "Oh, well, you can't have your own table, but effectively we can open a table and then you can sort of sit down and start. Like we can't, if there's a seat available, anyone can take it." So, and it was a limit table, limit hold'em.
What a god awful game that is.
We sit there, right, and this old dear comes along in her wheelchair. And she takes a seat. So there's her, then there's Wayne, glitter babe, next to me, and then there's me. And she managed to, like, Wayne's there in his like flip flop sandals. Basically, they weren't steel toe cap boots, and she runs over his foot.
Oh, love it.
Obviously, like you can't like have a go at this old lady, but you fucking hurt him. So I was just there, just literally like just crying with laughter, and he was sort of trying to say like, "You've just run over my foot," but couldn't really do it in a nasty way. And I was just there, just like, and the others were trying to work out what had gone. There was me, just crying. I was done.
Oh, I love it, love it, love it. So, coming back to sort of the path that Matt Bates took to become sort of 2012 was the year when you started to take off on Sky, and I know you mentioned Mark, aka Railtard. So did he like take you under his wing somewhat? Because I know you guys got quite a past now.
It was just like a friendly guy type thing, really. So it was like I think a lot of poker players, like I think you like I've certainly got a lot now. You need to have people around you to talk poker, and I think if you don't, I think you'll struggle. So like now I've got like various different sort of chats with like sort of a few different people, and it'll be like, let me like got this hand, what do you think? Got this spot, like, do you think? And just running hands and ideas past people and stuff. And also, like, if you're struggling a bit in a session, you need to kind of moan a bit, or just like, oh, friends doing well, then you rail them in a tournament. It's just kind of a nice, makes the sessions go easier. Just gives you a better sort of buzz about things. So yeah, it was like just like watching him and him explain. Like, I've always liked watching someone and sort of understanding what they're doing and why, and sort of learning that way. Also sort of saying, like, I think the key thing is knowing why someone's done something.
Yeah.
Like, otherwise it's just like, you see some people and it's kind of like, I've just watched a super high roller and Patrick Leonard limped the button, so I limped the button. It's like, well, that's great. But the hand you've chosen to do it with is completely wrong. You've not understood why you're doing it. Like, you need to understand, like, this is why I should be doing it, and with what hands and the reasoning and everything else. So yeah, like Mark loves talking. So he will happily like just chat away and stuff about spots and things, and so yeah, sort of doing that. Also, in Vegas there as well, it was Tommy. So Tommy sort of been on Sky just consistently every like year in year out with him. He's just like he plays cash, he plays tournaments, he plays sit and goes. Like he just mixes between the different formats, but he always wins lots. And so like, yeah, just sort of chatting with stuff with him as well. Like that really helps as well. Like just different guys just to sort of go through stuff with.
And did you also
just like the result?
Did you so beyond having a good group of guys who are good players and you can learn from each other, learn from them, bounce ideas off them, did you also do any of the more did you do any more sort of like solitary stuff? Like, did you go down the road of books, or no. and as in more recent times, lots of the coaching sites, video sites, that sort of thing? Ever done any of that?
I've hardly ever done any of that. Like Chicken Melt sort of does quite a lot of that, so he will. I've done bits with him where he's sort of like, it's a little probably year ago, 6 months ago, something like that. There were some spots where he'd like basically he was doing this training thing and it'd thrown up some kind of these are hands you should be 3-betting with in certain spots, and he was like, what would you do here, sort of thing? And I said basically what he would have said, and then he's like, no, you're wrong. I was like, what? And I was like, he's like showing me all like here's the mathematical proof and everything else. And I'm like, but no, you're wrong. So I just like where he spent like a little while going through it, and I was like, well, I guess the maths is right, and it's like it's obviously like it is right. It still feels wrong. And I still don't know if I want to do this, but yeah, it was like just I've never read a book. I should do more with the study type of things and do different methods and things. And there's different areas that I sort of want to work on and stuff, but it's finding a method that works for you, really. I found a lot like I've never really found any way apart from sort of doing things like in a group or with people that works well that I've enjoyed.
And so I assume by that token, then you've never really sort of used software much at all, sort of off the table learning software like ICMizer or Equilab. Have you used Equilab at least?
What I tend to do, I think he's in the chat. There's like Evil Pengu.
He's in it.
Bit of a math geek and that kind of thing. Like
actually, sorry, mate. On that note, by the way, Evil Pingu, I forgot to give you a shout out earlier, mate. Thank you very much for the Twitch Prime sub. Much appreciated. Sorry, mate. Do go on.
Basically, I just sort of like do I'm an old man and I don't really know how to do these things, like, and then send things to Andy, and then he'll like pop back with the results and basically like do it for me, and it's like, thanks, Andy, like, buddy, get your drinks, like, spots like him or like. Chicken Melt will do the same thing, like so I'm just kind of I've tried to do some of them things, but I'm just a bit rubbish with it. But I've got other people who are like just clever with that stuff. So I'm like, especially like a lot of satellite spots. Those ones are interesting. Like with satellites, probably like Pingu, Tommy, and Andy, like Chicken Melt. Those three are the guys that I tend to sort of I'll ask there's a couple of the others I'll ask stuff, but like they're good, and CPFC as well, because he's played like about 4 million sort of DWMs over the years. Like those guys are kind of like not satellites. Those guys are quite good in terms of knowing like folding things or not folding things. Like there was actually a spot the other day.
Sorry, CPFC folds things. I know. I didn't know he had a fold button.
CPFC showed me a hand where he folded kings in a satellite.
I salute that man. I take it all back. I've been calling him aggro monkey, giving him my fish tag on the stream. I mean, fair enough, he did call a jam on mine with 7 deuce, but he's folded kings on a bubble. I take it all back. Love it. I'm sorry, mate. I sort of interrupted your flow there somewhat. I'm almost finding it slightly sickening because, like I say, you've got this graph that's like vaguely pornographic, and there was almost I was kind of hoping in a way that you were going to tell me that you spend hours in the lab, you're constantly grinding PO solver every day, running calculations galore, and it sounds like you kind of obviously you've got your group, and that is great for learning. But do you think you're a bit of a natural field player as well? Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, definitely. I think, but for me, it's with MTTs, like I feel there's kind of like metagame in there as well, in terms of like you get some people, it's like they can play individual hands very well, but it's like there's certain spots like Mark is someone who's like ridiculously good at sort of knowing the right spots in terms of like how often to 3-bet, 4-bet, and that kind of thing. Like I remember I was standing on. 2012. Mark went deep in the World Series Poker main event. Like wasn't crazy deep, but sort of like I think he made day 5 or something, like 4 or 5, something like that. And it was this guy Dylan. Probably some of the guys who've been around for a longer time will sort of be aware of him. Nice Welsh lad, surprisingly. And me and him were raiding Mark, and like we actually managed to. His table was like really close, like to the rail, and action went round, and basically like Mark like 4-bet, like cold 4-bet, and then he showed the 2, as you do.
Good lad.
And then goes around like one orbit, exact same spot, and exact same action happened again. And where Mark looked at his cards, and me and Dylan were behind, we were like, and we could see what's happening. We were like, I think I saw an ace, and he was like, I think I saw an ace too. Like we were like, he's got ace, he's got it. And like Mark actually got like super lucky. The way it went, I think it was a 4. It might have been even a 5-bet, like where it's so deep. And basically, like Mark got it in against one guy, and the other guy say folded queens or jacks or something like that, and they would have actually like hit a set. So Mark ended up winning this really nice pot, but one of the other guys like effectively like folded what would have been the best hand. But just it's like it's these things where you're effectively setting someone up for later on. Whereas like you get some players and it's kind of like, oh, I never get any action when I have my aces. Yeah, that's because that's basically all you play. So it's like, or you limp into every pot, and then suddenly you 5x when you got aces. That's what you do. Like, and you're not balanced. Like, and people play you regularly, they're going to make a note. They're going to be aware that, like,
it's the old adage: you've got to give action to get action. No one pays off the nits. Well, no one's sensible anyway.
Yeah, not anyone that's watched the stream, really.
Well, indeed. Well, you see, like my streams are all about my meta game. I'm a completely different player off stream to the player I am on stream, and it's so that most of my play will be off stream, and when I'm off stream, my fold equity has gone through the roof since I started streaming. That's what I like to think. So full of shit. Cool. So yeah, and
I think like the other things like with MTTs, like being able to close out MTTs. I'm sure someone will be sarcastic about my not brilliant heads up record, but like being able to do well when deep, like be aggressive on the bubble and all these kind of things. Like when you've played as many tournaments as I have, you're just used to these spots. So therefore, you kind of how much to push things, how not to push things. Like if you got someone being like absurd aggro and stuff, then you need to tighten your range because they're just going to 3-bet the hell out of you. And like if you're not, it might be you need to whack in some sort of like some bluffs in there, like some bluff jams and stuff, and just play back a bit. If not, if you're just going to like raise, get 3-bet, fold, you're just going to decimate your stack. So just sort of being in the spots lots, just to sort of put me in good stead, sort of thing, for sort of making the deep runs and sort of being used to it. Whereas you get some people and it's like get deep in a tournament, they're not used to it, and then they freeze. So it's like before they had a nice average stack, and before they realise it, they've got three bet a bit, and they're folded, and like not had some good hands, and probably should open this hand, but I'm a bit scared, and there's a money jump, like, so they're sort of dwindling their stack down, making bad decisions, and suddenly like they're going to lose a flip, and then they're out. Whereas if you've got the bigger chip stack, then you might still lose that flip, but you're still in, you still got a chance.
Yeah. And so, one thing that I think some people sort of want to know or could do with some clarification on. So, is like someone asked me to ask. Yeah, one of the questions I got asked to ask you was something like, "How does Matt juggle this like big ass poker volume he puts in with his full-time job?" But you are and have been like full-time with poker for at least a couple of years now. Is that correct?
No, it's been basically, we family moved to where we live now about 10 years ago.
Yep.
Back then I was working as accountant for Ernst & Young, and sort of playing bits of poker on the side, but not vast amounts sort of thing. And then, got the family bought a place. We had a business before then doing prison furniture. And we basically wanted our own manufacturing facilities. We found somewhere, basically, previous house we had, grade 2 listed, probably like 400, I think, something like years old, like beautiful house, really nice. My mum used to look on Rightmove for a lovely old Georgian rectory.
Yeah.
My mum was sort of the vicar's daughter. When she was younger, she grew up in these massive, big houses, and she kept looking for these. And then stupidly, she found the place we're at now, which was 25 acres of land, 30 acres of land, and production facilities, and a very, very shit-looking house, basically. You have to show this to my dad, and my dad was like, "Oh, he doesn't care what the house is like, really. Production facilities, like, ice it up."
Yeah.
So basically, he was like, "Right, we'll sell the lovely house." Like, about there, it was a lovely house. I had a little bungalow, like really, really nice bungalow. Bathrooms, like kitchen area, like it was good, and got rid of that, and then moved here.
Was your mum kicking and screaming throughout this process?
I definitely, she felt it was good move for the family, but I know she definitely regretted the why did I show that house to him rather than the Georgian rectory with the lake? Like, she was quite thinking of Mr. Dark appearing from the lake. Quite a prejudice type stuff. Moved here. We took over a business that did kitchen and bedroom furniture. Around that time, the prison market sort of died down a bit. The Labour were going out of government, and your good friend, the Tories, were taking over. So basically, we were like, "Oh, we'll probably close down this sort of." It's been going for, say, 20 years. I mean, this kitchen, bedroom furniture business. We'll probably just sort of close it down. We'll do the other business. And we sort of started going, had like very good customer base. So we're like, we'll see how it goes. And then eventually that sort of became the main business. Prison side of things just really died down. And so that was going for a few years. And then I left my job as an accountant, and then came to sort of help out basically like for then sort of my dad, my sister, sort of one other person in the office, and then various guys in the factory. Sort of came to do the accounts and sort of help out generally sort of in the office. So then, did that for a bit, and then poker was sort of going quite well. And then my sort of basically wake up to start work for 8 o'clock. I'd work till 12, come to my house, have something to eat, have a nap, go back to work at 2, work till 5, come back to my house, have another nap, start poker about 7ish, play till sort of 2, 3, 4 in the morning, whatever, go to bed, be up a few hours later for work. And sort of did that sort of schedule for quite a while. When basically what I'd do is I'd get to a stage where I'm like, I'm fucking tired, and then just like sleep for a long time, and then sort of be caught back up in my sleep, and then sort of carry on again. So yeah, did that for quite a while. Then year or so, a year and a half ago, Dad was getting sort of retirement age. Sister sort of had a few health issues. So before the plan was me and my sister would sort of probably take over the business and that kind of thing. Dad was speaking to some people about some other things, and they were like, "Oh, like the place is probably worth quite a lot." Dad's like, "Oh, didn't think it'd be worth that much," and they were like, "Oh no, like definitely, like you can, like it was like an architect's thing, definitely you can get some good money for that." So, yeah, sort of got some interest in sort of estate agents and see what it was worth, and they were like, "Oh, basically what we did was we sold the business part of the premises, kept the house, kept the fields, and sort of sold the business part. So we've got another guy come in there. He's got a few tenants in some of the buildings. We've sold up, so Mum and Dad can actually sort of be relaxed and retired now. And then I've been full time. It was probably it was 1st of August when we sort of officially shut down the business, but then there was quite a lot to sort of clear out and that kind of thing last year. But all of this year I've been sort of full time.
Cool.
So.
And do you think you're do you think you're playing better now that you can just have your sole focus being poker? You can rest up better. Does it improve your game? Do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely easier. Like, was times where you just get really fucking tired, like trying to sort of play and then having to be up for work and that kind of thing. And whereas now, just like it's things like where I sort of play spins and that kind of thing. It's like you got really good spins, fit some really good tables, but it's like 3-4 in the morning, and you're like wanting to be up for work at 8. Like it's quite hard to sort of like, what do I do here? Do I stick it out or not? Like, and I'm gonna be tired next day, gonna not be as good at work. But there's nice money to be made. Whereas now it's like done quite a few times. I'll play till like 8 in the morning, whatever, like even sort of 10 in the morning I've done before from the night before. Like, but if the games are good, I stick at it and just carry on type thing.
Because do you think would you have liked to have gone full time with poker earlier, but it was awkward because of the dynamic of being part of a family business?
Yeah, well, like so, because of the sort of setup and everything we had, it was like, well, I could have done the poker thing full time, but then it's like, it's going to be more pressure and harder on my sister or my dad. Like Mum was sort of doing bits in the business as well, so sort of be harder all on those. So it's like, I'd feel bad, like it's something I do sort of think about, like, was it the right decision, wrong decision? It's hard to know, but when the plan before was that sort of me and my sister would sort of eventually take over, you were sort of working towards the future type thing. And my other thing is I've always been a bit with poker, like always worried, like the game, like when we look back on at those sort of early scores and the games are really, really soft, it's like, well, the games are getting harder. So it's like, well, how well am I going to be able to do? Like, am I suddenly going to get to a stage where my earnings are a lot lower? I was like, if I'm sort of got the poker and then got the family business on as well, then it's a great situation to be in. If I'm in a situation where like now, it's like, well, I do think sort of online poker is doing fine and stuff, but you do sort of never know. So like people have asked sort of about the future and the plans and that kind of thing, and not really sure with a lot of it, because it's hard to like what's happening with Sky and these sort of things.
Of course,
but you got to sort of just take it as it comes. Like,
but as like I said, it's only really been a year, but you don't regret the fact that you're now a full-time poker pro, as opposed to wishing you'd gone off and got another job in accountancy somewhere. You're happy with the decision.
I definitely prefer playing poker and that kind of thing rather than sort of getting a job. Like, if like what I had been looking forward to was sort of before with the family business, it was working Monday to Friday and doing 2 out of 3 Saturdays. So it was sort of a lot of hours and everything else. But like now I was like, oh, it'd be good. Like Mark's got a daughter and stuff. So like nice going to sort of go and see her, spend some time. Got other friends like one of my friends got 2 kids. I'm godfather to the boys. So it's like good to actually like it's a Saturday, go see them, or like got another friend with kids who are nearby. So it'd be like, oh, during the week it'd be good just to like pop out, see them and that kind of thing. And obviously with the crazy times we're in, like can't go and see anyone or do anything. All these sort of nice little plans of I'll be able to like relax a bit more and do a few more things. Like just
so you've had bugger all to do but play poker anyway.
Yeah, and but as well, like last month or two's not been as good, but before then, like just everything was so busy. Like just like daytime, you got like spins tables if you want, tournaments, you're getting massive fields and everything else. So it's like,
so it was booming, wasn't it?
Yeah, like you've like I will play every day, like when the games are that good and everything else, because then it's like, well, then when it's not as good, then you can then do fun things and everything else. Whereas like I was like, well, can't go out anywhere, can't do anything, like so might as well play rather than just sit there do nothing. It's
wonderful. So you know, so we're up to sort of present day where you're at now. So a typical day in the life of Matt Bates. Is it kind of as it was before? Just take out the work hours and you're relaxing in those times instead. Is that it now, or are you playing even longer now? Or are you playing like more poker hours even than before?
Playing more poker hours. We're playing sort of spins and that kind of thing. So like, probably, I think part of it is there isn't really a typical day, if that makes sense.
No, completely.
Like if like basically, I try to start sort of MTT sort of 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock, that sort of time. And then basically I'll finish them, and then sometimes I'll sort of like start spins straight away. Sometimes I have a quick sort of break and then start spins. And then spins till just whatever time really, like depending on like.
Because were you playing much by way of spins, say like a year plus previously, or have spins only really come into the equation since you went full time and obviously had the ability to play as many hours as you choose? So was it always just MTTs and spins were a recent addition, or not?
Spins were not sure when I started playing them, but yeah, fairly recently. I'd say like maybe a year and a half or something like that. I've been playing them, but sort of before then, I've sort of never. I've never been that good at cash. I've played bits of sort of live cash. Don't know if you ask like Stack You and Smash Your Ace have invested in some of my live cash work.
Okay.
I've met a few times since, and they are not responding about future work. But basically, me plus booze in some of these cash games did not go well for the lads. So with the spins, silly question about like, do I enjoy them and making money from them and stuff? Like, I've made sort of always made like okay money since I've been playing them. Part of it is kind of you've got a table select fairly well. Like, there's a lot of guys who like know the ranges and are just generally like a lot more experienced, a lot better than me. But there's a lot of fun guys playing them too. So it's like I will try and sort of table select them well. Like.
Because I mean, like when you're sitting down in the game and you can only start with a maximum 10 big blinds, it's it's pretty much solvable, isn't it? The 10 big blind game. So and rake is such a massive consideration in a cash game situation that unless you got at least one, but probably more than that required, sort of big ass donators at the table, I'm guessing that it's an impossible game to win otherwise when rake comes into the equation.
So that does make it hard, sort of thing. Like there's different types of players, if that makes sense, with the spins. There's some and they're literally just like really nut peddling, and they're like just never giving it away, and they're playing effectively too tight, but effectively they're kind of nicking a nice spot on the table.
Okay.
So it's like, because with the rake plus the way they play, you're not really going to win much money from them.
Yeah.
So kind of like they're just a bit frustrating. And then you get the kind of good regs and everything else, which is like you don't want them to beat your tables. And then you get the sort of the fun guys, and you're like, they'll range from kind of people who know what they're doing but just aren't that good, and you'll get some guys who sort of like, once they get say above like 30 bigs, they're just a bit like, they're used to effectively just going all in. So therefore, once they get like too many blinds, they're kind of just like, and some of those guys, they'll sit there and they'll leave the tables because they can't cope when they're getting more bigs, you know, like, don't want to.
Breaks my heart, that. It breaks my heart. So, Sky is kind of rare in that it's one of the, if you're putting in Matt Bates levels of volume, you're getting quite decent rate back as well. Which I'm sure is like, and spins are great for generating rake and points and thus rake back. Would you still play spins if Sky went the way of lots of other sites and basically, were like fuck all rate back 1-2%, something like that? Would spins still be viable for you, or would you sack them off then?
Well, because if the rate would be lower, I assume.
Well, say it wasn't. Say the game was kept the same, but the rate back just ended.
Take out of them, then I wouldn't. Like basically, like from MTTs, you can get towards 10,000 points, 8,000, something like that. If you play a lot of the all-in, like quite a few of the guys who I think make priority from MTTs basically get there because of the all-in stats. So there'll be some overlay, but that helps them get their points. Probably 8 to 10,000 or so points you can get from MTT. So with the spins, I generally get sort of 30k a month. I have it 50k before, and that's kind of mainly playing £1, £2, like £1, £2 max games. And like if hitting those levels, like 30k points gets around 600, probably 1,200 quid or something maybe. If you're getting like in terms of the monthly payment, you're getting your weekly on top of it as well. So that is a nice top up, assuming you're making a bit. Like, you still want to be making a bit in the games, I think. Otherwise, you're kind of playing a lot for not loads of money, like hourly wise, and like. But yeah, it's still.
And what's what's the highest game you'll sit spins wise? I mean, do you go all the way up to the 5-10 game of spins, or do you have a limit?
I have played. Like now, I tend to sort of stick to 1-2. I've played 5-10 in the past. Not probably half a dozen times, maybe. Like I've been in the 5-10 games. Like not, it's tended to be where it's 3 a.m. There's some couple of nice guys and playing, and they say like not the games that aren't super reggae. And then I've jumped in, but like the games are like that level. There's like I think it's kind of like generally a lot about my game is kind of knowing my level. Like I sort of know where I can make money, and that's what I do. Like, but you get like I've seen like some people like lose a lot of money on the 5-10 games, like even against bad players. Like sort of shout out there to my friend Dacky in the chat box, young Sam.
So
have it seeing the Skype chat from him whilst he was just getting like destroyed, like just like it's bad enough if you're paying like £50, like £1 like games, and you're losing a lot. 2.5k. He's just put in the chat. But you get some people want to play the biggest game.
Yeah.
So therefore, they'll sit the biggest games, and if you've got the money, you can cope with the swings, and like you've got the experience in those games, you can make astronomical amounts. But you need to be able to kind of potentially lose some big money, and some of these guys, they like
vicious
they
old
win
swings.
it off you and someone else, and it's frustrating to sit there and watch that happen. But
I suppose one thing that would counterbalance that a bit though is that, you know, if you're on, say, like so say you're playing one two spins, so, you know, you sit down with 20 quid, 10 big blinds, the effect of rake on that game in terms of how much it's going to eat into your potential big blind per 100 for how much is taken off the table is like the difference there rake wise between what you're going to be paying rake there than say 5-10 is huge. Yeah. So you're kind of you're getting a bit from a BB per 100 perspective, you're getting an awful easier ride of it in some ways in the bigger game because rake is far less of a factor. I mean, do you sort of do you aspire to play that game more, or would you rather? Yeah, are you sort of, do you just not want the variance in your life?
I don't really want the variance in my life, and I'd have to study a hell of a lot to kind of sit more comfortably in those games.
Would you have to read your first book?
I might have. I have read some books, by the way, to just not poker books. Apart from PKR partner and him. So like the trouble is you've got like in the 5-10 games, you've got like Alan, Holy Diver, like Mark, I don't think who else plays those games now. Alves, obviously, those guys, like basically between Holy, Alan, and Alves, they will sit the 5-10 lobby. Because I don't know how many thousands of hands they've played, but a hell of a lot. They've got the money, they know the swings, they know the games inside out, so they're fine in those games. Whereas I know I'd definitely be like a bit, I've done it before where like I've been a bit scared money in some of the games, and it's kind of like, it's hard because it's like, is Alan bullying me? Because Alan like chats him a bit every now and again, like he knows that I'm not used to that kind of game, and he's trying to like put me in spots, or has he actually got a hand? So it's like kind of you don't want to blast off, but like you sort of do it, and then it's like, oh right, yeah, you did actually have a hand, and I've just donated my stack to you because I thought you were bullying me and you got in my head. But he's gonna they're gonna test you, because that's why they're good. That's why they're there.
Tough. That's what, Matt. I'm going to have to ask a favour of you. Muggins here needs a quick comfort break, so I am going to leave you solo streaming just for a moment or two, and maybe give some shout out and some love to the guys in the chat. Are you cool with that?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
Cool, mate. I'll be back very soon.
Okay, well, I'm going to have a look at the comments. Right, do I have a sell action? When I qualified for the World Series Poker main event, I did. Sold to sort of various friends. But sort of basically I know quite a lot of sort of poker people basically. So did like a staking thread and then sold to various lots of those guys. In terms of sort of normal day-to-day type games, I tend to play smaller games, so I don't have to sell action for stuff. But I know if I wanted to sell for stuff and play something bigger, I could easily do it. But I'd rather sort of have all on action for smaller buying games rather than have kind of the same effective outlay, but in a bigger game. What else we got? Yeah, sort of got from Timmy about the poker stable story. See, in terms of that, so back maybe 5 years ago, something like that. There was myself, Chicken Melt, and Mark Routard. We backed sort of various guys. So for MTTs on sort of PokerStars 888 on Party. and that was for not sort of up to maybe sort of like $55, $109, that sort of level games. So there was Paul Lambert 180 from Sky. He was one of the guys. Evil Pingu, also Daki in the chat as well. Sam, another guy, Henry. That just have a comment from Sam. How did that work out for you? Like the staking thing, it was good for a while. We sort of made a bit of money and stuff, but basically, like you need to have the money to keep everyone in the games, and it's also quite hard. There's also a Conga 38. Some of you all know. He was another one of the ones we backed. So there's probably half a dozen, maybe 10 guys that we backed. Sort of differing stories, really. George Toulouse, Rupinder Betty. He's sort of semi well known. He's been around quite a while on this UK circuit. Another guy, Muggy. He probably, I doubt many of you all know. So yeah, we were sort of there for a while. It was going okay. We had a couple of instances where one guy sort of just went completely missing for quite a while. Had some personal issues and that kind of thing. Didn't have much of our money. Wasn't that big a make-up, but it was more the thing of like, if you've got some problems, that's fine. Like, tell us. Like, lots of the guys that we backed, like, they were friends then and they're sort of still friends now. There's a few others, like, tends to be the ones that weren't as good friends with us that we had more of the issues with. So we had one guy just sort of completely went missing, and then tried to, like, sent him messages, didn't hear anything, and then he had some kind of contact with him, and then it went on for ages. So I like sent a message just to like a family member who posted something on his Facebook thing, and then suddenly straight away he got back in contact and was mad that we'd contacted this family member and everything else. And I'm like, well, from my perspective at the moment, like, you've stolen our money, because what we said was, can you withdraw the money that's in your account and send it back to us, and then we can carry on the deal going down the line? They hadn't. So I was like, well, if you need that money, just tell us that you need the money. At least we know, whereas we're just in the dark. So I was like, got a bit sort of irked with that one. There was another guy, I won't name names. Basically, I play quite a few tables, but I also like to rail tables. So like Timmy might message me and say he's like deep in the main or something, so I'll get his table up, or Tommy, Andy, any of these guys. And so I was railing one of these guys, and suddenly like sat at all of his tables. So I messaged in the group chat, like, is everything all right? And then he comes back after a little while and he's like, oh, sorry, my neighbour popped round and he asked if I could put his bins out for him. What? Right. So you fucking just sat out of like how many $100 worth of tournaments to fucking do your neighbour's bins? Like, could you not say to your neighbour, like, is it possible I could do it in my 5-minute break, like in
what is wrong with people?
45-minute time? Oh, it's just like fucking bizarre. So that sort of one didn't work out. It was one of the other guys. As Sam said, at least say the internet died. Like, at least say a good excuse rather than like the actual truth, which is just a ridiculous reason. We had another guy who like was playing loads and then was asking for top ups, and the sort of the numbers didn't like. Something seemed wrong with like how much he was asking for top ups and things. Like he used to go a bit crazy with the rebuys in some tournaments. So we're like, oh, we'll factor in about that. But so we just said, oh, can you get a player audit and start send it over to us? I tried to get one, but my English isn't very good, so they didn't really understand what I was asking for. Okay, well, can you show us the email you sent, and then we'll like write one for you to just forward on to just like it's a standard thing to be able to like get a player audit and stuff. And then eventually went on, and then he went camping for like a few days, so wouldn't have any access to the internet. And eventually, when he came back after this, he then sort of said, "Oh yeah, by the way, I've we didn't know the amount, but he'd like stolen money, like basically sent money, like done player transfers and cashed out money and everything else. So I was like, there went a fair bit of money. Obviously, when you get in this situation, the issue is like you can't trust someone. So you're sending the money to play with, but it's like you can't trust that they're going to be in the right games and like they're not going to send your money elsewhere. Then how do you cope with that? So
Matt, I might have missed the beginning of this because I was out. I thought I'd join you with a drink, by the way. So when you were doing your staking thing, how did you select your players? Was it people approached you, or did you approach others? Did you sort of make it an open forum? You know, I'm looking to stake some players. Come tell me what you're about, and how did it work?
So most of the guys were people that we knew well. So like we've got Daki in the chat, like Sam. He'd known Mark for like say I don't know 5 years, Sam maybe like before this, like quite a while. Like we knew he was a good player. Like there was other guys like 2007, says Sam. Yeah, so like known him for years. Like friend, no, you can trust him. Like part of the thing with the backer thing is like you're playing and you're not always making money. So at times it might be that you need to like borrow some money from your backer. So we were fine basically if someone was like, I need some money for whatever, I don't mind sending them like money, like so they can pay their bills and then concentrate on playing rather than stressing about I really need a win tonight because I need to like pay my bills, otherwise they're gonna like or like it's girlfriend's birthday and I want to get her a present, I haven't got money for it type. Do you know what I mean? Like just like if it's like I could really live with some money because I want some caviar, well fucking just go to Waitrose like Juice does. Just like if it's like you generally need some money, then just you can do that rather than like getting spots where people like take the money that's meant to be in their account and steal from you and stuff. So all the guys, it was like people that we'd known for like a long time. Then there was a few others where sorry, yeah, what you need to do with players, this is a little comment from Sam. Basically with Sam we were like, Sam, if you get in the like final table here, we'll get you a kebab. Sam is probably owed in the region of about 40 kebabs just from promises over the years. So that just was running joking. We'll add it to the kebab tally, and it was like kebab tally. Like Matt owes me like 17 kebabs, Mark owes me like 20 kebabs, and it's like, yeah, just
Kebab EV was a thing in the end. Kebab EV became a thing.
Yeah.
I love it.
So it's mainly guys we knew. So like George Rupinder Belly, Mark knew him from being backed in another stable, like from years before, sort of thing. So it was just like knowing people and them knowing you, I think makes it a lot better.
Yeah.
But also it kind of created problems because we didn't have very good robust procedures in place.
Yeah.
Because like I could trust that Sam wouldn't steal from me. So I don't need to do player audits or anything else, like because like there's a trust thing there and it's fine. But when you add in some others who you don't know as well, that's when you get the problem sort of thing. So that's kind of where it went wrong a bit. And like as well, we had like a fire here. One of the warehouses was pretty much wiped out. Issues sort of getting payouts from the insurers. So it's like kind of money. We went from sort of having like more money available to suddenly like my available money had to was taken up with that side of things. So it was like that was eventually where the sort of stable went a bit wrong because we sort of didn't have the money to keep funding these guys, and as well with some of the guys like not sure how well they were doing some of the games they were playing. Like what is stars variance and what is actually you're not like doing that well in these games. Like it's always hard to know. Like I've had it with some games where I've sort of kept playing them, and actually after a while it's like, well, actually, like, is it variance now, or am I just not doing as well in this game, and I need to actually maybe stop playing that game? Like, it's kind of hard to it's hard to know.
Because were you coaching much? The guys in your stable, was there a high element of coaching from you guys down to them?
Not from me, but like Mark and Andy would be doing a lot of stuff with the guys. So like I know from like chatting with the guys, like quite a few of them aren't playing that much poker now, or they're not involved in it. But like they like someone say Paul Lambert, like he said like he learned so much like from chatting to Mark and learning about MTTs. I think he was more of a sort of a cash player before, but then wanted to get into MTTs. Like and yeah, just learning a lot of things like about MTTs and that kind of thing. Like, yeah, the other guys did that stuff rather than me, but yeah, they did get a fair bit of benefit there.
Out of interest, Matt, obviously you're rolled for yourself. You're a full-time pro. You're doing quite nicely, but would you ever yourself become a horse, essentially? Say if like the elite of the elite out there, say if someone like Ben CB, European, C Darwin, insert like true top end tournament end boss sort of came in and said, all right, Matt, we'll put you into the big stuff and we will train you for it as well. But obviously, you're not making all your own money then. Would you want to go for that? Would you relish that as an opportunity, or would you just say thanks but no thanks? I'll keep going my own way.
I've definitely sort of thought about this sort of thing in the past. Like I think there's definitely benefits of doing something like that and getting like a sort of real top end coaching and like sort of like effectively like now I surround myself with the Sky people. So I'm chatting to like Melt and Mark and CPFC, whoever. So, but if I was playing like the big 109 or whatever regularly, I'd want to be speaking to people who are playing those games regularly and like sort of chatting strategy on those levels rather than the 22 bounty hunter 6 max no ante level. So,
of course,
like I prefer like getting into big makeup. I think I'm not sure how I would cope with that.
Yeah,
but like yeah, sort of like the moment I sort of like what I'm doing and everything else. But yeah, that's could definitely be an option like down the line. But yeah, it's not something I've thought about too much. Like if I wanted to play more on the dollar sites, then it's definitely something I'd think about doing in terms of then like eventually sort of playing with someone's money and you're getting some coaching and stuff on the side and option.
Because I mean, so just to sort of clarify now with your current grind, obviously Sky is your number one site. That's your bread and butter. I know that you've been at least had a bit of a dabble on GG lately. Are you playing any other sites at all, or is it all Sky?
I had a small dabble on GG. I didn't mind it, but yeah, I didn't sort of love it as much. Like it's just sort of bigger fields and stuff and that kind of thing. So I just prefer. I like the small, effectively like I know I'm capping my earnings by playing Sky.
Yeah.
Like I'm not going to have 100k Sunday, but I'm not going to have like massive like. I'm not going to have many losing months.
Yeah.
So it's kind of swings and roundabouts. It's kind of how do you want to make your money? How do you want to get there? What's better for you? Kind of your mindset and your stress and that kind of thing. Yeah. So someone's picking up. I was asking about the sort of backing type thing. So basically, what happens is you agree what you can play. So I'll be like, all right. Jews, I think you're an amazing MTT player. I'm going to back you for tournaments up to £100. You're going to play on these different sites. But effectively, like generally what you do is you kind of say, all of your online you agree generally all your online action is the backers. So that's what we agree, and it's like, right, I'll send you like £500 for your Sky roll, but like £500 for stars, and this for 8 or whatever site's going to play.
Yeah.
So that will give, say, 4 sites, £500. Right, you're in £2,000 worth of makeup. So then you play and you lose. So you break even on Sky, you lose on stars, and you lose on 888. So I'll send you another £500 on each one of these sites. So your makeup's now £3,000. And then you win a tournament, and the total amount in your accounts is, say, £4,000. So right, so you're £1,000 up. So therefore, we've got a 50-50 makeup deal where we that's how we share the profits. So you send me £500, you withdraw £500 to your bank account. So you basically made you made £1,000. Half of it you get, and half of it like you get. So sort of Pinga and stuff saying like problems you can get in is makeup number can get quite big. If you're playing, Andy's example is you're in $13,000 worth of makeup, and tournament for the win is $3,000. Like, it's hard to like keep motivated and play these games.
Would you?
When basically you're like, all right, so I need to win 5 tournaments effectively to see some money myself. So obviously, what you can do in these situations is you can go, oh, right, if you get makeup below $10,000, then we'll do a profit chop. So effectively, it's like a loan, and so that gets like doubled and added onto the stake. But it does mean that the player gets some fucking money in the pocket, and they can actually buy food and things, which people tend to like to do, and like pay their bills. So it's not. It's not a loan. So in the instance where we were saying about the guys who backed, we got to the stage basically where we didn't have the money to back them. Like, need it for other things. So what we said is, makeup, forget about it. So that money went down the drain. So people think staking, it's printing money, it's easy and everything else. And it's like, well, in the instances where you've got a great horse and it works really well, it's fine. But
would you do it again?
We should have sold the makeup. We could have sold the makeup. I think it would have been quite nice to sort of sell it to some nasty Russian who would make Sam work like 24/7 until the makeup was cleared. Yeah, so you when it works really well, then it's great. But obviously, you get instances where people are in tight situations, and then they might steal the money, or they kind of lose motivation to grind because the makeup's got quite big. Obviously, if they're playing with their own money, then they'd be in a bad situation themselves, like, because they're losing money from poker. So you're helping them out because you're funding that. But it is hard to sort of motivate yourself to, right, the makeup I'm in, am I going to make any money or not? But like, if they want to leave you, then they need to pay the makeup. So there's some interesting, like, sort of Pokar's the one that's most renowned for it, where they make you sign up to like a 2-year deal, and if you want to quit early, then you have to like pay them like for the coaching you've received and this, that, and the other, and like it. I can see why they're trying to do it because they're investing a lot in the players, but it doesn't really sit right with me. And I think they've got better, but I know like there's been lots of instances where they're kind of effectively getting the wrong players into these deals and then trying to sort of like badmouth them for over leaving the deals and everything else. And it's like, well, yeah, like it's like any kind of deal. It's got to be good for both parties. You want to have a situation where the backer's making some nice money. they're investing in the player and the player's improving. They're maybe going up the stakes, or like they're just making some nice money, but also where like the player themselves wants to be sort of making good money from it. If they're like not making enough money and they're not a good enough player, then it's not a very good deal. But likewise, if with some of the players, I'm like, well, you're not. We do coaching sessions like once a day, and you've been to none this month. We're saying do this private study, and you've done none. And you're going, oh, can I have a loan, please? Because I can't pay my bills because I'm not winning money at poker. Well, you're not making money at poker because you're meant to play like 500 games a month, and you're playing like 100. So it's like you're not playing and you're not studying, and you're going, oh, this is like give. Like it's got to be a give and take relationship. You've got to be working together. But some of these instances, there like it doesn't work like that.
So is it something you'd ever want to do again? Get into staking players, or have you sort of been there, done that? That'll do, thank you.
Mainly kind of been there, done that. Like maybe down the line, like I feel like you need quite a lot of money to do it. Just because like the makeup can get big and that kind of thing. And like you need to have the right players to do it with. A lot, like with you get some people and they're sort of backed, and I'm like, actually, I think you'd be better playing like for yourself.
Yeah.
And there's other guys where it's like, actually, I think like you're playing for yourself, but you probably actually do better to be in bigger games and to get some coaching and really improve your game. Like if you're, don't know what Mark and Andy are charging these days, but if you're getting coaching from those guys, and they're heavily invested in doing well, because the better you do means the better they do, because like they're backing you. So like if you can get those kind of deals, then I think it's good for a lot of players. Like and you don't have to like. You need to be doing it for a while. Like I wouldn't be like, oh, I'm going to get backed and do it for a month and then leave. You want to be getting back for like a reasonable amount of times. But if you can get all this knowledge that's then going to improve your game going forward, well, that's a good thing. Like you're doing well, like in the future. Like that's part of the thing with coaching. It's like not.
And would you, or do you ever just do coaching? I imagine you must have been approached before. You know, like would you ever just do flat rate coaching for someone if they asked? Like
a few people have sort of asked that kind of thing. I've never really done it. Like I'm not sure how good at it I would be. Like I think part of the problem is kind of where I'm a bit more kind of feel based rather than theory based.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how much of that like would be good in terms of teaching and things, but like yeah, like I've sort of thought about it now. I've got more time on my hands. Like we're not working full time, but yeah, I'm not. It's something I'm not ruling out, but it's not something I'm like mad keen and trying to do. Like,
yeah, I mean, I think there is a definite skill to just being a good coach. It's not just like, you know, you're a good player, you can automatically transfer that knowledge to other people. You know, I mean, for example, I for years now, I've been a subscriber to the Upswing Poker Lab, and at first it was just Doug Polk and Ryan Fees, but over the years they've added sort of more coaches, and I won't name any names. It's not really good form to do so, but you know, across the board, all of the people they've got in there are top end players. However, there's a massive disparity from my perspective in how well those top end players are then able to put it across and coach it to someone. Yeah, I don't know why I'm even saying that, where I'm going with it, but I guess it's not necessarily easy to coach, and yeah, I guess you saying, especially when you consider yourself more of a field player, you know, you're not grinding ICMizer and PO solve yourself. You know, how do you teach that to someone when it's kind of somewhat instinctive within you and from years of experience?
Yeah, like I think like Mark, I've sort of sat in on some sessions Andy's done with other sort of Sky players and things, and they come across very well, like, and they're able just to sort of communicate their point like really well, and I think both of them are top player sort of thing. Like, don't think anyone would argue that, but I'm sure there's some average players who are great coaches, and I'm sure there is some great players that are fucking terrible coaches.
Yeah,
like especially like well, you just three bet there, don't you? Yeah, but why? Well, you just do. Like, if you're getting that kind of level of interaction, it's not going to be fucking helpful. Whereas like someone like Mark, like they'll just chat through and explain, like, and the same, like they'll just go through like, because of this range and that range, and you understand what they're saying like very coherently and very well. Whereas part of it, I think if I was going to do it, then yeah, I could like you'd sort of make sure you were good enough to, like, if you're selling a product, you want to make sure you're good enough to do it. But yeah, it's like it's something I'd maybe think about, and if I was going to do it, I'd make sure I felt like I was up to scratch rather than just kind of fucking just charge them, and doesn't matter what products you sell. Like,
no, fair, mate. Hats off to you and fair play for that, because yeah, I think there are some people that in your situation could just go, look, you know, I could charge a pretty high rate for anything, anything coaching wise, because people will just look at me and go, oh look, he's the goat of Sky Poker, yeah, fine, £100 an hour, and and you're just there going, yeah, well, yeah, just 3-bet there, and fold that, obviously. There you go, £100 please. Yeah, moving on a bit. I've got to get this question in. It's like the most asked question, I think, or one of the most asked questions, and you probably get it all the time as well. And you know this is coming, and it's, who are your top opponents?
That goes to his notes.
I know you got forewarning on this, so basically your games are these days MTTs on Sky and spin ups on Sky. And actually, just one thing I just want to clarify, I saw it in the chat ages ago, but for anyone watching, when we're talking about Sky Poker and spin ups, it's not the same as spins on stars, which are little 3-person sit and goes. Just to clarify, spin ups are a cash game format they play on Sky, and it's a sort of weird capped cash game. It's not actually a capped cash game, but the maximum you can buy in at the start is with 10 big blinds. You can then, the idea is that you hopefully spin up your stack, but it's a cash game that you can only start with 10 big blinds. Obviously, it gets deeper over time, but that's what a spin up is. That's what spins are when we're talking about those. So, question is, who are your top 5 MTT?
There's a game on GG which is slightly similar, which is all in or fold. Basically, and you can reset as well. So basically, like, you can win, but then reset back to your starting stack.
So it's like legitimate rat holing.
Yeah. So I played it a bit. I think, well, I know Sam's played it a bit and stuff, and so is Mark's played it before as well. Like, I'm not sure how good they are as games and how winnable they are. And someone else, Nostria as well, as I said, he's played them before. Like, it's kind of an interesting format in terms of literally just you have 2 options, and they also have a little thing where if you win hands, like, you need to win with certain hands to like a little tick chart thing, little grid, and if you get the grid, then you get some kind of jackpot and stuff. So that kind of makes your decisions more interesting. So there's other options on.
Do you think it's beatable?
Like, I'm not, like, I've heard bad things basically in terms of GG and cash and like. Yeah. With the
they've got some naughty rake structures over there on GG.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. Like, basically, I had a deposit bonus, so I was sort of playing some of those games just to try and sort of clear. Someone saying in chat it's unbeatable. Like, basically, there was a deposit bonus I was trying to clear, and you also get entry into sort of a few other bits. There was some like play 50 hands or something, and then you get entry into a free roll. So lots of their things is kind of the rate back's quite complicated.
Yeah.
Like with Sky, it's like you get your weekly and you get your monthly, and there's promotions. Whereas with GG, it's kind of like, oh, you get to spin a wheel, and then like other people can get you like better rate back deals on top, and like all this kind of funky stuff. Which I don't know. I prefer it kind of simple and just you understand it rather than like not really understanding how much you're getting back and like, you're a winning player to get different rates and like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's murky as fuck.
Yeah.
So, but let's go back to the question.
So,
give us your top fives.
Over the years, I've been asked this question sort of loads, and it's kind of like there's a lot of good players on Sky, sort of thing, and as well in terms of like the best players, it's like, well, like you've like Law grinds like me fucking loads. So like if you're like top grinder on Sky, then it's someone like him sort of thing. But like there's tougher opponents. So like there's a few kind of ones that I'm going to say which are kind of probably standard, and there's a few that are kind of a bit more left field that some people won't pick up on. But it's just like Muzzone, for example.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know why, but like he's a winning player and everything else, good player. Like he just always seems to put me in these really bad spots. Like always struggle against him for some reason. Then there's Albania, who mainly plays sort of like the UCOPS type stuff. He's like absurd aggro, and just like he's just fucking tough to like really tough to play against. Like chat some of the other other good players I speak to, like there lots of them are always like, yeah, he just like he's maybe a bit too absurd aggro, like, but he's like top notch. Another one, and it's nothing to do with the fact he beat me heads up in the sheriff a couple of days ago, is Apollo, like Apollo Cree.
Apollo, yeah.
Like very, very aggro, very good. He's not played much, but like he's definitely like him and Mark have been on the same main table on Sunday main table like a few times, and that's been sort of fun to have a side table watching kind of thing. Like there's going to be some kind of strange like 5-bet jam going on. It's like effectively it's whoever can get all in the first. It's just like neither one's got it, but they'll just keep firing. Tedson is a super good player.
Yeah,
like Eddie. Remind me, I've got a good Vegas story about me and Eddie. G Smith just seems to put me in like spots all the time. Like he's like super good. Also, like I don't know if him live, like his table presence when he plays live, just ridiculous. Just like.
How do you mean by table talk or?
No, like just
is he a big fucker?
He's a big lad. Like everything about him, just like it's like he controls the table and he just like can't, like he's just comfortable with it. Like you look at him and it's like has someone just like 2x shoved the river and put him in a really tough spot? Has he 2x shoved the river and put someone else in a tough spot? You don't know from his face or his reactions. He's just there, like. Yeah, I've got to be in the chat like the Smith stare down, just literally like kind of looking around. Like, is there a hole in the ground that will just like consume me to get me away from this stare down? He's good. Then Swimmer.
I know Swimmer.
He seems good. Like not played loads against him. Yeah, he's sort of doing some good things. Then kind of a mix of spins and MCs. Piriatus 8-8. He seems super good, seems like solid and stuff. Like, so probably those ones are the main ones, like Sky wise. In terms of like when I played, so World Series Poker, main event, played it twice.
Ooh. Okay.
I qualified both times from Sky. First year, had a really fucking nice table. There was a good, like, when you play...
What year was this? What year was your first year in the WSOP main?
So 2012 was the first year.
Okay.
And the ratio of cowboy hats on the table was really nice. It was good. There was one guy next to me who was like, seemed like a good kind of, I think he probably played like the US circuit, like type stuff. So, but he was like, he was reasonable, but I just got the better of him on that day. Like, so I chipped up really nicely and it was all good. And I was like, oh, that's good. Chat to the guys afterwards, and loads of them were like, fucking hell, I'd like, every pot was 4-bet. It was fucking table from hell and all this stuff. And I was like, my table was fine. So I started with like 30k chips and ended up with 50k chips. I was just like, this World Series of Poker, like, main event stuff's easy. And like before that, I'd played. So going back slightly, I will answer the spins question as well in a bit. So 2012 qualified for the World Series of Poker main event. I was like, oh, never played live. Like, played with my mates live, not played a proper, like, in a casino live.
Yeah.
Shit. $10,000 is quite a lot of fucking money. So I was like, right. I messaged TK, Julian Few, a few others, and they were like, oh, there's this, I think it was 500 quid, Nottingham. I think £500, and it was like decent, like long structure, basically. Like, they called it something WS, like World Series Poker related sort of thing, as a marketing thing. So I went and played that, and sort of just got me used to the live thing. Like, it was quite funny early on. I did some kind of fuck up with my raise, like blind v blind or something.
Yeah.
And the dealer like took the piss out of me, and like in a real nice friendly way sort of thing. And he's like, oh, you're an online player sort of thing. And I was like, oh yeah. And then I just got chatting, and I was chatting to the guy next to me as well. And then, like, from being like super fucking nervous, I was just really chilled out. So I was just chatting to people, and then like there seemed to be a bit of banter at the table and stuff. And like I didn't do all that well in that tournament, but just it got me some experience, and I kind of just felt comfortable. I think I might have gone maybe to Aspers one other time before going to Vegas. But then literally like straight away went there, and then like did well in that a little thing at the Rio. And just got used to the life thing, because it is a big thing being able to sort of cope with like playing with the chips and that kind of thing, and just like, right, I want a 3x, click 3x, or like, whereas it's something like, oh, right, I need to like do things, don't want my hands to shake, and you're kind of panicking a bit.
Also, this is the thing that really threw me as well when, like, for the first time and a couple of times I played live, was I'd always played online, and suddenly I'm going, I think I want to bet about half pot here. How much fucking money's in the pot already? It's like, he completely sort of like lost me that shit. I actually need to keep track of how many chips are already in the middle. I can't suddenly go, oh, hang on, guys, I just want to have a little count up in the middle. What we got here?
Yeah. So, just give me a second, guys. Go like in the middle of a thing, start stacking them all up. Like,
ain't going to go down well, that.
So, like, yes, that was the first time. Second time, like, I ended up I busted out. I played Kings terribly on day 2. Busted out. It was Kings v Aces, but I played the hand really, really bad. And I kind of learned a lot from that. So that was kind of
Kings, fold pre. Fold pre, how many times?
I kind of played with it sneaky pre, and then just sort of called it off on this really bad, effectively bad board, where I was like, I wasn't beating anything. And he effectively, like, I played Kings, he played his aces bad, and I played my Kings worse. that was effectively like, and I ended up like in the corridor in the Rio, like, oh my God, like, just the world's ended. And luckily, like, Tommy had also busted. So we were like, oh, let's get the beers in. So we were just like drunk all day, ended up like catching some random tournament somewhere else later on. Like, but the second time I played the main event, I was it's a couple of Vegas stories here. So I was playing in this small tournament at the Rio, and super attractive girl is next to me.
Nice.
Awesome. Got quite a few chips. Quite a hot girl. Like, this is all going quite well. I'm like, we're chatting away and stuff, like getting on the way, and she was a bit like, like, I think a couple of guys sort of perving on us. I was like, that's awful of them. Trying not to do the same thing. Like, and yeah, so like, and ended up like, I ended up chopping the tournament or something, and like, she was deep, so like, maybe see if like she wants to go for some breakfast or something, and like finish some sort of stupid hour. And then obviously then I look to the side and I see her chatting to this guy. I was like, oh fuck, like clearly that's her boyfriend. That's like a bit upsetting. And like, he looked a bit familiar. I wasn't sort of certain who it was, and then sort of like worked out it was this guy Calvin Anderson. And
That
I
name rings a bell.
on Twin before. Like, so basically he former Pocket Fives #1. He's got some W Top bracelets, I think. Like he's not won the most W Cup titles, but he's one of the like top. Like, when you do the kind of sweepstakes for the W Cup and that kind of thing, he'll be in the top 5 picks. Like sort of, there's him, there's Sean Deeb and those kind of guys. Like he's way up there, sort of thing. So I'm like, right, I'm not sure how far my £11 bounty hunter scope graph is going to go. Pulling this lady, I kind of really have to retreat on that front. So then I sit down to play the fucking main event. All exciting. And then, like, 2 to my left. That fucking guy again. He got the lady, and now he's going to get all my fucking chips. So basically, like, with Calvin, he's like Mark rates, like, back then sort of rated him super highly, and he'd said about him before, so I'd like sort of watch some of his game stuff, and he's like absurd aggro.
Yeah.
So I'm like, 2 to my left, this absurd aggro guy, like, it's fucking really not what I want. And luckily I had Sky Sam, who was standing behind me. And I think Sam just wanted to sort of be able to report back on the forum that I'd won a pot. Sam was there for quite a while, just sort of waiting and just watching, and I mean, I sort of gap and chat to Sam, and he'd be like, "Yeah, it's not going great, is it?" "No, it's not really, Sam." Like, and yeah, just like he was in my head a bit because I knew he was ridiculously good. Like, yeah, peek up arse and know my level. I knew my level was like, that girl was above my level, and like Calvin Anderson play was above my level. Like, yeah, so I ended up like I didn't run great on that day, but basically just, yeah, like the players were a lot better, and it was just like comparing that day one to the previous day one, and I was a lot better player when I played the second time round compared to the first. Yeah. It was just like, yeah, just big game, just couldn't cope with it really.
Table draw is a huge thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's the unexpected part of variants of MTTs, isn't it? You can get like a dreadful table one or a fucking dream one.
Yeah.
So
in terms of the players that make you sigh, one of the questions someone said was, is there anyone that makes you sigh when they join your MTT table? And that's why I had to mention Calvin, because it was like he's like just super good. And it's like, I don't want like a former fucking online #1 player on my table. Give me the guys with the fucking cowboy hats. Like, we're going to limp in, see some pots, have some fun. Yeah, I'll play with them. I'll chat to them all day. Like, that'd be great. Yeah, and then you get sort of sat with him. In terms of spins, like, you've got all the top guys in terms, like, people like Alan Carr and stuff, like, but I don't tend to be on the same tables as those guys that often. So, like, Mark, Alan, Alves, etc., those guys, like, they're not all that often on my tables. But then you've got, like, say, like, recently we had one of the promos on. It's fucking Groggy's, like, playing, like, 51 spins and 1-2 spins. And it's, like, just, like, I chat a bit with him and, like, strategy-wise and other things. And it's, like, I find him super hard to play against at spins. Like, I don't know where I am very often against him. So it's kind of like, it's fine when it's kind of low, like 10 bigs, whatever else, doesn't matter. But when you get like deeper stacks, that's when it's not as good. Like, got to do a shout out for one of our boys, Kurt.
Yeah, I know Kurt.
Kurt's amazing because it's literally like Kurt seems to be like, I want to play 10 tables, and then literally gets the fucking random device out and be like, 10 an L, yep, table there. That's a good 5-10 spin. I'll have one of those.
Yeah.
2-4 spin. I'll have one of them. Like it's like a couple of tournaments, whack them into. It's just the most bizarre thing. It's just the guy just loves the game. He just wants to play. So it's just like literally.
Yeah, no, you're spot. I've noticed that with him before. I've been like sat at, I don't know, like a 30 NL table. Kurt's there, and occasionally I'll do that thing. Search a player in the chat in the search box. It's like, fuck me, he's playing a tournament and he's on 5-10 spins. It's like,
and it'll be like 500 NL. This good table, which was on that too. Like, it's just like. Yeah, Gog said he's seen Kurt play 30 NL and 2 NL at the same time before. Like, he's a really good guy, Kurt. Like, he's been out of us in Vegas a couple of times. But just games. We'll play anything. Just like, there's a lot of other guys. Say like Alan. Rarely these days. It's like 2-4 is the lowest he'll go. Like spins. You get others who are kind of like we'll play a bit more. But like, I don't know anyone who plays as wide in a thing in stakes as Kurt.
Yeah. I concur with that.
Honestly, Kurt 4 NL at 5 AM. Like, it's just like.
Actually,
it's just bizarre. Like,
no, I do remember. It wasn't that long ago. Like maybe 18 months back. I was I was up like sort of middle of the night in like a real graveyard shift, and I was just playing a little bit of cash, and there was like hardly anyone online at all, and I ended up playing Alan Carr at 4 L. That was quite. No, I hope not. I was playing Alan Carr. There was like literally 2 tables going. There's one 30 L and one 4 L table. Me and Alan Carr on both of them. I was like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" So even he still loves the game enough. He said, "I just love to play." But I'm glad he normally stays out of the way, a bit higher.
There's a fun game that Mark does it. Sam Dacky as well. Is they'll join Conga's games. So Conga will be playing like basically like they effectively find the lowest buying game that Conga's playing, and then they'll join him, and then literally they'll do a thing where it's like literally keep going all in. Just like Stu loves it because obviously suddenly gets this fucking crazy action on this table. Like table has been full of nits, ever. Like,
I have been at some of those tables when they've done it. Yeah, he'll come and like blast off a couple of irons and like just fuck right off. Good luck, lads. Good game.
This is just all in like just go for it for a while and then leave.
Cool.
So with the spins, guys. I'll tell you, Kurt, look at my sort of 51-1-2 stakes. Kurt, Periitis, or whatever how you pronounce it. And then Goggy when he sort of slams it at my stakes. Those are probably the 3 that I can think of the most. It's weird because, like, Stackew's ridiculously good. And so is Mikey Ato too. But both of those, for some reason, I do really well against. Like, I don't know why. They seem like literally like Stackue seems to love bluff me when I've got the nuts, which is quite nice. And he'll do it like with very well thought through, with like really good like bluff catches and everything else. And it's like, well, I've got this hand, of course I'll call. And it's like Mikey seems to be like he's got kings and I'll have aces and just like, or we'll have a flip and I'll win it. Like it's weird. Like I do find there's certain people that you run really well against, and there's others that you like. It's just complete opposite. Like it's a bit like, and it's not like Stack you and Mike. They're loads better than I am at spins and stuff. Like, but I'm sorry. Just seeing someone say I look like James Bond.
That's for you, Lethal. Amstel, mate.
I read that as James Bond, and I was thinking, well, I do look a bit like James Bond.
Who's James Bond?
I was told. Back when I used to work at Ernst & Young, this is probably 10 to 15 years ago, I was told that I looked like Tom Cruise. There was one of the guys who used to work in my department. He then moved to the tax department, and Chris, and he's like sends me this message, and he was like one of the secretaries, Janice, just said just saw you come up to our part of the office and said that you look like Tom Cruise. I was like, I'll take it. I think Janice might be a little bit blind, but.
Yeah, I think alcohol is a terrible thing. I remember when I was at university, a girl I was chatting to one night, she's going batshit crazy at me because she was convinced I was the spitting image of Robbie Williams. And, now, look, with the best of the world, I did have some hair then, but this mug is never going to look like Robbie. And, you're not a bad-looking man, Matt. I can't say I look at you and I think Tom Cruise myself. Actually, although that does bring me on to one question that I had been meaning to ask you tonight. In fact, I meant to do it right at the beginning when we were doing so who is Matt Bates? And you get a bit of stick for this. So let's set this straight. How tall are you? Or would you rather not say?
I don't. To be fair, I don't actually know. Not very is the answer. I'm not sure what actual height I am. So this is a good sort of family story actually. So when I was younger, I had to go to this clinic about my height. So Mum used to take me there, and went there a week in which went on for ages. And one week, Mum couldn't take me, so Dad had to leave work to take me to this thing. So the doctor was like, "Oh, so Mr. Bates, I understand that you're worried about your son's height." Dad's like, "No, I'm small, my wife's small, and my son's small. Like, it's not like Dad's a 7-foot giant and I'm suddenly come out like 5 foot. Like,
yeah,
we're all small. Like, you've got my oldest sister's a bit taller, but with both my sisters, they're probably adopted. But I don't know what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, so the doctor was like, "Oh, so you're not worried?" And Dad's like, "Well, no, yeah, Mr. Bates, there isn't really any point in sending Matthew to these appointments, is there?" And that's like, well, no. So my mum, bless her, had gone through however many appointments, just going through to look at my height and monitor my height and everything else. And then they were saw my dad was also short and was like, "Oh yeah, just don't bother with this." It's why the fuck someone couldn't have made that decision before and gone, "Oh, let's look at parents' height, let's look at son's height. Yeah, short. Yeah. This is fucking stupid."
But I'm still slightly thrown. You don't actually know how tall you are. Have you not had to fill out forms before, or somewhere they say height, or are you just being evasive?
Honestly, not sure. I've never had to fill out a form like that. I just would it's a bit irrelevant in terms of yes, Sam, they do have a small enough ruler. Fuck off. Yeah, to me, it's a bit I'm the height I am. It's a bit relevant.
We could start with some basics. Say you go to Alton Towers. Are you allowed on all the roller coasters?
I think so. It'd probably be close to a few.
Really?
A few of the big boy ones would be close. I think I'm yeah, I'm not sure on the height. What? So SBT, I think it was SBT. It might have been. It was either SBT or before the SBTs. It was a Sky tournament at Nottingham, and was there a few of the lads, can't remember who, and we went for something to eat opposite, and then we get there and we're fucking it's about to start. We're a bit late and everything else. So I'm trying to find my seat, and then I look where my seat's meant to be. Natalie Bromley has kindly organised. This is Bromley 023. She's kindly organised that they got one of the high chairs to replace my fucking seat. So I'm there in this panic trying to get my seat. I don't want to miss a hand. What's going on?
I love it.
High chair, but where I was flustered, because I'm a bit late to get back. It was like the food was taking longer than we planned. It was suddenly I was just
that
obviously
That is
this sort of things
gold.
when like TK was on the mic and it was all like, let's all laugh at me because it's funny. I was like, yeah. What wasn't it afterwards? I was like, that's funny, like Natalie, you bitch sort of thing. But just at that time, I was just like,
I say, are you cool with this? Like, you don't mind the jokes, or like, does it hurt deep down?
I'm sure, like, there's nothing I can do about it. It's a fact. Like, just be like, embrace it. It's funny. Like, yeah, it doesn't bother me at all. Like, there was another question which was about being called masturbates, and I was probably like 14, 12, so that kind of age. Had to pay a check into the bank. Like, back in the day, there was a thing called checks. Like, if you're not sure, Google it for the youngsters on the stream. Me and my friend went into the bank, and the cashier, she like did the thing, hands me back. I think back then it might have been like a book rather than a card, and it was like, there you go, masturbates. And she like cracked up, and me and my friend looked at her and was just like, you're a middle-aged woman, you sad cow. And just like, we sort of literally both looked at her and just sort of shook our head a bit, and then just like walked away. Like, apparently I'm 5'6", says Eamon, CPFC. But
fair
like,
enough. I mean, that's not completely comedy tiny. You're about 5 foot for a start.
Yeah.
Oh, love it. So, like, okay, right. So, moving on. I've got this like list of sort of things to sort of maybe try and get to. So, we've done the top fives. We've had the detail of how tall is Matt. One thing, it's kind of like two questions really, I suppose. Is one of the things I say to you is you seem super consistent in terms of one, showing up, putting in big ass volume, and super consistent with your results, like year on year. How do you do it? And the second, and in fact, it's a two-part question, and then the second part, I guess the second part from that is that, as one gets older, have you found it harder to maintain that consistency and that level of volume? Do you find yourself slowing up at all? Let us know.
With the second part, I maybe play less tables now, but I don't know if that's I think this is better for me, or is it I'm a bit of an old codger. Like, I'm not sure on that. Like, could be bit of column A, bit of column B. Like, with the sort of consistency and everything else, I think with MTTs, like, experience of being in spots is really, really important. And that kind of doesn't matter. Like, as in trends change and everything else, but like lots of spots are kind of similar-ish. So just having the experience of those spots like really helps, and that helps me get the results, like knowing when to push on, when to hold back, and that kind of thing. Also, like being aware of trends and kind of understanding what's going on. So like, you never limp. TK, always, you never limp. Some people would even have an alias which would say, you limp to lose. That was like the thing. Like, and then now it's like you got really good players and they're like, you need to have a button limping range, and you need, like, so it's trends change. It's understanding like what and why and how, and like, and understand it. Like, just going like, it was fucking like, if like Mark or Alan or like Groggy or someone does something, like, say, like, or Sharky's probably a really good one actually to say it in terms of that. Like, if these guys are doing something, possibly it's a misclick, but generally there's some real good fucking logic and sound understanding behind it. So like just going like fucking Sharky, he limped. What an idiot. Or has he fucking been in the lab and like fucking got graphs and everything else and gone, oh, I can gain like one big blind in plus in like EV by doing this. So it's like understanding what are other people doing and why, and then being able to sort of work on strategies to combat it and understand it, rather than just kind of like, yeah, I'm about to say very good players donking flops is a new thing. Like there's all these things. Look, often it's kind of plays that are considered bad historically.
Yeah.
That are now done.
Those fish had it right all along.
Yeah, like, but you do get it where on some of the live streams, like people like a good player does something, and then they'll go, "Oh, this is amazing because of X, Y, or oh, this fish has done that." Like same play, and they're interpreted in different ways. And actually, like you need to kind of understand what someone's doing and why, and also sort of think effectively. Like, don't think too many levels ahead of what someone's doing. Like, if you're doing this great elaborate bluff, but they ain't folding, not fourth pair, it's pointless. If you're against a good thinking player and they're going to go, oh, your range is this, and this, and like you can do the right moves, but it's against the wrong player. Like, so yeah, like just thinking, just need to sort of keep up with the trends really, and that's how like you keep with the good results. And like with me with MTTs, I'm like just a shitload of volume, and then I'll do all right. Like there might be some swings like within it, but as long as I'm playing well, and I've always tried to kind of play well in my last games, like loads of times at like £11 bounty hunter at 11 o'clock, I'm getting a result on it, which meant I was like 250 down for the session. I'll win it for like 100 or something, 150, and then it's like, well, actually, it's not that bad a session, or it's a break session, and suddenly I've won 100, like 150. Like it's all that kind of thing where even you get a couple of cashes, and you get some other people, and it's like I've seen it. Some people, I'm like, they just like punt right at the start, and I'm like, just fucking don't reg it. Like don't. Like, if you're in this 11 p.m. tournament and you're just fucking like punting from the second hand, just don't reg it. Like it's pointless to just like guess they're kind of blasting off to try and get a stack, but it just seems a bit of a waste. Like,
because do you find the game? It's difficult when you're sort of there like day in day out over the years, but would you say the games on Sky, the MTTs you play, are noticeably tougher overall now compared to say 5 years ago? Or not much difference?
Yeah. No, I do think they are harder.
And is that? Do you think that's down to sort of like the reg to fish ratio, or is it just that ratio is the same but the regs have got a lot better?
I think like I mentioned a few players earlier, and I'm sure others would mention other regs, and like there's quite a lot of kind of decent-ish guys. There's a lot of people who are making sort of like 20 to 40% ROI type thing, which is like really nice, super good like win rates. There's sort of quite a lot of them.
Yeah.
So like it does mean in the games it's kind of like it squeezes your own rates, because there's a lot of consistent good players in the games. Like you get some tables and it's kind of like you're surrounded by some really good players. Like in a 22 quid tournament, it's like this is shit. Like how am I making money in this game because everyone's really good? Whereas you get other games where it's like 55 quid tournament, you got this stream table like where everyone's going to punt it off, and you're like, just please don't break, please rebuy when you bust. It's like,
yeah,
right, like
nice. And do you kind of moving on from like consistency and your longevity, do you get bored of it? Yeah, does it like wear you down? Are you a bit sick of the game at all?
There's times when you get like that, and it's just like just take a break. Like just don't play. Don't like. Some people will kind of like like one table or two tables. So I'm sort of all in generally, or like just either playing a proper session or I'm not bothering at all. So it's like, right, not playing, like I'm going to the pub with some mates and going to a restaurant or whatever else. Like, I'm just going to watch TV and just not touch a site, like just do like that. Like recently, it's like with everything that's been going on in the crazy world, it's like just going to play shitloads because there's like games are like super good, great time to make some money, and then you can then have time off to do more fun things when the games aren't so good. Like generally, I just do enjoy playing. Like I'll play, like chat to like friends also playing, everything else. Like I've got quite a sort of nice environment in terms of that sort of side of things. So just tend to enjoy it really.
Yeah, I guess I think it probably helps the Sky, doesn't it? That it is such a friendly site. Even when you're at the table, there's a good bit of banter sometimes, and that's despite the fact that you're all there trying to take each other's money, which is the sort of the glorious but perverse thing about it, I suppose. So another question for you, which might be one you don't want to answer, but it's in terms of when you're at the tables and in your game, what do you think your biggest weaknesses are? Or what areas of your game do you think you would like to improve the most?
I think at least we like heads up is a big area I need to work on. Basically, the last bounty is worth the most money.
Yeah. So
you want to be making sure that when you get heads up, you're winning like more than you're not winning. Like generally, like sort of blind versus blind, I think is quite an interesting thing these days. Just where there's quite a lot of different strategies going on, and it's kind of understanding like with different regs and who's thinking what. Like some people are like, this person's limped, I'm just going to be absurd with like from the big blind in terms of raising and stuff. Like other sort of people that like sort of see that more of a normal style and they're kind of a bit more balanced in what they're doing. Like in terms of when to go for bounties and when not to go for bounties and what hands to do it with, like that stuff where I'd probably need to do some maths things behind it to sort of get better at it. Lately I won, say like the Sheriff, I won a couple of times recently, and I got to 5-handed with no bounties, but then won every bounty after that. So like I did all right in terms of the money I was getting from it, but it's like it's a bit fucking shit in a bounty hunter to get like down to the fucking 5 left and you got no bounties.
Don't know what you mean.
Like, yeah, you're like, this is normal.
I thought they were all freeze outs on Sky, just regular tourneys.
Yeah, well, like I have that. Like Mark loves sending a message like that. Like, oh, didn't know this one was a freeze out. I lost the pot. I'll be like, I lost the pot early on, and then like I've been trying to like get back and just like send some long like childish like rant of like why like it was okay like how I got to like this thing like. But like yeah, there's like definitely spots where it's like I've gone for bounties and then sort of shown it to a few people and they're like, yeah, it's a fucking punt. And there's other spots where I'm like, yeah, what hands would you go with here? And they'll say the hands and I'm like, oh yeah, like you would have gone with 8s, but I folded 8s. Like, and it's like just your sort of your ranges are out and things. It's like just it's just a bit of time on that stuff. Like thing is as well, it's like with the games, if the game's gradually getting a bit harder, you need to make sure you're just to maintain your win rates, doing enough work to kind of like stay ahead. And like if there's like said before, like the limp in the button, if like donking flops and lines, so like if there's different things, like just understanding, like the other day, like saw a tournament, there was this guy, he had like 8-3 off and just went for it and punted for like this bounty, and I was like, what are you doing? Like, and yeah, a few days later, Iron Pump did admit that he did misread his hand.
Oh, that sounds a lot like Iron Pump.
That was a good one. It was against Mark, and Mark had aces, and I was like, Iron's quite good. Like, I don't really know what happened there. Yeah, and then like a couple of days after, Mark was like, "I the other day, mate, like, what was that about?" He's like, "Yeah, misread the flop." I was like, I knew there was a reason. I was like, just like he was kind of like close to a draw, but didn't really have a draw. It was like just like there were some numbers near yours. So that reminds me. So people have asked about mixed games and other stuff.
Okay.
I've played bits of PLO 8 before. There was like a leaderboard for UCOPS. So I was like, I'll give this game a go. I've played bits of PLO in the past. I've cashed in some UCOPS PLO tournaments, like just effectively with roughly knowing what good hands are and just with some rough tournament play. Done all right. And I sent this hand to Melt, and it was like, yeah, you've not really got anything. You kind of nearly had a high hand and nearly had a low hand. Like, I was like, kind of, it looked nice to me. Effectively, I was like, just didn't really have anything, but just like it looked, didn't like down the streets and just didn't fold it. It was like, just yeah, you've got nothing. Like, just so I was like, need to fold that. Like, at the time as well, I was playing it as part of UCOP series. I was playing a few tables, and then it was like just, yeah.
Oh, so are you a confirmed whale when it comes to the 4-card game?
Like, I've done like live PLO. I've done all right.
All right.
So there was a time in Sam Dacky, like he's really good, like Mark's good PLO, Sam's good PLO as well. Like you get other people like LMFAO who thinks he can play PLO, but he's fucking like he's confirmed out PLO. Tim's played some PLO down the years.
What, Timmy Rora?
Yeah. Like some really long waiting lists when he was playing. It was really weird. Really popular at the PLO table. Just like, yeah.
Oh, I wonder how that happens. Sorry, go on.
Tim basically imposed a self-ban on him from PLO after a short spell as a PLO. I think it went all right in the first couple of times he played it. And then, yeah, he was, after a while, I was like, yeah, I just PLO ban. Like, that was a good few years ago. Still gets piss taken out of him for it now.
Love it. Because actually, one of the things I saw in the chat that sort of reminded me of a question I wanted to ask you was that when I asked about your biggest weakness, Waller came in saying he's not very good at losing flips, and you sort of you had this. It's like a long-standing joke in the Sky community, at least, that Matt Bates runs golden, and I'm sure. I'm sure it doesn't actually feel like it to you, and I'm sure in reality, over time you're going to run as well as the rest of us do. But I suppose there's two parts to this question. One, do you actually feel like you run well? And assuming that you kind of don't really in the whole scheme of things, does it piss you off when you get that all the time? All run like Bates. Does it wind you up?
I kind of laugh it off now, really. Like, I do. I've definitely run well in some spots, but then ran bad in it. Like with Vegas, there was. I'm sure I've told the story before to people, but they did these halftime tournaments, and basically it was like for the 15-minute break in the football, and you could win a Vegas package at the end of it. I think it was for the one drop, so it was like packages of like a couple of thousand sort of thing, and it was like wasn't big money for the top relative for the package. It was like £5, between 5 and 20 quid, something like that, and it was 15 minutes, fast structure, and I got heads up, and I after the flop, I was like, it was one of those things where literally you're all in pretty much every hand, and I got all in for the win, and I was he went runner to beat me after having been heads up all in for the package.
Yeah,
and I was that year I was and Timmy had already won, DTM was going there. A few other mates, and I was really wanted to go, but I was I need a package to go, and honestly, just losing that just devastated. I was playing like 2 or 3, definitely Sky, definitely had a couple of other sites going on at the time, and it's like I think can't remember what time, it was like middle of the afternoon sort of time. I can't. I think it was later than the 3 p.m. like half time 3 p.m. games, but literally I was just like, this is awful. I just literally sat out on my tables and then just went to try and like say something to like family members who like my family, they're supportive about poker, but they don't understand it. It's a different language to them.
Yeah.
So like try and explain to them sort of thing, like, like got run around a beat to like not get this Vegas package. Like, oh, that's sad. Like, but I don't know. Like,
they don't know how sick that truly is. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like so upset. I was like, this is fucking terrible. Like, and yeah, sort of manned up after a little bit, come back, join my tables again. But yeah, that was one. That's probably my like most painful beat. But like the early part of the conversation, like I won an $11 tournament for like $1,200, so really early on. That's part of variance. That's part of running well. Like you do that, and then actually like, yeah, oh, this is quite good. Like I can do right out of like poker. But if I'd have ran normal in that tournament, can not probably cashed it, wouldn't have been as interesting. Wouldn't have done so much. Like I find with the flips things, it's like you lose a flip. Well, you always been flipped, so you know that's all right. Okay, yeah. Like, and then you win it, and then it's like, oh, you baked on so well. It's like just, yeah, it's kind of lot of abuse with like, but it's just one of those like.
Do you think? I wonder though if that perception that at least some people probably have about, you know, oh, you run golden. I wonder if that's probably an advantage to you in some spots where, you know, like people might be in a spot where, you know, they've got a slam dunk shove from small blind into your big blind, but they won't take that spot because, you know, it's Bates, he runs golden, I'm just going to fold. Yeah. You know, give him a free blind and a half.
Because I'm in a fifth and I'll lose. And it's like, well, actually, I had ace 10 and you had ace king, so like ace jack, whatever. Like you dominated me, but you folded because you didn't want to lose the flip because I must have a pair. And like, I think people can kind of think you must have this kind of like how much you haven't, and like they're over folding. Yeah. Because I just will always flip to Matt. So
nice. So
I'm going to quickly nip if I can let you. You can check the chat. Just give it a second.
Absolutely. Do you honestly, mate? I think I'm going to need to tag team this. So you go and then I'll go.
Okay. I'll leave the Sky Poker logo.
Oh, lovely! Nice bit of advertising for the site. I like it. Right. So where are we at? Chat. Thank you for all still being here. I hope you're enjoying this and it's insightful. I am loving getting the inside track from the main man. So what have we got here then? Let's look through the chat. We got Iron Pump. I'm going to laugh about misreading the flops. Scotty wanting to know if Matt runs well on other sites. Well, I don't know if you heard at the very beginning, Scotty, but we were going through all of his graphs. They're all quite pretty on every site he's ever played. But yeah, I think credit where it's due. He does seem to know what he's doing, doesn't he? Sorry, PKR Par is here saying, I remember you said something once that stuck with me. The software doesn't care what the buy-in of the tourney is. I use that when I suck out of a bigger buy-in tourney. Now, that's true. I mean, I do that myself sometimes. And you'll hear other people sort of say it, or, you know, when they write it on the Sky Forum, which is things like, you know, oh, yeah, I'd make this move in a small buy-in tournament, but you know, I wouldn't make a call here in a big buy-in tournament, or I wouldn't shove here in a big buy-in tournament. And often it's, I think it's, people like just adjusting their strategy because of the buy-in, which, unless it's something specific relative to your opponents, that sounds a pretty terrible approach to have. Fat Bob says, if you play small field MTTs, you'll never get those sick moments compared to the huge fields. So I hate Satis because the bubbly's usually pretty big. No, that is true. That's always the trade-off, though, isn't it, Fat Bob? You know, you got the like. I mean, I'm not much of an MTT player myself. Cash games have always been my preferred sort of game, really. But the little dabblings I've done in tournaments have mostly been on Sky because, yeah, I look at some of the average field sizes on something like Stars, and yeah, I just wouldn't want to embrace that level of variance. I'm kind of well down with a little and often. Dacky, thank you with the follow. Take your bloody time. You've been here long enough. Get more stories. Cool. Matt, I'm now also going to go and do the same. I will. I've got another question I want to ask you, but I also want to know what the answer is. So I am going to leave you.
I've got a little story which I'll do about when I won my package to the main event. So I'll do that for people, and then that's all the time.
That sounds excellent. I will leave it all in your capable hands. Back soon.
So, back in the day, like used to play poker and everything else, and like my eldest sister would sort of like pay, like she was interested in what I was doing and stuff, and she'd see me winning and like check on like effective results and could sort of see I was sort of doing okay out of poker. Dad, it was always a bit of a kind of foreign world to him, and was like, that's gambling and it's bad. Like to him, gambling was bad. Like my granddad actually, he used to like a bit of gambling and things, and he actually went to the bank manager and asked for a loan. Oh, what do you need the loan for, Mr. Bates? I would like to buy a racehorse. And I think eventually, like, Grandad had to change the reason he wanted the money, and basically got the money he needed so he could buy this, like, a share in this racehorse. But like, yeah, I can imagine like trying to do that now, going up to a bank manager saying, "Yes, I would like to buy some money. I'll borrow some money to get a racehorse." So yeah, Dad, gambling's bad. So I won the package to win one basically main event seat. You get hotel, you get £1,000 towards your flights, you get dues when you're there, all that kind of thing. Really good package. So I was telling the family I've won this package. Like, pretty excited. It's like dinner the next night. I'd already woken up my sister to tell her I'd won, like I tend to do. And so I said, like, "Oh, yeah, won $10,000. It's the World Series of Poker main event. I get to play in that tournament, and I get £1,000 towards my flights." And I was going through the things, and I forgot to mention that I get the hotel including the package. So my dad was like, "What about the hotel? The hotel, that's going to be a scam. They're going to charge you loads for the hotel." And Dad basically wasn't aware like of Sky Poker and everything else. So he just thought it's a scam, and this is the way they get you in, because they get you in, then suddenly they charge you like £500 a night for the room, and that's how they get their money back on what's going on. And obviously I was like, "Oh no, Dad, the hotel's included." I think for year one it was like the Rio we went in, which is not the best hotel, but it's still reasonable. And we so I explained to Dad, and he's like, "Okay, that's all right." And then get a message from the guys at Sky that, "Oh, we'd like you to come onto the show." So I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, do the show." Dad then sees me on Sky Television on the show, and that suddenly gave it a lot of legitimacy as far as Dad's concerned. So he's like, "Oh, this is great." Like, so from then on, from my dad for ages being like kind of, gambling's bad, this is bad, and everything else, Dad was then like telling anyone he could speak to, like, "My son won a package to go and play in the World Series of Poker, like with Sky Poker, and it's all amazing and it's all great." And like, it was amazing how he went for like kind of from the gambling's bad and it's awful to, yes, this is brilliant. Look at what my son's done.
Right. Story done?
Yeah, story done.
I missed all of it, but cool. So, downswings is another thing that sort of cropped up a bit from a lot of players. like, part of this you may not want to answer. Like, one of the things that some people wanted to know was what's Matt's biggest downswing been? But also tied in with that is, how do you personally deal with downswings? What advice would you have to us poor fishier types? You know, how to cope with them? Yeah. Over to you.
A few things. Like, I've been asked it like quite a lot. Monetary wise, what the biggest swings are. I honestly don't know. Like, people could look on Scope and kind of work it out probably. But like with Sky, with the field size, it's kind of like it's linked in terms of having a decent ROI in the games I play and the field sizes of what I play. Therefore, the swings, like, just through the maths of it, like, they're not too severe. When I've played on some of the dollar site stuff, like, you'll have quite a few like played perfect for the month and you've lost a load of money. Like, remember back when with the guys we used to back, there was one guy and he Sunday Storm, $11 tournament, 20,000 for the win, and he got like 10th in it or something. And he probably had like 5 or so finishes between 8th and 20th in these monster field tournaments where it was like, and literally like he was playing super well, like really good player, and just like lose a key flip or get sucked out on like run kings into aces, like wherever it be, and just getting no money, but playing really well because of the size of the field. So it's like that stuff. It's put me off the big sites a bit. So I'd much rather like smaller variants and just like I'm going to win less, but I'm going to have smaller swings. So I'm not going to have a spell where it's like 3 months and you've made no money.
Yeah.
Generally, I'm going to make money every month. Like, so yeah, that's with the swing side of it. That's what I sort of prefer, really. Like,
so does it almost? Is it basically on Sky? You know, there will obviously be downswings, but they're so insignificant to you now relative to the bigger picture that is it just water off a duck's back?
No, it's definitely times when it's like even recently, like last Friday went good. 2 Fridays before that, I like just bricked, literally like didn't cash a tournament, like both Fridays. And Fridays are actually like my Fridays are my biggest buy-ins. Like, you got
really more so
the mini.
Of course, there's the I forget now. There's the big weekend thing, isn't there? The 110 job.
Yeah. But as well, like so recently, like I've sort of the turbo like 55, the quick draw. When that first started, I won it 3 times in a week or something. Something ridiculous. Like, literally, it started off and I just destroyed the tournament. Like, and it was known as the Matt Bate special. Like, just and then like, but I don't play anymore. Like, if you look at my results for like quite a long time, I was like, so 55 is going to be one of the bigger buy-ins you're playing on Sky. And I had like a year-long spell, and I was like making like £1 or 50p or something per game. Yeah. Like all this variants of a 55 and it's being a turbo, it's like just a bit pointless, really. Like as well, like what you need. One thing, it's like if you're getting rid of a bigger buy-in tournament and then you're focusing on some other tournaments, your ROI is going to jump in those other games.
Yeah.
Like, it's like with some of the 1-seat satellites, I stopped playing them because I was like, well, I'm ending up with loads of like 4-handed, 3-handed heads-up like play, and like your earnings in that are capped. Like, it's a £12 sat, and the best that's going to happen is you're going to win 55 quid. Like, won't go on the sats for cash thing, but like, yeah, it's £12. You're going to win 55. So it's a bit like, actually, what's the point in that? Like, your focus is on there when your focus should be on other tournaments and other things. Like, so it's kind of like, I think I've done well with dropping games, and like the time has been hard. Like, I've looked at stuff like with like different people, like like Groggy's done stuff where he's looked at like some of the, like say the 55 and looking at people's ROIs in the 55 games. So had like done stuff with Mark as well on it, and looking at scope and everything else. And it's like, people, I think, like, and I was always guilty for it. Literally, like, I'm going to reg. So it's actually like, right, reg, click, 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 click. No thought process, just click. These are all the games I play.
Yeah.
I play basically £5.50 bounty hunter and above. Reg every single fucker. Like, just no thought process. And then after a while, it's actually thinking, well, right, I'm regging this game, but it's a £55 game, and I'm going to make £1 in it long term. But I can easily like have a 10, 15 game spell where I lose £500. So it's fine when you then win one. You win sort of 500 back, whatever. But it's big swings for not much reward.
Do you ever go so far? Yeah. Do you ever go so far as say something like the quick draw now that you'll have a look at the lobby, like a couple of minutes after it started, and you go like, Christ, it's full of whales this evening, I'll have some of that. Or have you just got so much going on table wise, you don't really have the time and space to do that anyway?
With that one now, I'm just don't enjoy. Like, I've just kind of forgotten about it, as it were. So I don't even look at the lobby and don't even really see too much what's going on. Like, I tend to know what's happening in that if it's like the other week there was your stream was on, and I actually had that lobby open for looking at someone else, and then saw Destiny was heads up in it. So I was like, then opened the table to actually watch him. Like, actually, surprisingly for him, he managed to win a tournament. It was quite amazing. Even in the chat for me to abuse, I hope he is.
I haven't seen him all night. I'm not sure he's here. He'd have probably said hello if he was.
Yeah, can someone forward on the abuse that I'm giving him? If like Andy or like Mark, whatever, or someone's like doing well in it, then I might rather the final table, whatever. But not too fast in terms of looking at the lobby. Like, it might be a thing where if there's massive overlay, but part of the problem I think with this big overlay, it then ends up like massive min cash and like 3 page with some of these like like quick draw will be like, so it's like, well, it's kind of better, but then it's worse.
Yeah,
because then like it's more high variance, like, and like you're going to get effectively like you'll end up in some flip to either probably have a good stack and win it or to not cash it, like.
And I assume you feel completely differently about, say, the Midnight Express, which is am I right in thinking that's essentially the same structure? The Midnight Express, yeah. I mean, it's there's a turbo bounty hunter at the very least.
I don't look at structures too much. I mean, it's like with like a 22 on Sky.
It's just an auto reg for you, is it?
Yeah, and as well with that kind of thing, later on, like a lot of people will play and drink, a lot of people will go to the pub and come in and play, like that kind of game. Like, I think you're fun. Some players as well, they're over their session by then. So therefore, those games I think they're good to play. Like, so yeah, I just reg it anyway type thing, really.
Man, I completely agree with you. I mean, fundamentally I hate it because I don't like tournaments very much. Turbos and bounty hunters is just like the most AIDS combination ever, isn't it, in my book? But every time I've played the Midnight,
people want.
I know. I'm just like an old man nit, really. I want kind of like deep stack freeze outs. I want poker tournaments from like 2004. None of this bullshit modernization stuff. But yeah, like the Midnight Express, it always sort of staggers me how soft the field is. But then that pains me all the more because you've given us like this super soft field and this fucking god awful structure alongside it. But I know you often won't have one without the other. I do appreciate that. God, I'm such a salty old fish when it comes to tournaments, aren't I? I don't know why I do it. I don't know why I put myself through it.
A lot of people are like that, and a lot of people, especially on Skype, what they're wanting, like the 5-10 years ago stuff, and it's like, well, it's changed. Like,
yeah,
people want, like, it's like you had the thing recently with the forum, where like normal speed DYMs, like, and the rake is too high on them, fine, but basically they're pretty fucking boring game. Like, people, right? So for half an hour I get to play this game, right? And I can maybe double my money. That's the most I can win. People don't want to do that. People want to sit with 10 big blinds, and they don't really understand rake, and they don't really like understand all these things. I'm sorry, Pingu, that I've said something bad about DYMs. I'm sorry. Like, they want to like it's all right. So I go all in, and if I win a few times, I can like win like a load of money. Like, I can turn my like 10 big blinds into like 50 big blinds. That's brilliant. Like, I'll do that. They don't realise that they're not going to do that very often, but that's what they want. People want sort of fun. They want action. Like with bounty hunters, it's like with your normal standard tournament. All right, so I need to like say it's like stars. I mean, I don't know how long it is, but you're gonna have to play for like 3 hours to make any money, or what? So I knock someone out and then I win some money, and I can do that in the first hand. That's brilliant. Like, that's what people want. Like, and you get lots of stuff where like, oh yeah, we're gonna have some really good structures. I think that's, so basically what you mean is you want some great structures for the pros. So therefore, like, the amateurs, like recreation players, like, just have got even smaller chance. Like, you don't want a tournament. Like, having a tournament that goes on for fucking like 3 days. Like, players don't like recreation players aren't interested in that. That's not what they want. They want like want to have a chance. Like, if you guys have said like, sorry, just in the chat, in terms of like favourite MTTs and that kind of thing. Like, with me, I love like bounty hunter rebuys. For me, brilliant. Like, if you look like I don't know if you sort of drill down into my results from like stars and that sort of thing. Like, I had like some like loads of really good results in like sort of 11 rebuy sort of level, that kind of thing. Like, over the years, like Sky used to have a Wednesday main used to be a 11 rebuy. Used to love that. 11 rebuy was the main, 550 rebuy was the mini. Like, that was the best thing ever. They changed it eventually because the numbers were so like got sort of worse and worse. And like after eventually they had the like what you now got the Friday main and mini, where you got the 22 and the 5, like the rebuy bounty hunters. Like, it's action. Rebuys I tend to do well in. Like, sort of there's enough play in them, so sort of just tend to have some good results. Like that, like little brag, the jackpot that I won.
That god awful Friday main event. Honestly, you turn up with your 20 quid, you get given 50 big blinds for it. I mean, behave. Level 1, 50 bigs. I mean, I know, we're all supposed to go in and instantly rebuy, but actually, one thing I will say is that I completely understand why why the rebuy bounty hunters in particular are your favoured thing. And when you drill down into lots of players' results, they seem to do particularly well on there. But one thing I've always wondered is that if you're just looking at Sharkscope, you kind of got to take it with a bit of pinch of salt, because unlike other sites, Sharkscope on Sky can't track the rebuys properly. So you never know, like, how many bullets someone's in for. Sorry, yes.
The thing on the form with Hazy, where it's like he was rebuying an average like 412 times, and he had this bit of a disparity between like Scope says I'm up a lot, and I don't think I am. And it was like, well, that's because you fucking most of the thing like you play you rebuy every time in the main, and you play the 11 rebuy like bounty hunter, which I got rid of, which was a disgrace. Kept overlaying, but I used to love it.
Because was that the 5 p.m. one?
So there was a 5 p.m. and they also bought an 8:45, 9:45. Sorry, 5 and that, and they were brilliant. Like, he loves them as well. Like, they were just a really nice tournament.
I remember looking up Hazy's results specifically because I was talking to some other players about him, and one of them in particular said, "Have you seen Hazy's like in this exact tournament, the 5 p.m. one? Like, have you seen his results? They're absolutely obscene." And so yeah, like kind of did a like proper narrowed down shark scope, and you're like, "Fucking hell!" But it actually brought me a lot of comfort seeing that post in the forum. I was like, "Oh, he's in for like infinite bullets every fucking time. That explains it."
He's always building a stack, but basically, effectively, his stack is paid for.
Yeah.
You have 12 starting stacks, you've paid for 12 starting stacks. Like,
yeah, I'm pumped Hazy in for 12 bullets every rebuy. Love it.
Yeah. Question. I always rebuy at the start.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the correct strategy, but it's what I've always done. That's the kind of thing where, like, I think like Melt, I think has done some maths behind. I think it's better you don't. But yeah, I just bit of an old man. I sort of carry on doing what I've always been doing. But
I've always said I don't love the rebuy, so I don't play many of them. But my approach has always been, you know, I'll give it a hand or two and see what the rest of the table's doing. Yeah, if every other person has gone for the rebuy, I kind of think, well, you know, I'm going to be so far away from having a bounty winning opportunity if I don't rebuy myself. Then I absolutely will. If no one else does, then I kind of think, well, do I need to either? You know, do you ever take that approach? Like, see what or ever tempted to take that approach? See what the other table does first. The rest of the table does.
I think that's probably a good. Like, if no one else does, then having it probably is like you always want to sort of cover everyone else. Like,
true.
But if no one else has rebought, then it's kind of not worth. There's less benefit in doing it. Whereas, like, especially when it's a normal rebuy, it's different, I think, than a bounty hunter rebuy. Obviously, with a bounty hunter element, you have to cover people to get it. Personally, I should always have, but I can see why sort of waiting and seeing what everyone else does. There's definitely merit to that.
I mean, I don't know what's right. My general strategy is unreg pre, so I will leave it to people better qualified and more enthusiastic than me to give the right answer to that. But I suppose on the subject of, you know, firing infinite bullets into rebuys and that sort of thing, moves me on kind of nicely in a way to my next question for you, which is bankroll management. What is your approach to bankroll management? You know, I mean, I'm assuming that you have a certain chunk of funds that you consider your role. Well, I don't know. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. But all right. So, I mean, let me start all of that again. Let's say, hello, I'm clueless newbie to all things bankroll management related, but I'm fundamentally decent at poker and have a positive expectation of some kind in Sky tournaments. What would your recommendation to me, if that was me, be in terms of bankroll management? What would you say, you know, have 100 times your ABI, have 100 times your biggest buy-in, 500 times? What would you
I'm really bad with this sort of thing. Like, like I'm probably the worst person to ask this question to. Like, partly it's kind of like I think there's a few things, right? So, what's your actual situation? Like, are you have you got £200 spare every month that you can put into poker as your like thing, and it doesn't matter? Are you putting £200 into your roll, and that's your like every other penny is basically like that's what you need for your real life living things and everything else? Like, I think there's lots of different situations with this.
Like, well, I'd say
you want to be playing comfortably. If that makes sense. So you want to be making optimal decisions.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm actually like fairly good in making optimal decisions, even if like I don't have many buy-ins for a tournament, whatever. Like, I'm still, I'll play alright sort of thing. Like, I'm not that bothered. Like, I feel I'll play correctly. If you're very conservative about your bankroll management and you want to have a lot of money, like, go with the extremes and be like making sure you've got like, I don't know what the extremes would be, to be honest, but say you've got like 100 buy-ins to play this tournament. If you're not too fast, then you can maybe go like as well. Like back in the day, shot taking was an okay thing. More recently, kind of, it's a bit kind of considered bad and kind of gambly. And I'm like, well, if say you really like playing freeze outs, and you've made like a bit of money during the month, why don't you play the Sunday main? Like, if it's like, if effectively you can play that and it doesn't affect the other games that you're going to play normally, then I don't see a major issue in doing that, because it goes really well when you cash it, or you final table it, or even if you win it, then there's a lot of upside. And if it doesn't affect the normal games you play, well, that's fine. If you're going to play a scared money in it, then don't do it. Like, because you're not going to play optimally, and then you're not going to enjoy that experience. You're going to be upset, aren't you? Like, you're going to be like, yeah, like, I played this tournament and then like I folded kings and I was just like an embarrassment to poker for doing such a stupid maneuver. Like, who wants to be that guy?
Yeah, I mean that poor fucker's going to get so much stick for a start, I tell you. I tell you what, I heard that apparently that guy, he did at least go on to final table that tournament, so you know it worked out okay-ish.
Yeah, like I think it's like it depends what are you playing. Like, what's the reason you're playing poker for? What like, what are you doing? Like, is it I think if you're playing for a living, you need to be a lot stricter about things.
Of course.
Than if like and sort of accounting for swings more and making sure you've got living expenses and all that kind of thing. If you're like effectively playing for fun, then do things that are fun.
Yeah. Well, I think
it could be for you, fun is kind of putting like £10, £100, like the amount's irrelevant, putting that money into a site and seeing it grow.
Yeah.
Or it could be, it's for you, you love winning and treating your family or treating yourself. So therefore, you want to try and make sure you make £50 for the month, and you withdraw. You basically every month you withdraw your profit. So it's like kind of playing the games that can help you do that, because then at the end of the month you take out your kids or your grandkids or like your nieces, nephews, whoever it be, or yourself or your girlfriend, and you treat them with that money. Therefore, it's like, oh, I know you see me spend a lot of time playing poker, but I've won this money and then I'm doing that fun thing with it.
Yeah.
Or it could be like, for you, it's having a...
Yeah, really, I mean, I think really what the distinction you're really drawing there is that for players who have that approach and who are basically sort of recreational players, at the very least, they're not doing it for a living. That's a budget. So for some people there's a poker, there's a budget, and I suppose whenever I think about the phrase bankroll, and in terms of sort of bankroll management, in my mind it's always with a sense of not going bust. So like you got X buy-ins. If you lose a bit, you move down. So you've got X buy-ins, but for a lower level. That sort of thing, I guess. But one thing I think you touched on that is different for everyone, but I certainly know in my case, and this would be a great shock for anyone to hear, is that I'm a massive bankroll nit. But one of the reasons that I've always found that a benefit to me, and we can laugh about the Kings thing, but it's that I'm ultimately not scared money really in anything I play, because I'm so comfortably rolled for it that, you know, if I do want to suddenly pretend I'm CPFC 2010 and have a fucking ridiculous blast off, I can do that and feel sort of unrestricted about doing it. And so I think for my money at least, BRM is different to everyone, but one of the key things I think should never get overlooked is the effect of whatever bankroll management regime you like, however many binds you choose, is the effect that has on your mental game in game. You know, like if you're ever in a situation where you're not gonna fire that third barrel bluff because you're like, oh, I can't afford to bust here, or, you know, I can't do a stack here in a cash game, then you're playing too high, regardless of how many binds you've got.
Like, you've got to be able to make the right decisions. If you're not, then who's got a good enough ROI to play in these games and play scared money, plays that suboptimally?
Yeah,
you don't. Like, otherwise you'd be in those games all the time anyway. Like, it's
So what's I mean, like, what's the biggest thing you buy? Just like say when UCOPS comes around. In fact, that's coming up in the not too distant future. I know, like, pretty much every UCOPS there's one like proper high roller, like a 530 or something like that. Well, there are most UCOPS. You know, do you merrily jump into that like direct if you haven't sat it in, or what's your limit in terms of what you're comfortable to have a pop at?
Like, start of the stream, we showed the two bracelets. One of them was a 55 rebuy, one was a 220. I think freeze out might have been and I'm not sure which. Like, I know I can do right in those games, but they're fairly reggy and fairly terrible generally.
Yeah.
So, like, I'll sometimes try and sat into those games, but I'm not that bothered about them because I just think, like, generally the fields are like, it's like loads of good players. Like, just like, like sometimes with UCOPS you have these tables and you're sat with like some really good players.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's a 22 quid tournament and you fucking sat with like what should be a final table of a 55 100 quid game, whatever.
Yeah.
But with the 220s, like, you're going to sit there and generally going to have that kind of thing to start off with. You're going to get like some of the cash, like the sort of top cash regs are going to just buy and direct to those games as well. So it's like, just, you sat with like those, some UK regs as well. And it's like, well, that takes a load of focus from you. And it's great to win a tournament like that. And it's like, feels good, but it just takes too much focus and energy really in those things. Like, I'm not, like, I could buy and direct, I could sell action, whatever else for those games, but yeah, it just doesn't really appeal to me too much. Like,
okay,
so it tends to be kind of like the 110s, like, and even with that, it's like like I said, the Sunday main, I don't bother playing these days. Like, my record in it recently is like, yeah, like,
because I thought that'd be a really good one because I mean, one, it's not a bounty hunter and it starts deep, so you've got, you know, decent edge possibilities over the weaker recreational players, and two, a worst case scenario is you got the free roll that runs every day. You got, what's that? You got like 20 odd players who free rolled into it, and, you know, it's such a shit show, that tournament. It could be like 20 whales put in there already for you. I'm really surprised that's not a kind of must-have for you each week.
Well, it's like, say, it's 3 a day, so it's 15. It's Monday to Friday, I think, for the free roll. So you got 15 seats.
No, it's not. It's not. It's 7 days a week. The Sunday major free roll. Yeah. Right. So you got 21 free rollers going into it.
My free roll knowledge isn't up what it should be. So yeah, so you got 21 there.
Yeah.
But like, if you look, show me the final sort of 2-3 tables of that tournament, week in, week out, like, they're just generally really fucking tough. Like, it's good players.
Really? I mean, Hazy keeps winning it, for God's sake. I know, meow.
He's he does well. I don't like. He plays in a like. It's part. He must be a bot, maybe, based on the forum post the guy did about this person did this. So he must be a bot, right? Like there's some people, yeah, who do well in it. There's often the same sort of guys doing well in it week in, week out. Like, yeah, there's a lot of. It just seems a good field, to be honest. Like, yeah, Hayes is just fearless. Like, I think there's some guys that just like won't fold lots and just kind of, yeah, like actually, George is someone like George seems to do really well. Like he's a good player, sort of thing. Yeah, you got like there's other guys who do well. We got like sort of Kate, Lou, Raki, Ado, like
Doobs
that player. He sort of does
as well. Doobs has an obscene track record in that tournament, doesn't he?
Doobs doesn't like folding a lot, sort of thing, but like he does well. Oh, right. So I was asked about most embarrassing moment.
Yeah.
And we're going to now. So Mark finaled the GKPT, like a 1K thing in London. So me and another guy, Kev, that I said about from 2012 Vegas, me and him, we were like, going to go and rail Mark. Like, both had like little percentage in him. Makes it all the more sweet. So I was like, go there. Get there like sort of 12 o'clock. Oh, nice to have a beer. So that's how the kind of day started. And yeah, Mark did well. Me and Kev watched him doing well. We drank a lot. And yeah, got to the stage where like no one could find me. And basically I just ended up like drunk and asleep in the toilet. Like about like I think I'd arranged the next day off work, but it might have just been like just didn't go into work. But yeah, it was like I ended up like me and Kev getting a taxi back from London, right, to Essex, and having to like get the taxi driver to stop so I could get out and be sick on the way back.
Lovely. Yeah, cover yourself in glory.
It was nice to pass you. Yeah, someone said about like, yeah, most embarrassing story. That's the one that comes to mind. Like, yeah, I remember bits about that day, not loads about it, but.
So moving on a bit, like I say, I've got my list of notes, little sections I'm working through here, and so my next section is Poker Future. There's various branches to it, but. So what about for you personally then? I mean, we've kind of. I was going to ask you about, do you have aspirations to improve as a player and shoot for bigger and better? But it sounds like you're super comfortable where you are. But I
think you need to try and improve for bigger and better, like improving everything else, but partly just to maintain where you are.
Yeah.
Like, I think if you're thinking that, this is what I'll do and I'll carry on doing that and don't work hard at your game, well, you'll get left behind.
Yeah.
Like, there's always someone that's going to want to get the results. So you need to make sure you're sort of like, sort of keeping them at bay and like just trying hard yourself. And like if you look at when I was doing this sort of prepping for this, it was like looking at some of the leaderboards, you like see loads of names and stuff, and there was some people who like did stupidly well, and it was like they just got lucky for 1 year, say, and like had some nice results. And you see some others, and you're like, oh, they were really good. Like, what happened to them? And like part of them is sort of like they sort of did well, believed the hype about themselves, didn't try out their game, and then suddenly like got worse and worse, and then kind of just lost the heart for the game. Like some of the best, like if you look at sort of some of the UK like regs and stuff, like some of the guys who got most time for it, some of the ones who've sort of just been there year in, year out, like just churning out the results like all the time. Those are the ones you got a lot of respect for. Like, just are doing well. Like, just got to keep at it.
And so
I don't have any kind of like, maybe like part of it's kind of what's happening with Sky, which is people often ask about this and everything else. Like,
well, the uncertainty about the future of the site and all that.
Yeah, like TK is quite cryptic with stuff, but kind of get a bit of a gauge from him. And like, I think basically like there's going to be some kind of new Sky site with sort of better like sort of some kind of Sky software. So some Star software. What with sort of the same games to some extent. Like, I don't know about things like I really pay them, but like DYMs, for example. Stars got rid of them before because of the collusion issues. Like, they might keep them, they might not. Spins, the rakeback's really good. So like the rake and everything on them is really good. So therefore, I think they'll probably be kept because I think they'll look at the numbers and go, actually, yeah, there we like, we'll make really not like really good money there. Like, because someone said, I think they might merge. I think it would be a Sky. I think the brand of Sky is worth enough to basically tweak the current Star software to have kind of Sky Poker with Star software and maybe some kind of interaction. So you've got like, effectively, I can be on Sky and buy into the Sunday Million and some other kind of big tournaments or something. That kind of interaction might happen. I don't think, like, I think it'd be that kind of thing rather than wanting Stars people onto the Sky type talk. Like, I don't think they're going to be like, yeah, let's see if we can get all these Sky people into these £11 bounty hunters on Sky. I don't think it'll be going that way. I think it's more going, let's get the Sky people access to some Stars games.
Yeah, I would say it sounds, because from what I take from what I've seen in the forum and sort of, TK's slightly sort of cryptic responses to various things when they come up, is I've been encouraged by the things I've seen coming from him over more recent times. Because to me, it has sounded increasingly like the decision has been made to keep Sky as a network within its own right. So first, they're not just going to do, Stars are not going to do what they did with Full Tilt ultimately, or at least immediately, which was Full Tilt ultimately, they just said, right, you're all now Stars players, but they kept a Full Tilt brand, and you can play under stuff that looks like the old Full Tilt software. So I remember I used to be a reg on Full Tilt. I also had a Stars account. I was reg there a bit, and then when they eventually did that, my Full Tilt username disappeared, and now if I play under Full Tilt, it's with my Stars name. It doesn't sound, from everything I've heard from TK, like they're going to be doing that in the immediacy. But it's interesting that what you seem to sort of think may be sort of forthcoming is a sort of almost like a hybrid situation where there is a sort of a segregated, separate Sky site / I'd say not network because it's only a one-site place, but an individual contained thing as it currently is, but with a sort of a portal into the Stars games for UK players. So you can use your Sky Poker balance to, like you say, buy into the Sunday Million or what have you. Is that essentially what? Am I reading that right as to what you're saying and what you think may be the future?
Like, this isn't inside knowledge. This is like just me guessing, basically. Like, just how I think it might be. The key thing, like the reason that Sky Betting and Gaming Group were bought was for Sky Bet.
Yeah.
The Stars Group wanted Sky Bet.
Yeah.
Sky Poker is so small comparatively with that group they wouldn't have even thought what they'd do with it. That's the reality of it.
Yeah. It's like they bought a car and Sky Poker was the bumper sticker.
Really important, and Stars do poker, so they're going to really care about us. Like they wouldn't have cared. They wanted, like, think what happened with Stars Group got sold, and then they're all about the betting, like they're just, rather than being before it was like a poker site. Yeah, and then like now it's more they want the betting and everything else, and there's lots of gimmicks and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So they're moving away from the traditional just being a poker site to this other stuff, and therefore they were like, all right, Sky Bet's massive. I don't know how big in, like, I don't mean I know it well loads, but it's big. So therefore they're like, all right, so we can take over Sky Bet and Gaming and then have a big presence over in these markets, like sort of European markets and stuff. So that's why they bought it. And as a side product, they got this company that did poker as well. So I don't know. Part of it's going to be the legalities of things, like segregation, all that kind of stuff. Like some sites are a bit kind of just do it. It doesn't really matter. Sky and Stars aren't like that. They're going to want to make sure everything's watertight, and they're complete. Like they don't want shit from the regulators.
They ain't no GG, that's for sure.
Yeah, GG's like we're going to fucking accept some people from this like random island, like just like literally like every country in the world they're accepting from, and lots of it seems dodgy. Like Rob Young said stuff about it, like party seems to be very much like we're going to do it properly. And I respect that, and I sort of kind of want stuff to be like that. You want things to be done properly and regulated and sensible, rather than kind of like you want your money safe.
Yeah.
Like some places, like so I've just got some abuse from Alves that I was doing a podcast without giving him knowledge I was doing it.
I can't believe he's not a regular viewer of my streams already.
I know. I'll make sure he tunes in next Monday for you.
Good lad. Good lad.
Yeah, like you want your money safe, and you want things done well and regulated and like done properly. So that's how Sky and Stars and everything will do it. So I don't know how it will work with interaction between the Sky Poker site and Stars. Whatever happens, I'm sure they'll make sure that you can take your money for the poker site and bet with it.
Yeah.
Whack it on bingo, whack it on wherever. Like that will definitely happen. I just don't know how the other part of it will work. Like I don't know. I haven't like I sort of know like the people that work for Sky, but I haven't asked them, and they wouldn't tell me anything secret anyway. You know, it's not fair.
Yeah, I mean, I just for me, and I think probably for most of us, I really hope there continues to be a distinct sort of separation, because even if it was a case where they had a separate Sky, they kept Sky as a separate segregated thing, but from your Sky balance and from within the Sky client, you could also go, oh look, there's the Sunday Million as well, there's the Big 22, the Hot 44 or what have you, and you could use your Sky stuff to go directly into that. That would, but it was only one way, so you couldn't have like every Ukrainian nit-reg jumping into 10NL or something like that. Yeah, even if it was just one way, that would still bother me like quite severely, because that would then ultimately make a dilution of what is already a relatively small player pool and Sky itself. But the joy of Sky, of course, the fundamental USP is the fact that it is UK only, and that brings many huge benefits with it. So I really hope there isn't any sort of basically direct going from a Sky client into Stars games. I remember, like I say, I've already mentioned this, but going back to when there was Stars and Full Tilt, after all the Full Tilt scandal, Stars had bought Full Tilt and resurrected it. They were two extremely separate things. You couldn't be in your Full Tilt client and see the Sunday Millions on. I'll buy into that through Full Tilt. What you could do at the very least is you could go into your cashier in Full Tilt, send money from your Full Tilt to your Stars account, and you shut Full Tilt, or you could have both open if you wanted to. Then you open Stars, and then you go, all right, now here's all the Stars games. I'm kind of personally, I'm okay if something like that sort of came along, but for me, it would be like the beginning of the end, one way or the other. I think if there's any direct integration between the two, because even if it was a one-way street, I think you'd end up diluting the Sky pool too much by people punting stuff on Stars to the point when Stars would then go, well, actually, there's not that much action left now on Sky. Let's just, dump the rest into the Stars network. Is my sort of, that's my pessimistic, possible outcome to that scenario.
I definitely sort of see what you're saying. Like with a lot of stuff, it's just sort of like it's guesswork and kind of like you. Like the hard thing as well, I think it's knowing the numbers behind things.
Yeah.
Like people are moaning because DWAM numbers are downloads and everything else, and then like TK's like, well, can't give you details, but DWAM numbers are higher this year than last year. Like this time last year, so it's like we don't know and how much money a different game's actually making.
Yeah.
For Sky. Like you don't know these things, and the other thing, it's cross, like the key thing with Sky, the reason they do well is like Bob plays bingo and wins some money, and then he goes and plays poker with it, or he bets with it, and like there's the cross-selling that's like massive, and effectively from Sky's point of view, like I'm sure TK's said about this before, like there's ways they measure these things, but like effectively it's kind of like with someone's like 20 quid deposit, what are they doing with that, and how does it kind of flow through the different Sky products? Like from the poker player's point of view, we're like, well, we want to play like the serious ones. We want to play poker and make money. So we're bad for that system because we're taking the money out. Whereas obviously Sky wants someone to deposit 20 quid, have a load of fun, however long it takes, but it dwindles down.
They get the whole 20 quid at the end of the day, Yeah, entirely. Difficult. So, moving on. What else have we got here? Another question that came up. I know I talked to you about this a bit the other day, just ourselves, but would you ever consider doing a bit of streaming yourself? Was a question that got raised.
Yeah, they're like, was it Minor, I think, as well, said about like paying for a video, like just sort of without me saying anything, just watching my play type thing. The trouble with that stuff is like, well, I'm giving away information.
Yeah.
And it's a really small site. So like for me to want to do stuff, I'm like, well, there's got to be some kind of upside for me. Like if I was trying to create like Matt Bates Poker, like the brand, like and do some merchandise, like Mel did come up with some good hoodies that we could do, which was based on a PJ thread where he was going on about the moolah and all this stuff. Like, like, I'm sure we can talk to the math people if they'd like. It's got lots of chat of thought now. Like, yeah, to stream, it's like you're going to play less tables, and you're going to give away free information.
Mm-hmm.
So the upside's got to kind of like, that's it, Minor. Moolah Benji. You need to like, I'm doing poker for a job to make money. So for me, I need some kind of compensation for giving away free information, for playing less tables and therefore making less money. So is it that I can get like how many viewers I'd need? I've got no idea how the monetization of it works in terms of like making money. Like,
You
say
don't
I
make
wanna
very much, trust me.
Yeah, so I want to make 200 quid a night, and by streaming, it's going to cost me half of that.
Yeah.
How many viewers would I need to make £100 a night? Like a shitload, I'm assuming, like serious like numbers.
Yeah.
And how long will it take to get there? So, like, and I think the problem is, people. It's not people do it in the hope that they'll get something. If Sky said, right, Matt, if you do this, if you get like on average 100 viewers and X number of subscribers and all these other bollocks, whatever, and I knew there was some kind of target, to do that, we'll give you like 2K a month, guaranteed, whether it be in kind of a rake reduction or just straight transfer, like whatever, something like effectively 2K in my pocket, then you could look at doing it and going, oh, right, actually, well, I'm like, how much am I going to lose to gain this?
Yeah.
If they were like, oh, well, so we'll give you like buy-ins into live tournaments or something, or like like if there was some kind of package they were going to give me to do it, then you could look and go, oh, right, so what am I gaining? And then what am I maybe losing? And then kind of work it out. Like streaming, like it seems a lot of work. Like you seem to be more popular than some of the say party streamers, like on deals and things. I'm like, some of these guys, I'm like, and like some of the Sky guys, like you're streaming to not very many people. It's got to be hard to, because it's like you're on camera all the time. Everything's like the focus is on you. Like it seems a lot of pressure and a lot of like potential downside for not really much upside. If you like doing it, that's fine. But like that's a kind of a hobby that you're doing rather than something you're doing as part of your job.
Yeah. Because I mean, like you know, for me, I sort of, I almost like accidentally stumbled into doing a bit of streaming, and for me, it's purely about a bit of fun. You know, I've more people turned up on my first night than ever expected. People keep turning up, and it's a good crack, and I enjoy it. You know, I'm never going to be a full-time streamer. I'm never going to be a spraggy. My streams are like 90% focused around Sky. And the player pool and thus the potential audience is probably too small. However, I do kind of wonder, for someone like yourself, who would have much greater pull than someone like me, you know, because you know you can rightfully bill yourself as Matt Bates, Sky MTT GOAT at the very least. I wonder one thing I see a lot of poker pros doing is essentially sort of building opportunity and income streams beyond just their sitting down and pounding out the volume. So I kind of wonder, you know, perhaps in your case, you'd lose some immediate EV in the short to, you know, possibly medium term, but I wonder, I'm only speculating here, for someone like yourself, would there be some benefits in looking to do something like that for sort of slightly further down the line, you know, possibly opens some doors, you know, you might, whatever it is, you know, you become more of a face, you become more of a brand, you become more known, you get opportunities, you know, perhaps for poker commentating on stuff, you get more well known, and so it gives you a premium you can charge if you ever did consider going down the coaching route. You know, just like I said, I'm not trying to encourage you to do anything either way. I kind of wonder, for someone like you, is there still perhaps some gain to be had from it if you looked slightly longer term, perhaps? Which, and furthermore into that, kind of leads me into sort of another following question, which is, are you looking, do you have an end game? Are you looking for a sort of a way out of poker in some way? Because I know a lot of people are, or like a sort of a natural evolution.
Like, that one's kind of interesting because effectively it was always, I don't want to play full time because I'm not sure about the longevity of poker.
Yeah.
And then the stuff with the family happened, whereas like that was always the kind of, I've got the family business and we've got the poker on the side, and now it's kind of changed. It's like, poker's a thing now. So like, I just think there's enough good money to be made at poker normally, rather than this kind of other thing. Like, I've always been a bit skeptical about, like, back when we were back in the guys, like Lambert did Twitch poker.
Okay.
Like, he was like one of the first people doing it and everything else. Like, and now he does sort of YouTube with gaming and that kind of thing. And there is definitely money out there, and there's definitely like stuff to be done there. But to me, like, that's something I can't control.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like I control my poker results, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I can't control Sky giving me this fantastic deal.
Yeah.
And giving me like X thousand a month in sponsorship, but I can roughly control my results in terms of the more hard work and everything I put into my results, the more I'm likely to get out of the results. Like, there's some stuff you don't know about in terms of like, well, games get harder and everything else, or like taxation, for example, is a potential thing. Like, government can suddenly say, we're going to fucking tax you. So it's like, right, so that's a 40% income reduction, or I need to move to somewhere different. Like, would I want to suddenly move to another country to play poker? Like, it's a hell of a big step. So you kind of stuck. Like, do I take everyone in the chat, how would you cope with a 40% salary reduction? Like, majority of people would be fucked. Like, people don't tend to earn that much money where you can take a kind of like going from no tax to suddenly like getting taxed like big chunk, like just it would kill you. So
and of course, as it currently stands, if that did happen, you think, oh well, do I up sticks and go somewhere where I'm not going to be faced with that? Well, if you did, then as it stands, Sky isn't an option. So
yeah, I can't play on Sky. So someone actually did ask a question earlier in terms of like what's been asked. With my Sky results compared to my Poker Stars results, like most of my Stars results are kind of back age ago when it was easier, but like it's a lifetime. You got 35% average ROI for Sky, 42% average ROI on Poker Stars. But like with the total ROIs, my Sky is 36% and my Poker Stars is 27%. Like, and like I've not played on the Stars games. I'm not like, I wouldn't have confidence on being able to sort of jump back into Stars or Party or whatever else and win consistently. So yeah, if you suddenly sort of need to leave the UK to go and play somewhere else, like I don't know how keen I'd be on doing that. I don't know if I'd want to do that.
So that sort of naturally leads me into another question I had. Sorry, go on. I don't want to interrupt you.
With me in terms of like, I kind of in terms of I want to sort of make nice money, like potentially like we've had the family business before. Potentially, I'd like to get involved in maybe sort of owning some businesses and that kind of thing. But with that stuff, it's like you need to have the money, you need to have the time commitment, you need to have the right people that you're investing in to do that kind of thing. So, like, I don't know how possible it'd be to have like a poker club, for example. Like, poker club, like sort of poker club somewhere with a restaurant and that kind of thing. Maybe like that's something I've sort of briefly thought about, but
Yeah,
I've got no idea how the life is having that. Like,
is that a thing anymore? Because I remember like years back, I used to occasionally go to a place in West London. I think it's called like the Western Poker Club, somewhere on the A40, just on the way into town. I remember it was like the first place I ever played a live tournament. But I'm talking like 2005 or something like that, 2006. But yeah, are there like just poker venues, poker clubs in the UK, or is it all just there's a poker room within your Grosvenor, your Genting, your wherever else?
I'm really not sure. Like, that does remind me of one story, which was me. I think Sam Dacky, I think he arranged to meet us there. Tommy, I think it was Kev from Vegas. We were like, oh, we'll go and play a poker tournament on a Saturday night. And Kev drove us there, and we get there, and like poker players get a bad rep. There's like they're not organised and everything else, and like they get there late and that kind of thing. Like we threw that out the window. We were there a good week early for this tournament.
A week early?
Yeah, we rocked up to London. And yeah, we got the date wrong by a week. All of us, between us, like all knew we were going there. Like, yeah, we're gonna go there. Yeah, that's all good. Like, just fucking rock up. Like, just yeah, fucking nightmare. And then went in there, and it was like just really dead. And it was like, what's going on here? Looking around, like really confused. And the guy was like, "Oh, sorry, guys, just sort of still setting up." Like, sort of random, like guys, and we're like, "Oh, is there like?" It wasn't even a big. It was like £100. Is there whatever on?
Yeah.
No, that's next one, lads. We do have a like £20 freeze out that you could play if you want. I was like, no, not really. Like, just.
Oh, I love that.
But it was like, do you want to play this £20 tournament? It was like, we normally get sort of like 17 runners or like whatever it was. Like, no, like just left there. I think like Sam went home. We went to the pub. Like,
brilliant.
Apparently, there was nothing on the night. I'm sure there was a small tournament on there, Sam. Yeah, it wasn't the like. It was like the small club, the monthly tournament we went for, like the £100 thing. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Ashrim just asked, do I play much live? We've gone through a few live stories. Yeah, like some SPTs, but I haven't been to a few of the ones recently. Vegas, like playing live in Vegas, but yeah, don't tend to play many live games. But before that, I mean, not working full time, and then like it's hard to get to live stuff when you're playing like sort of working full time. Aspas used to have quite a good thing on a Friday night. It's like £100 tournament, and that used to get quite a lot of runners. Like that was decent. Yeah, so played that a few times. Yeah, £50 says Sam. That was definitely like, not sure how much to win, but that was a decent one to play in.
Nice. And so, I mean, do you think now your situation changed? You don't have the work thing. Let's say, touch wood, the world gets back to normal, re the COVID situation, and we're allowed to all gather in one place again, and the SPTs start up once more. Would you be like much more inclined to start going back to the SPTs, or do you now just look at them and go, oh well, that's a night I have to take off of grinding online, and my EV is higher there? Well,
like I play enough that I'm not. I enjoy the SPTs. I want to go to them. It's just been a thing before where it's like,
it's like a busman's holiday.
With work. Like, effectively, if I'm not there, then it's kind of like someone else needs to be covering me.
Yeah.
So it's always like half from that point of view. Like, so if I was meant to be working, then it's like I need to swap around shifts with someone else, and like if she had things on with the grandkids or whatever else, then she might like not be able to do it. So Yeah, I always enjoyed like going back to the SGs have always been like just good fun, just catching like. I'm not convinced what if you make money from going to an SPT.
Yeah,
and like part of that is like, I know fucking CPFC will chime in soon. Like it's the money at the bar and everything else. Like generally, just make sure he pays, so you're fine. But like, you might have to get around it at some point. So there's some outlay.
that was one of the questions that came up on the forum. It was like, how does Matt always manage to duck out of getting his round in?
So another SPT story. So we I don't know if people have met Smash the Race. Like plays bits, spins, like reasonable player. Plays sort of high spins basically when he plays. Like got own business, like good mates with Stack You. And I was at the bar and he's like, "Oh, do you want to drink that?" Like he goes to SPT. He loves to have a gamble. He loves to have some, like he has some fun, enjoyment, and everything else. And like go there, and he's like, just like a whiskey sort of thing. And like, as shown by my drinking of bells, I'm a quantity man rather than the quality man. So he fucking buys like effectively the most expensive whiskey, like at the bar. And it's like, I don't know how much it was, but it's fucking lot of money. Like,
yeah.
So we're talking like sort of sheriff buying mate like at least for a fucking whiskey, and there's me, and I'm like, oh, I'd like a whiskey with lots of Diet Coke in it, please.
It's fucking sacrilege! Sacrilege!
Exactly. That's my ordinary thing. So therefore, he's getting special things. I can have it. So I think Melt loves his whiskey. Melt's like a good whiskey connoisseur. So we had this thing, and I'm like, it probably was expensive and nice and everything else, but it didn't mean anything to me. So I'm fucking like having this thing, which is the most expensive thing in the world, and I was like, this is fucking wasted on me. Like, just don't fucking do it. Yeah, no, like he's the sort of guy that you see this, but he's like just lovely, nice guy, like really good to chat to and everything else. Like, he's hilarious because he'll suddenly disappear, and he'll be like, "Have you seen Ryan?" Like, no, he's gone. Like, suddenly come back, and he'll be like, sort of tell from his face, and he's like just gone up, he had a little spin up, and he's just fucking like turned 500 quid into like 2.5 or something. And it's just like smug. He's like, one of the money. I'm like, yeah, good lad. Just like.
I'm just looking in the chat here. Mine and Fred, like pulling up a sort of an interesting sort of question for you, which is going back just a touch to the streaming thing, and you saying about how it's going to be a negative from you in terms of revealing information about how you play, and he's kind of saying, well, especially given how small the pool is on Sky, is there not an argument that the people you play most frequently anyway, like Melties, Lol, Hedo, and the like, they see so much of you and have done for so long. Are they not already kind of somewhat well acquainted with your ranges and your play style anyway, so that they're probably not going to see anything that's going to like blow their minds, or would you completely disagree with what he's speculating there?
No, it's definitely got a good point. Like mine tends to have good points quite a lot. It seems quite clever. Maybe. Like, I haven't thought loads about it. Like, it's
I'm inadvertently going to start a campaign now, aren't I? Like, get bait streaming. I do apologise in advance.
Not something I've thought about loads.
Yeah. But yeah, I didn't mean to go back to it, but I just thought, yeah, actually, that's quite an interesting point.
I like sort of just playing poker in my pants, just like winning money, like just like you do. Like, there's been some streams that you've done where you're kind of like, I'm a bit like, oh shit, like Jews is fucking hating poker and he's hating life in terms of like, because every emotion's out there when you're doing it.
Yeah.
And it's kind of nice to be behind the screen and just be like, fuck, just like being abusive as hell about someone.
Yeah.
Without them knowing it. Just like, Well done. Well done. You played that really fucking terribly off when you got there again. You could feel like
You had to come back.
Yeah, like effectively, like that's what. Like, so about 2 weeks ago, someone asked about how do you cope with bad beats and act level-headed and all this stuff. I had a text from my sister, like, and she was like, "Are you okay?" And basically, like, I'd lost a big pot playing spins, and someone had played something like an utter comeback. So I basically just let out some kind of like random shout or scream or something, like, and it was like she often like listens to podcasts and things, and like she's trying to be healthy and do walking and stuff. So she was obviously walking outside near my house at the time and heard this fucking yelp and was like, "Oh my god, like Matt's really upset." Like, and it was like, just some cunt fucking got there when like just fucking ace rag didn't deserve to get there. So I shouted fucking loudly, like, so yeah, it's frustrating when someone gets there and like undoes you. So like at times you fucking go mad, like, but generally I'm level-headed, but it's a lot easier to kind of be nice and polite and everything. Like, just
I tell you what, from
like nice hand and everything else, and actually you're thinking you played that so fucking special, you absolute idiot, but like.
Yeah, PKR has got a good point. Like, good to know it annoys you too. You know, you are human after like all this, like the 47,000 tournaments and that sort of thing. But what I was going to say is that I do think that. Sorry, go on.
More than tournament, I'd say.
Okay.
Like with big, like I'm more used to tournaments.
Yeah.
And generally, because I'm always kind of a consistent buying level, I just shake it up a bit.
Yeah.
Whereas with like spins, it's like if you've got up to like 30, 40 bigs or something, and then someone like just plays something terrible and gets there, and then you're like 10 bigs again. And then you got built like that's the kind of one where it's frustrating, especially where it's like you lose it and then you watch them just give it to everyone else, and you're kind of like,
yeah,
that's my money that you've just given to him. And as well, like often you're like kind of, I don't really like him. Like there are some regs where you don't mind whatever else, but like then it's still like kind of we giving it to my mate. Just like it's either you're giving it to your mate or you're giving it to someone you don't like. So it's like I want that money and you're giving it to him. Like
yeah, I do understand. What I will say is from the perspective of a viewer of streams, I get really bored of the guys who are, you know, super cool as a cucumber. I think like poker streaming for me still is fundamentally it's a form of entertainment. Yeah, if I want to watch a poker video, I've said this on my streams before. You know, I'll go and watch something on Upswing or like a proper educational video. Like, you know, if there are some players I know who will like frequently lose their shit on a stream, I'm probably far more likely to want to watch their stream just because like, blow up will be good. So
have you seen on Twitter? Do you follow what used to be, because he now left it, Patrick Leonard's stable, best in the business, Bitby? They've got a cash side to it.
Yes.
Cash.
Yeah, I very recently started following them. I'm quite new to Twitter anyway, but yeah.
So the guy that does that, the Scottish guy, Donald, just appears like a complete twat. I don't know if he's tweeting to get kind of, let's be controversial and let's sort of get like people interacting and everything else, but just says the twatty stuff. Like it's like if you're acting like this, then the money means too much to you and you should be level-headed and everything else. And it's like, well,
yeah, I know the tweets you mean.
Like, said, like basically, like, am I a robot and do I not react? Like, well, like, if you're like there and it's 7 left in the main and you lose a flip and you're out, or you go from I could have been chip leader, one of 6, and then suddenly you've got like 10 bigs.
Mm.
Of course you'll be fucking annoyed.
Yeah.
Who isn't going to be annoyed by that? You're not just going to go, oh, those are the flips. Like,
yes. I played my hand well. That's the main thing.
When you can't next day, you'll go, oh, you know, those flips happen. But like at the time, you're just like, let's use the fucking Jews phrase. You utter cunt bag. Like you, like just like.
I mean, just
a flip. I'm angered that I lost it. Like I wanted to win that flip because like that flip is worth a lot of money.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I would just like to say, just for record, you know, going back to that story you were saying about your sister. Like when I get a bit foul mouthed on the stream sometimes, you guys, you get the toned down version of it. My missus goes to bed early, and if I'm playing, I'm normally playing like quite late at night a lot of the time, and like very often like she's getting up and I'm still up, and she might come downstairs, especially because I used to grind in the lounge and our bedroom was like right above. She would sort of come down and go, "Bad night, wasn't it?" It's like, yeah, how do you know? Oh, I heard. It's like, oh, sorry. Yeah, and you know, it's because like I think I'm being dead quiet, and I'm still sat down there on my own. No one watching, going, "You utter cumbags." But yeah, anyway, I think
you have to react to some extent about these things, but like,
yeah,
it's being normal. But like, it's kind of if days later you're still angry about them, then you got a problem. Like, I've had it like at SBTs and stuff. Like, people will meet me and they'll say their alias and it won't mean anything to me, and they'll be like, "Oh, do you remember that hand?"
Yeah.
And they'll tell me about this hand that happened like 3 months ago when I got like lucky, and I'm like, okay, like. Yeah, sorry. I pretend I remember it, but I really don't. Like, you know, it's sort of like it was. Oh, I got lucky. It was a flip, whatever. Like, just I don't. It obviously, but for some people, it's a big hand and it meant something to them, which is fine.
Yeah.
But it is kind of like a lot of things. I'm like, I don't tend to remember stuff. Like,
no.
They say like where my moaning story earlier about the package for Vegas, that I remember it. Like, I don't remember the hand details or anything else, but I remember that like I nearly won a Vegas package and I lost it, and it was annoying. I ain't got no clue about who I played it against, but I know that you will remember the kind of key things in your like that happen. But often as well, like if I'm playing like quite a few tables and I'm all in, I don't care.
Yeah,
I'm looking at another table. It's got a decision on the other table.
Yeah,
but I know for some people, if they're one tabling, like Mr.
That's
PJ,
their night. That's everything to them.
Like, yeah, Mr. PJ has the post that he got in with 2 big blinds, and
yeah.
he got it in behind, and then by the turn he was ahead, and he'll post the percentages on the turn because that's really important.
Yeah.
Well,
selective equity running, I think you call that.
Yeah, pre-flop, were you ahead?
Yeah.
Like, and as well, I'm like, effectively, if you're moaning about 10 bigs or less, like your stat being 10 bigs or less in a pot, you're looking at the wrong things. Like, and especially when it's like, this would have given me like a really good chance of getting close to getting in the money, like with my like 6 bigs. Yeah. Like,
yeah. You just want to say, yeah, you were dead money the moment you hit register.
I was sort of like him. I just feel like I hope he enjoys playing. But with all the forum posts, I'm like, do you enjoy playing? Like, I don't. Like, not everyone can win playing poker.
No.
It can't happen.
No. It's a zero-sum game.
If you enjoy what you're doing, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, Sam. There's a guy who's got like forum posts on the forum, who's just like moans all the time, gets really unlucky. Like, so I peeled 2-7 off in the small blind, and then I got unlucky. Listen, like, and it's like, if anyone gives any kind of sensible like feedback to him, just not gonna listen. Like, I ignore that post. Like, I tried as well. Like, I was like, I genuinely don't mind helping people. Like, I'll give away, like, give back to the forum type stuff. Like, so if someone's posting some kind of sensible stuff, I don't mind helping. But just like, if you're just gonna moan all the time, like, just, all right, someone's giving me some helpful information that maybe my pre-flop range selection is really bad, I ignore him.
Yeah,
I'm playing perfect poker. Like,
oh, I know. There was a glorious bit from him recently, and it was something like, I've given my game a complete overhaul from top to bottom. And then it's like, your very next hand is something like, so under the gun opens, and I defend 10-6 off in the big blind, and, I like min donk out, and then it all goes wrong. It's like, wow, that was the overhaul. Like minor Fred was like putting him up on it, and, also trying to be nice. But I kind of assume the guy must just be a massive troll. I kind of like I can't. I hope it is. Yeah, I hope he just like gets shits and giggles from it, and because
if he loses his money at the tables and gets sick perverse out of kind of and enjoys about just saying shit, then I'm fine with that. But I kind of just like, I just worry with some people in terms of like just what like. I don't really get why you're posting the stuff on the forums. Then not like, I've posted stuff like Groggy, like he posts really intelligently and really like well about hand things. Yeah, like he's probably one of the one of the best posters. Like,
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, like listen to what he's saying, but just ignore that. Like, I'm just going to post another hand where I played it terribly. Like, and then he'll do one where he sort of does generally get unlucky, and I'm like, well, yeah, you did get unlucky there. Well done. Like, a broken clock is right twice a day. Like, if you keep posting enough fucking hands, at some point, you are generally going to get unlucky in one. But just keep doing enough right things, and then you'll get some okay results. Like, just with him, it's just like nightmare.
Aye, but I like whatever wherever it comes from, whether he's completely deluded, or whether he really is just a troll who enjoys punting off a bit of money each month on poker, and he gets his shits and his giggles out of trolling the forum with posts that he knows actually are ridiculous, and he just has some fun with it. Whichever one of those two it is, say. At the end of the day, those are the guys that pay your wages. God bless them.
Like, as long as people can afford it, that's fine. Like, as long as it's And I think like with that side of things, like sort of being more serious, like the sites are being quite. I think they're forced to, but they're being better about this sort of stuff.
Yeah,
there's definitely some where it's a bit ridiculous. Like, I've heard there's sort of a couple of instances I've heard where like I've kind of really drilled down into people, and it's like there's people who've sort of got a fair bit of wealth and like money in shares and that kind of thing, and they're kind of really like drilling down into like where's your money from and all this stuff. And like there was one guy who sort of definitely a donator in some of the bigger games, and like but just had money, like not as far as where like not dodgy money, I think just had money, and just and was like, well, I don't want to actually answer these questions. Like, you're being a bit too inquisitive about my stuff. Like, I've shown you some things. I'm not going to show you everything. So yeah, just sort of some people leave the site. Like,
it's like, I want to punt some money. I don't want a fucking mortgage.
Yeah, like, and especially as well, I think where like with some of the numbers, they're smallish amounts of money.
Yeah.
For them comparatively, so it's like, well, they're sort of. What you're on about, like they're buying and selling shares and whatever for a lot more than they're buying on these cash tables, so they're like, well,
so
I want to spend a load of time on this. No, fuck it, like, I'll pay elsewhere.
So same on. When's the next one? Tuesday, yeah, tomorrow night. Say you won the Euro Millions tomorrow, and I know tomorrow it's like, yeah, it's a biggie, like 100 and something million tomorrow, and you won the lot. What would your poker play look like? Non-existent? Would you play 10k W coops for shits and giggles? What would you do? Do you think?
Playing some of the massive games and being like the kind of spot or the mark, like I don't know how I'd feel in some of these games in terms of like just like I like being one of the better players in the games.
Yeah.
So like I wouldn't feel comfortable in like in a 1k event. I'd feel alright. In sort of 10k type event, like I wouldn't do terrible, but like I wouldn't sort of be expecting to kind of make money and like do well. So I'd be like kind of eventually playing that stuff, burning money. Like I'd have to kind of do a hell of a lot of work.
Yeah.
Like,
but at the same time, you've got 110 million in the bank. It's almost like you've got infinite money. Does it matter? Would you would you want to play like the real big stuff to go, wow, fuck it, I'm going to sit down with Ben CB and European and like relish the experience of it almost, because the result would mean dick.
Would I enjoy that more than say
a 22 pounder on Sky when you got a 30% edge?
Do you want to go and like I'm not like I could go and watch England play in the Caribbean cricket, for example. I could like go and spend some time on like CPFC's like yacht or something. Like there's different ways. Did you spend any beer? Yeah, good. That's good timing. Like,
do you mean his rowing boat in the Irish Channel?
Yeah. I think there's better things I could probably do with my money.
Yeah.
And maybe sort of like, would I buy Crystal Palace if I won the lottery?
Are you a Palace fan?
Got a couple of questions I fired in the chat. It might be good fun to buy Crystal Palace and then just fuck them over. If I had enough money, I think that'd be funny. Just be like, have like an Eamon cam just on his face, and then be like, and that front for Palace, it's like John HHHY and Eli Maffeo with Hendrick in the hole just behind, and have Zaha on the bench, just like watching. Too fucking genius, but with just all the time, just camera on fucking Ames, just like him just getting so depressed. Like I think as well, it'd be like a split cam with Ames, and then also faced on like Zaha, just like, yes, sorry, you're not playing this week. Like,
yeah,
I know you're like done well in training and everything else, and you're rapid, like, but we feel John with his pace behind the back will be better than you.
No. Get the Bates on the right wing instead.
Yeah. John on the left and me on the right, and both of us just eating kebab.
Like you were the Ginsters.
Stop waving, Eamon. Fucking up your club here, son.
Now that will be a good bit of fun with money. Are you a football fan? Do you have a team?
Well, it's fairly obvious. I'm based in Essex, so I'm a Man United fan, obviously.
Well, clearly, obviously.
So when I was about 8 years old or so, something like that.
Yep.
I used to love snooker. Didn't like football. Love snooker. and best mate at the time, Reese, him and his two brothers, his dad, uncle, maybe this big people carrier or something. They used to like go up to Old Trafford, and I sort of joined them to a few games, and yeah, just sort of started supporting Man United because they did basically. And obviously because of the Bakes run good. So I was born in '82, yeah.
Yeah.
So around the time when I was 8, so around the 1990 FA Cup win, Lee Martin, etc. Yeah, that's when I started supporting Man United, and basically it just kicked from there. So
Gotcha.
basically, down to me is why Man United had all the years of success. Just me. I decided to support them and they did really well.
Now I'll explain it, because you see, for me, it's the complete opposite. I'm an Aston Villa fan for like ridiculously tenuous reasons. I mentioned it once on the stream, so like you may have heard this story before, but it was that when I was a kid, I liked football. No one in my family ever liked football, and where I grew up, I was like I was in an area of Surrey which wasn't anywhere like near a big team really. Yeah, I mean, you could argue like closest to Chelsea or something like that, but it was still like completely alien to me. So anyway, I liked football, like went my own way with it, and so I like Liverpool because like Liverpool were like, you know, they were my first team because, oh look, aren't they great? They're winning everything. And then anyway, I then got like a little bit older. And I thought, no. It's like all the kids in my class, they support Liverpool as well. No, I'm going to go my own way. I'm going to be different. I'm an individual. Who's second in the league right now? Aston Villa. Right, that's my team. I'm an Aston Villa fan now. And like absolutely like bullshit tenuous reasons. But that was it. And I made my choice. Again, I was about 8 years old. And yeah, maybe 10, something like that. And yeah, fair enough. I made my choice. I've never seen it, and that was it. It's been downhill ever since. So I'm the complete opposite of you when it comes to sort of picking the team. I'm the run bad man for Aston Villa. In fact, you know what? I'm siding with Mr. PJ. He's been right all along. I say all these years, all this year at least. So, do you ever go and see him now, or like do you kind of go down to some of the London games when they come down your neck of the woods?
No, so when I was younger, I saw them. Went with Reese, and they beat Spurs 4-1. It was, and saw another game where my dad took me, and it was 0-0, and it was a fucking awful game. Then one of our dad's old suppliers, he had 2 season tickets at Old Trafford, like really nice seats. So we, me and him, basically with the guy, he knew that I supported Man United, and so once a year, maybe twice a year, like when he couldn't go, he'd give the tickets to my dad. And yeah, I went to watch. Like the guy was gutted because he couldn't see the Man City game.
Oh, yeah.
Me and Dad drove up that game. That's good. And yeah, it was the one where Johnny Evans got sent off, and United I think lost 6-2. And yeah, it wasn't the best game to watch. Just literally got destroyed. Like for the end of it, it was like kind of half the players sort of stood there, just like watching. Are they going to smash us for any more goals or not? I'm not going to run back. I don't care. Yeah, I remember like half time there was we got some drinks in, and someone mucked. I think 2 people went to the bar at the same time, type thing. So we ended up with some extra drinks. So me and this other guy, well, the guest of the supplier, ended up sort of just having a drink. We'll finish the drinks and then we'll go back. And we were like watching things like. Yeah, Evans just got sent off there, and it's like something like 1 or 2 goals went in before we even got back to our seats. It was just like going back fucking terrible. Like, yeah, I've not been Old Trafford for a while. I don't think I've not gone to any of the London games. Not seen them. I think apart from basically going to Old Trafford. I'm
the opposite. I used to be like a London boy a lot of the time. I've never seen Villa in Birmingham. I've seen them almost every single London ground going though.
Like I don't pretend to be like kind of a ridiculous fan, as it were. Like I watch them, I enjoy them, and anything else, but I'm not like kind of die hard like crazy fan of anything. Like
Yeah.
I've enjoyed like back to the cricket thing, like really like going to watch England and stuff. Like I remember back when I was working at my old job, Ernst and Young, we like there wasn't crazy amounts of hospitality and that kind of thing, but there was some things. So we you've probably been a few times, like been a big Tory. So we went to the Henley Regatta.
I'm not a big Tory.
I'm there.
Goddamn time of rage.
And chatting away with like one of the partners, like effectively like the head of the department, like, and I was used to go on quite well with him. Like he was like just he'd work fucking stupid hours, like fucking beast, like just really clever person, like just but fucking put the hours in, like, and he was like, "Oh Matt, we're going to, there's one of our clients, like Westfield. Basically, our department was real estate, hospitality, construction. So we did some stuff with Westfield like quite a few years ago when they were first getting into the UK market. So it was like, oh, we're going with some of the guys from Westfield. Richard knew that I worked on this client, so he's like, oh, do you want to come with us? We're going to Lords on Saturday for the cricket. Let me think. Would I like to go to watch England play Australia at Lords, corporate hospitality? Like, yeah, Richard, that'd be really good. So like, he sort of turns to his secretary and is like, oh, like, yeah, like one of the managers, whatever, like couldn't go. So, oh, yeah, can you sort it out so Matt can go to that sort of thing? So I was like, I turn up, like, ends up. I think it was like either a tie or it was one of the last over. It was like a ridiculously good game. Like I think at the start England were all over Australia. Then it was how we ran. Like it was to and fro, and it was like just one of the best games to watch. It was fucking brilliant. Like I ended up sitting next to their like finance director, just chatting away with him, like getting on really well. Like, and my thing was, I don't want to sort of chat boring stuff to him. So I was just like, he just recently had a baby, so I was asking about that and so that was brilliant because then I can then like just nip into his office and say, oh, like how's things, how was the weekend with the baby and everything else, and just ask some like just get. It was always a way into his office because he knew me from the cricket and I could ask some nice questions and nice things rather than him thinking like, this cunt's trying to sell me some tax service or sell me some whatever. Like, just like these things, you build a relationship to know someone rather than try and sell them something. And a lot of the people, they turn up and try and like sell them something. I'm like, that's not why he's here on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Like, and there was one of the partners who had to like go off. So he like left like with about 2 overs to go, and literally it was like either side can win this. Like, and I was like, obviously, like, a senior partner can't tell him, what the fuck are you leaving for? Like, you spent all day at the cricket to leave with, like, effectively leave with, like, 20 minutes to go. Like, I'll beat the traffic. Like, yeah, so that was, like, that was a brilliant day out. There was various things, like, with Ernst & Young where, like, you had these brilliant days out and just, like...
Cool.
Just getting...
Matt,
yep.
My old man bladder is not being helped by my drinking of beer, so I need to disappear again just for a moment. However, that does. I'm going to give you two questions for while I'm gone at the very least, because it did lead on. That led on to one of them nicely, which was from the man TK himself. Did want to know who your favourite cricketer was. Fuck knows why.
Okay.
And also the one from RSPCA 12, Dog Bloke Chris. I wanted to know, if you were a plant, which would you be? I'm going to leave that with you, okay?
In the chat?
I don't know
Chris in the chat is a fucking question.
He was in earlier. I saw him earlier, but I'm going to leave you with those two and the chat for a moment. I'll be back very soon. Okay.
Right. So, cricketer like Ben Stokes, just ridiculously good batsman, and like I like guys that make things happen. So with him, it's like just give him the ball and he's just going to fuck like Flintoff. Like when I was younger, we were lads holiday club 1830 watching the Ashes series. Flintoff like just steaming in bowling like that was brilliant. Like I'm sorry we're talking about cricket, Sam. Like that was really good. Like the guys who kind of make things happen. Nick Knight, Fat Bob, sort yourself out, son. Like Ben Stokes, just like commitment to the cause. Like just he's like a winner. Like just he's going to try his hardest and everything else. Like just bat, ball, field, whatever. Like just there's certain guys that do things like Peterson. They make things happen. They'll do things like I think Sam Billings is a good cricketer. He's not my favourite cricketer. I think he has got a lot to offer. Kabaz, like with like if you want someone to make something happen with a ball, you give it to Stokes. Like you put your mortgage on Stokes winning your cricket game. Like there's certain players that just they make things happen. They do it. That's why I'll go with Stokes. I can't remember what the second question was from the old man. In terms of cricketers of all time, like Tendulkar was ridiculous. Like England-wise, like Peterson, Flintoff. Like I remember, like back when I was working at Ernst & Young, like we were there, and it was when Flintoff. So it was when Peterson was scoring the runs in that last day in the Ashes, and it was like literally like just like cricket. So I was like just basically none of us worked that afternoon. We just like went into the pub all together. Like we'd watch some for lunchtime. There's like, we're just gonna stay. Like went back for a bit, sort of like just casually, like don't make a big deal as you close your laptop, put it in your bag, just get there. Jews, you asked me two questions. One was cricket related.
The other one was the other one was the one from a dog bloke, Chris, which was the weird one about if you were a plant, which would you be?
Yeah.
Mad random question, but.
And she said about ivy, and I was like, "Is that because I'm really creepy?" And it wasn't apparently, but that's what I sort of took from what she said. I'd obviously, based on what I look like, I've searched for sort of cute indoor plants. So I'm mainly looking at baby tears. The common name of baby tears elicits the awe reaction, and the myriad of tiny leaves gives character and charm to this easy houseplant. So that's what I feel is kind of like when people look at me, they do go, "Oh."
That's
so that's what I'm going to go with. Yeah.
Yeah, mate. That sounds beautiful. What? Hang on, I'm gonna see if I can find that. What was that called? Baby leaves. What?
Baby tears.
Oh, baby tears. Sorry.
Yeah.
Baby tears.
Plant. So there's some gymnastics questions in the chat.
Gymnastics.
So when I was a youngster, I did gymnastics.
All right. I'm just gonna flip it over. Baby tears, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat. In case you're wondering what on earth Matt was referring to, this is Matt Bates the plant. So there you go. I'll give you baby tears. Anyway, you were saying.
So I did like sort of reasonable standard gymnastics, like quite a few years. One of my claims to fame, I was on You Bet. So for the
Matthew Kelly,
will know
Bruce Forsyth, or Darren Day?
Well, you say Darren Day, I raise you with Eunice Hut, the Jet for Gladiators.
Well, no, I remember we had we had a conversation about this on my stream, because I went to the same gym as her for a while and used to gorp at her from a distance, like post Gladiator days. But no, I mean, who was the host though back then? Because like they all hosted it at some point, didn't they? Maybe Darren Day.
Darren Day was the host, but yeah, when I was there as a 14-year-old boy, I wasn't really spending much time with Darren. I was more spending time with just like
picking your tongue up off the floor.
Yeah, she was there telling a group. I was probably I think there was one of the guys was maybe like 18 or something at the oldest. But basically, a group of teenage boys, and she was going about how awful it is when all these guys sort of leer at her and everything else.
Oh.
And there's us lot, and it was like, yeah, I'm in my leotards. It's kind of like I'm trying to think about the just you're amazing. Just like she was super hot. So yeah, I went on there and got my UBET gold medal, and my mum videoed it.
I'll say that again.
What
you broke up slightly.
Is I could show everyone a video of me on there.
Right.
But what I'd like to now show you is Pride and Prejudice, because she videoed over it by mistake.
Oh dear.
This happened quite a few years ago, and I'm still bitter about it now.
That's rough, man. That is rough. Yeah. I mean, like, can you write to anywhere? You know, have you? I assume you've searched YouTube.
I've tried to, yeah. So
like cute midget child on UBET or something like that.
So my old gym coach was a stunt coordinator.
All right.
And like he basically had like sort of contacts at the TV show, so he must have had his previous gym club. He was on there once or twice, and then with my club, which is South Essex, which is where Max Whitlock's from.
Okay.
Who's like the Olympics and everything. Like my friends is coach. So they our club was on there quite a few times. My old gym coach, he did like lots of random things, like he helped with a video for Smack My Bitch Up. Did some like random bits on there. Did loads of funny things. Well, my favourite story about him was so like obviously we trained when we were young and everything else, and then like grew up sort of thing like adults, and then like some of the lads were still training when they were kind of 18, 20, whatever. I probably stopped gymnastics when I was about 18, 19 or so.
Okay.
I slowed down over the years. My school won British championships and that kind of thing. But me as an instant, like I'd get into the regional squad, like so I'd compete for Eastern Region, but I would never be. I was never close to being in the Great Britain team or anything like that. So
yeah, Ducky as well here. What was your thing? Were you like floor, bars,
it was
rings
like,
in the air, whatever it is?
Like probably parallel bars was probably my like best apparatus, but effectively you'd have like it was a case of being sort of good at everything rather than having a kind of like one of my friends.
I've got to do it, mate. With the parallel bars, did someone have to like lift you up first so you could reach them?
One of my old gym coaches, like he lifted me up onto the horizontal bar, right. And as he lifted me up, I was a bit short, so I sort of did this, and I basically gave him a bloody nose once. Just where he tried to lift me up, and I was like, a bit short, and bang. And obviously he's like trying to be professional, just keep me there, and this, And now, can someone give me a cloth, please, for my nose?
I love it. Iron Pump's asking, can you still do the splits?
I never could. Like, I was never particularly flexible. Like, yeah. So, like, I did when I was younger. I was doing probably 20 hours a week gymnastics, say something like that. But like,
that's pretty significant.
Yeah, it was a reasonable standard. But like one of my friends, like said about different apparatus. Like one of my friends, he was like British rings champion. Like sort of other friends sort of competing for Great Britain and stuff. Like the club back then was sort of okay. You know, obviously, like it's kicked on now, and you've got like Max, like Olympic champion, and everything else. Like, I haven't seen those guys in a while, but like it's still sort of fun to sort of catch up with some of those guys and sort of see how they're doing and stuff. Like,
do you do anything now, sports wise? Do you play any sports? Are you a gym bunny or anything like that?
Well, like obviously during my like 5-minute breaks, I tend to like meditate and that kind of stuff. Like, which people asked that on the forum. I was like, what? Probably get the wife more risky. You were Jesus, like. Yeah.
It feels like a natural question to ask, given where the conversation's gone. But
I know some people are kind of like into the meditation and fitness and all this. Like, I am unhealthy. Like, I should do more stuff and everything else. But like, for ages, this has been kind of like I don't have the time, and you need to like want to do stuff as well.
Yeah,
like,
mate, I won't judge. Honestly, I do fuck all. I really do fuck all. Yeah, like I got a proper running machine and a punch bag set up in our garage, which is like, you know, perfectly pleasant place to be. We've even got fucking Wi-Fi in there, so I could like watch a movie on Netflix, go for a run, something like that. We've got it. I used it once. That is it. The missus uses it, so yeah, it's not completely devoid. So. Like I certainly won't judge you for like doing fuck all. I'm like Olympic level sitting, really good at sitting down. I am. So yeah.
I've just seen a question in the chat. Like, just to give some background, I have two sisters, Helen and Catherine. Catherine's obviously known as Cat. I don't know if anyone's looking at the question in the chat. We have a question from Cat 1975.
Who might just be a relation.
Yeah, could maybe. Like, this is the shit I worry about. Like, it's when I was on the show before on Sky, I was like kind of literally like, don't want to have a question from like Tommy or like any of these people or like my family, and or like Natalie Bromley as well. Like, I know she's going to say something that's really going to fuck me over. So yeah, Friday night. I'm there at work, after work, a few beers. Come home. Mum's got this big garden party with the various teachers. Like, Mum's used to be head teacher. And, trampoline's out there. Like, people sort of milling around the trampoline. Or maybe go and get involved. I was like, get involved, do a bit. Like, I can still do a somersault. I'll be all right. Like, do a somersault, bounce, fall back, kind of like exit the trampoline. Like,
oh dear,
managed to sort of end my feet, but like bashed my back on the back of the, like on the metal part of the trampoline as I sort of came off it. I was like, yeah, I'm all right. Sort of get back up, bounce a bit, trying to look like I'm okay and I'm fine. Yeah, I should go and get a drink inside. Up like, Catherine, my back really fucking hurts. I'm in pain.
Was it A&E time?
It wasn't A&E time, but like fucking hurt. Like, yeah. So back in the day, I was really bad with like breaking bones and stuff. Like, honestly, like
were you like just really accident prone, or were you just gung ho and fearless, or
just like do shit? My bones would break. it was just like. So there was I was.
You heard it here first, Matt Bates,
football.
officially soft.
Yeah. Pop around my house and like attack me with weapons, and my bones will break. There was one instance where I was playing football. I was in goal. And my friend.
They put you in goal. Of all people, they put you in goal. I'm sorry, that shouldn't make me laugh as much as it does, but anyway. Interesting choice.
Friend should have my finger and like break my finger. But what I would do is I would break a bone, but then I'd be like, I'll just leave that for a bit because it'll be okay. Like as if time would miraculously heal things and then it would suddenly be okay. So I'd be like, then get to like end like that happen, say lunchtime. So like after school, we're like, mum's teacher school, we're like, oh mum, like, don't think I can go to gymnastics tonight, like my finger's hurting. And she'd look at me like, oh, we need to go to hospital, like it fucking looks like it's broken. Yeah, probably. I were mucking about and I like punched one of my friends, obviously with some really good boxing technique. I managed to like break a bone like in my hand. Obviously, then it was like kind of. I don't want to say that that's how I've broken it, so I kind of had to like make up some random story to cover the fact of what I'd done. So then I was like, yeah, that I did that. Then broke my thumb. I'd like qualified for Eastern European gymnastics team, like to compete like for Great Britain Championships, and I managed to end of the session. I had to like collect. I was like, I'm gonna jump us the other side of the floor, so you can just walk over to the floor. But no, I just like do a bit of gymnastics, and then like I did like a round off like a move, and then like I timed it wrong, so I was kind of like pulled out what I was doing, and then bounced back, and then landed. But like, the way I put my thumb down, I basically like broke my thumb. Like, but obviously, then you don't want to tell anyone about it because it's a bit silly what you've done. So it's like you just sit in the back of the car crying because it's really fucking hurting. And then
I can only imagine.
Go sit and be like, yeah, this really hurts. Like, so they look at your hand like, yeah, that's massive. Like, you've clearly broken something. Yeah. So when I did my thumb, I've actually got two little marks here from what. So basically, what happened is I broke my thumb,
right,
and then they had a put a plaster cast on it. It was okay, and then they like the next round they were like it's set wrong, so they had to like break it again. And they put like pins into my thumb. So they were like, then when the pins came out, Dad had taken me to hospital. So they're like, they took the cast off, and then they like, I didn't realise they like in my head they had pins in my thumb, so that was like an internal thing.
Right.
So obviously, I was like, with my gym coach and stuff, it was like, well, you can still fucking do some gymnastics. So I'm there doing somersaults and other shit and everything else, and training and doing bits, and I need to keep like doing things. So then they like take this cast off, and then they're like, "You've got these pins sticking out of my thumb." Then I'm suddenly thinking, like, "Fucking hell! I've done all this stuff. Like that. If I'd have knocked that could have really ended up nasty." I passed out. I turned around to my dad, and I was like, "Dad, I'm feeling a bit," and I went to say faint, and then literally I was just like, and then I woke up, and I was on this little like side bed, and they were like. I sort of put my hands the other side and they like ripped these fucking pins out of me. And then they gave me an envelope, so somewhere I've still got them. Like, but they were like, it was decent sized fucking pins that they had in my thumb. To when they reset it, it was nice,
lovely. Well. I don't know whether you're super hard or super soft. I can't make up my mind.
Probably soft, really not.
Fair play. So, like, you know, do you have any hobbies now? Because, like, it sounds like poker was your main hobby and it's become your job. Do you have time for anything else? Do you do anything else?
Poker's a massive thing for me. Like we've got like a small sort of like pool / paddling pool type thing. So I like to do some sort of Olympic swimming type things in there. But like, yeah, part of it's like a lot of stuff I wanted to do, I've not been able to do because of like the COVID shit and everything else.
Yeah.
Like, I enjoy going to stay with Mark and things like, just go there. Then his daughter basically forces me to like run around the house and play games and just do stupid stuff. Like, she's really cool. Like spending time with her, other friends who got kids and stuff. So like doing stuff like that is cool. Eventually, I would like some mini Matt Bateses, which probably be about my height now, but
yeah. Would they be borrowers? Nice. So hang on, I'm just checking back on my list. We're getting to the point of like really random questions now. Oh, actually, yeah, one came in from old James. Don't tell mum, which was like a bit sort of cryptic. And it's just ask Matt what happened at Birmingham SPT. Does that?
Oh, this one's good.
Does that ring any bells?
So, right, back in the day, right, like didn't know DTM. Apart from, he's a robot. Like he's not a real person. They're like back then, like there was probably 17 people on his account. I didn't know, and that's all I knew about him, right? Just like, so I back in, I think I thought I saved it. I'm not sure what year this was. I think this was 2013.
Right.
But it was SBT 110 buying 1 day.
Okay.
Turbo. It's turbo juice. We need to fucking make some action happen, right? That was in my head. I was focused. Like, do you know what I mean? If you haven't got like 6 million big blinds by the end of like level 1, you're doing it wrong. So I was there like, probably, I think I felt like the structure was faster than it maybe actually was. So I'm there, sat and this guy then sits next to me. It was James, DTM. Like, just started chatting to him. I was like, this is weird. This guy who's a robot actually seems like quite a nice guy. Like, he was like, he got there and like he was a bit late because basically he'd played all night. I think hadn't slept and then just fucking rocked up at the thing, like driven from Newcastle to Birmingham. And I was chatting like, and honestly, like when you spend time with someone live, like you get to know them a lot. And the whole time I was in the tournament, I just spent time with the guy and I was like, I know we only spent an orbit together before I busted, but it was a really good orbit. That so basically, right. So most importantly, back in the day, PK used to be on the mic,
right,
and he'd be bantering around everything else, and then so Evil Pingu, like his hand is Jack's since this tournament.
In a good or a bad way? I'm guessing in a bad way because he's saying in the chat here, the MTT that I busted firsthand.
Yes, he busted with Jack and he got in, I don't know how many big blinds we started with, but all of his he got in firsthand with Jacks, and it was a real shock that the other guy had aces.
Was it his first time playing live?
I don't think. Maybe because he's quite young. Like he might have even been underage back then. Like he's only about like
controversy.
Yeah, so like Andy got it in like with Jacks, and the other guy had aces. I'm not sure how everyone played it, but like I don't think there was optimal play there. But yeah, he Jacks and busted. I I had the nut flush blocker, and I remember getting it in.
Oh, those pesky blockers.
Yeah, this Asian girl, and she kind of looked at me really weird, and kind of just like was like confused, and was like, "Oh, cool," and like she had aces and had me absolutely fucking crushed, and then saw my hand, and then she looked even more strangely at me, as in like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And then yeah, like me and Andy and some others spent some good time at the bath the rest of the day, and it was a nice day out. But yeah, it was a good time. It wasn't a long time at the poker. Like back then though, like fucking tournaments were easy. Like, so do you know who won that tournament? I'll ask the chat. Does anyone know who won the Birmingham SBT £110 back then?
Was it Mr. PJ? Oh,
close. It was Mr. PJ, but not the PJ you're saying about.
Ooh.
Initials PJ? Anyone? Going once, going twice. He has a diary on the forum. He mows a lot.
Oh, I know, but I don't feel I should share. Oh, yeah, Mr. Paul Jackson.
Yeah, Jack got first, and then second.
Yeah, live confirmed soft.
Second's another friend of mine, Rogue Cell.
Ah, okay.
Gardner. Like, there was a picture that was shown on the forum, and honestly, I was admiring her cards and her play, but the way it looked, it was as if I was admiring something else of Claire's, like
other attributes.
Yeah, and you won't mind me saying she's got lovely attributes. And yeah, the picture was a thing like me, like with beer in hand, just kind of like leering. Yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, you can always come back with the excuse that you're only about as tall as the average attributes. So you know they're always like about eye level for you. So it's not your fault, really.
Oh, Jack, like I say, won it, but they chopped it up. Yeah, I think they did chop it, and then like, was it a flip for the trophy or something? Or
okay,
I'm not sure. Yeah, there's been some.
Well, that was well before my time. In the Sky Streets. All right, more random questions then. Here's another particularly odd one from Eamon Palace, CPFC, and it was give up poker or lose a finger.
Like,
and let's say it's not one of your important mouse clicking fingers. All right, let's say it's not one of those ones.
Is he still in the chat, or is he like gone to tend to the yacht? Like, am I? Do I get any monetary? Do I get anything for losing the finger?
Yeah, you get to keep playing poker. I think that's the point.
Yeah, it felt like I guess I could lose a pinky, like just.
Yeah, I mean, he's there in the chat. I mean, like CPFC, when you asked that question, did you have a specific finger in mind? Is Matt allowed to choose the finger he loses?
Yeah, I think I'd lose a little finger to be able to keep playing poker. Like,
I like that from Barrett. Yeah, how's Matt going to be able to count to 10 in MTTs when he's only got 9 fingers? Is that it? Is that Bates solver here?
No, it's got to be a thumb. Like,
ooh, controversial. He didn't initially state thumb.
Yeah.
Is thumb even a finger technically?
I feel he's moving the goalpost based on the fact of me saying I was going to buy his club and fuck it over. I feel he's trying to get that.
Actually, I'm sorry, slight tangent really, but question for Eamon. I mean, I know he lives in Ireland. I'm assuming he is an Irish lad. And if so, like, how come Palace? How come Crystal Palace?
I'll let you ask Eamon some questions, and I'll snip to the loo.
That sounds perfect. So yeah, Eamon, if
Sky Poker logo, give me a sponsorship deal.
Fuck you! I'm the one who does the streaming. Yeah. So if you're there, CPFC 2010, like why Palace? I thought like most of you Irish guys, it was either like Man United or Celtic, one or t'other. But maybe I'm getting that well wrong. Okay. You have an Irish passport. Was actually born in London to Irish parents. I will let you off. Fatball Breck was asking, does Sky Poker sponsor any players at all? Well, certainly not at the moment. They don't. I think they. I've only been like knocking around the place since 2017. I think back in the day they did. They did have some official pros. Maybe Julian Thew, Wayne Rideout. That's. Oh yes, of course. Yeah, there's Neil Channing. Yes, I forget Neil Channing is the official Sky Poker ambassador. Yeah, Melty says, yeah, he's not exactly a player. No, I think the best in the world to Neil, he's a professional gambler. He's more of a like punter, bookmaker than a poker player, really. I know he had his moment of glory, which was the Irish Open. What was that, 2009 or something? But no, they don't really sort of sponsor anyone. In fact, they don't really seem to do very much at all by way of marketing and trying to grow their brand or their player base. I kind of wonder if I know they used to have a TV channel, and I kind of feel that they sort of filled up the boat on the back of that, and then that closed, and they kind of stopped trying, and they just keep their fingers crossed that enough punters make their way over from Sky Bet. But yeah, that's it. Kada saying Channing wrecked me in the major a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is a place to sort of discuss these kind of things. Is Neil Channing any good in 2020? I railed him a little bit, and have certainly found myself scratching my head at some of his choices. But then, I'm just some like tragic old nitfish who doesn't really know very much about tournaments. So what the hell do I know? But yeah, is he any good? Is he plus EV in these days? Who knows? Daki says he used to be a player. Can't imagine he'd be good now. Aye. You'd have a stroke watching me play. Ashram saying they should bring the TV show back. Always enjoyed watching Cara Scott, the blonde, and the other blonde lady. I think two things with that. I think one, I don't think that Sky Poker in itself generates anywhere near the revenue required to support a TV show, even though obviously it's a good thing for growth. But I think secondly, there's some seriously tricky regulatory issues that they sort of can't get around. Smart saying they could make a Twitch channel. I do believe I did a search. There is a Twitch channel called Sky Poker. There's like nothing on it. There's like 11 followers. So I don't know if they've like at least bagged the name. But I kind of feel that with Sky, it feels like ever since the Stars takeover, which then probably got muddied again when Flutter took over Stars. But ever since that happened, it seems to me, with no real rhyme nor reason to this, looking from the outside in, that they've been existing in this world of uncertainty. And in terms of pushing forward, innovating their marketing strategy, it feels like they've been like completely hamstrung, like handcuffed and stuck in purgatory and left to just kind of keep doing the same thing. But I hope at least that the much talked about new software will kind of herald a new era in Sky, whatever that is. Hopefully it's a positive one for all of us who love Sky for how it is, but I hope that it sort of heralds a new era, draws a line under where they've been so far, but then gives Sam, Mark, and whoever else is ultimately still running the place the freedom to do whatever they see fit to grow the brand. And, you know, maybe things like that will become part of it, an official Sky Twitch channel or what have you. I don't know. Hope so.
So just in terms of that stuff, like, part of the problem is you had Sky knowing they've got shit software, trying to do something about it, and then literally from nowhere, Stars were like, "We're going to buy you."
Yeah.
So, oh shit! Like, what do we do here? Like, are we going to like? If you're going to, it's known Star software is the bollocks. It's the best.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff about it is shit. Like, and there's some like since it was sold, like there's issues, but the software is just the dog's bollocks. Is like the best, without doubt. So they're looking at, for them comparatively, they're looking at spending lots of money on this new software. Like how they were going to do it, whatever, like whether it was improving what they've got. Probably with them, it would be starting again, maybe from scratch might be better. It could be buying someone else's. Like, however you want to do it, it's a lot of money. So they're trying to do that. Obviously, why would you when you potentially can just go, all right, well, we'll have a copy of the best. That'd be fine. Or even they could be in a situation where the Full Tilt software, say for example.
I love the old Full Tilt software. Like, surely it's on the shelf somewhere. Dust it off, give it a quick upgrade for Windows 10.
Like, there's this fucking thing that's there. Well, let's just give it to them. So like all that stuff's available. So they're not going to bother spending loads of money and time to do like spend money on something that's then going to be got rid of. So that paused it.
Right.
Then you had the Flutter takeover, which isn't talked about loads, but obviously Flutter like then got involved as well. So it's like all these things happening, and it's like everything takes time. So you've got the guys at Sky kind of stuck a bit with what do we do, what's happening. Like, I'm sure I've not spoke to, like I have spoke to over the years to these guys lots, but I haven't spoken to them about the software stuff for ages. Generally, it's kind of SBCs is a good chance to sort of chat to them a bit, like have a few beers and find out a few bits of information. But I haven't done that. Like, I honestly, I don't have secret information. Like, they, like, for them, it was a big thing in terms of you bought by this other company. What's happening? Like, are they job safe? Are they just going to be like you've got effectively like Sam, the head of Sky Poker, James, basically in charge day to day, just like doing it all. Are they suddenly going to be like just left to it? Are they suddenly going to be part of this bigger team and sort of no one? Like, just they don't really know what's going on. Like, what? Less of that, Barrett. Calm down, son. We met live and we got on well, all right? And now you come up with this stuff.
Actually, I must say, from Barrett's post there, saying if Sky allowed people to pay £1 to make Matt Bates have one big blind less in an MTT, they'd be rich. I mean, that's very true, but I mean, that's fucking shitty value, because I think your ABI, when we looked at your graph earlier, was about 17 quid. So given that he starts with, say, 100 big blinds, that's appalling value. Just for the record. So I don't think. I mean, like Sky's got some idiot punters, but I don't think there's enough people who are that stupid. In all fairness,
I think there's enough people that hate me.
Actually, oh no, that is a good point. Yeah, I suppose if there was like a club together thing, that's maybe the point I'm missing. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. All right, no, good point.
Yeah, the whole thing with software, like, and so like, they're not really sure what's going on, like both in terms of the overall owners, because Sky Poker is so small as part of the overall thing, and like, like, Barrett obviously wasn't here at the start, so he missed when I was saying earlier about Sky Betting and Gaming Group was bought because of Sky Bet. The fact they've got a bingo thing and a poker thing, like, no, they didn't fucking care. Stars wanted Sky Bet. Like, they didn't go, like, they weren't going, hey, that Sky Poker part of the world market, that's the bit we're missing out on. That's what will really work for us. Like, they didn't care. It didn't matter. Like, it wasn't of any relevance. Like, they literally like, we want to do betting. Like, we've got Stars Bet, and it's like, shit. We want a big betting thing. So and like Sky Bet, especially, we like their sponsorship of the football and that kind of thing. That they're a big player. We want them. And like, for us, it's really important. I want to, like, Sky Poker's my livelihood. I want to know what's going on and everything else. But from their point of view, like, they don't care. It doesn't matter. Like, they're just like, at some point we'll do something with the software or won't.
I remember not too long back getting a survey through from them, an email survey, maybe, I don't know, 6 to 12 months back, and all of the questions were sort of like, it was all loaded about, why do you play on Sky Poker and not other sites? And it was like every single opportunity I had, like, UK only players, and it's got a forum. Like, every single question, like, any time I had an option to fill in something, UK only players, and it's got a forum. And that was it.
I've got my answer, and I've cut and paste my answer.
Yeah.
Like, option to paste.
But I mean, I know we're kind of we're going back over a sort of ground we've already covered now on the stream tonight. But like I say, it seems to me that TK knows more than he's allowed to say at the moment. But from the snippets you get, it sounds like new software is actually properly imminent, as opposed to the talk a few years back, which I remember pre-Stars takeover, which is, there's work behind the scenes happening. It sounds like it's way further forward than that.
With that, the problem we had is they were quite open about things, and it fucked them over, because effectively it was like when you're doing these things, like, you don't know just by the nature, you don't know what's unforeseen. So therefore, if you're thinking it's quite close, and then you suddenly run into problems, that's what happened. Or can happen. So therefore, if you're on the forum going, we should be finding, like, if you're reporting to management saying we think the software should be sorted in 3 weeks, 3 months, whatever, that's fine. If you're reporting on the forum, some bright sparks in me there going after like 3 weeks, 3 months. Oh, you said it would be here, and why isn't it? Like, and it's like, well, like.
But I was going to say this came up in the chat earlier as well. I think also from Evil Pingu saying that apparently Adobe Air is getting. I know nothing of this, but people have been saying Adobe Air is getting binned basically at the end of the year. Yeah, and given that the client runs on Adobe Air, does that mean Sky got a proper deadline?
From the stuff that TK's saying and everything else, like, something good's going to happen. Like,
Well,
I'm not.
I wouldn't necessarily say something is going to happen. I'll reserve judgment on the word good.
Like before,
I'm hopeful.
I was worried about stuff, and it's like, from my point of view, I'm like, well, got listen. I think you showed it, the escape, and like nice results on stars and everything else, but like, I haven't properly played in stars for fucking years.
Yeah.
So when I had a full-time job, it was kind of like, well, that's like, if my results aren't as good, it doesn't matter as much. Whereas like when it's like just your thing, you're like, well, fucking hell, like I want to make sure I can still make some money. Like, so now I'm just kind of reasonably confident, as it were,
Yeah.
that like something okay will happen with Sky.
Completely agree with you, for what it's worth.
But at different times, it's been like not sure, and TK's like, you're not sure what TK's saying. It's like,
So just out of interest, then, Matt, say, I don't know what the worst case scenario is, but in my mind, the worst case scenario is, you know, I know Sky announced tomorrow that you know, they're merging into the Stars player pool. So essentially, Sky ceases to exist, and
yeah.
you know, yeah. That basically means it ceases to exist. So if that happened, what would Matt Bates do? Where do you think you would focus your grind and your energies? What sites would be your
Stars
your
as a
first
site
stop?
doesn't appeal. So I think it'd be like GG or like
Unibet? Would that be one for you? Like Unibet and iPoker, they're smaller fields. I don't know if they'd be up your street.
So basically, you've got GG. I think the game's the best, and I think they're fucking awful with like. I don't know if you've seen the recent thing, right? So I don't like bum hunting and that kind of thing, like as cash wise, and on Sky it's really bad. Like, so in terms of
mate, no, just don't ever play cash poker then.
Just like
don't play cash poker of any kind, because bum hunting is just such a part of it.
But it's I just think it's like the way you do it. Be a bit more tactful. Like,
yeah. There's some stuff I hate, like seat swapping, like where it's so fucking blatant. But
yeah, sorry. And it's like it's so predatory and it's so bad. And I just think like just have more class about what you're doing. But I think the problem is you've got regs that are just not winning enough.
Yeah.
So therefore they're so kind of like just musk at every edge.
Yeah.
And I think part of the problem is you've got people winning money at the game, but not winning enough money at the game. So therefore, to win enough at the game, they're kind of like having to do these things. That makes sense. So it's like kind of they want to earn like $3,000 a month playing.
Yeah.
And the only way they can do that is to like do all these things. And then you also get kind of people who want to make some extra money, like won't name the player. People who know me know I hate the cunt. He will button you on spins tables. He will like immediately sit out but stay at the table.
Yeah.
Until the fish comes back and then play and everything else. And I call him out on it but this is a good thing for me. Why wouldn't I do what's best for me? And I'm like, well, but the guy that you're doing it to, are they really thinking like this is great? Like I'll come back and play.
Yeah.
Like
yeah, I mean, like recreational players aren't thick. You know, they can see this shit going on. They know
How
them.
have they got their money? How have they got their money? Like they're not just like, maybe they've just been like given loads of money for nothing, but probably. I've got some battery issues. Probably they've like earned some money because they're fucking clever. So they're going to get annoyed if you're cunting them off.
Of course, yeah.
So like, don't be a cuntbag. Do stop.
Couldn't agree more.
Like,
it's like, you know, that is almost like that's less than one step removed, as far as I'm concerned, for people who are just like outright the most extreme idiots. And it staggers me that regs do this, that literally berate fish in the chat for playing badly and being fish. It's like, how thick do you have to be, especially if it's your livelihood? It's like owning a shop and, you know, opening the doors and your best customer walks in and you call him a dickhead the moment he steps in your shop. It's like, how thick are you?
Really? And that price for that, Dave, you fucking knob.
Yeah, exactly. But
like,
yeah,
well, like, we've had it like at times, like someone else questioned as well, like I think it was Golden actually, sort of for once said something sensible on the forum. Like, it shocked me a little bit.
Good Lord.
About have I ever like said something bad in the chat? Like, I will do the kind of nice hand thing at times when I'm like, I don't mean nice hand, I mean, what the fuck were you doing? But like at times you just get a bit like, it's just kind of a stress release, and you're kind of like, well, what were you doing, you prick? But like, you just say it. Like, I've had it. People have given me shit before because like, Mark's better now, but Mark back in the day was like bad with like saying shit to like people, and it was like they never got me about it, and it'd be like, well, yeah, he, the bad man said something bad to you, like fucking chill out, like just
for fuck's sake, Matt, keep your friend in check, will you?
like that's what I've been told. I was like, yeah, the bad man says something bad to you, like fucking calm down. Like, if the bad man says something bad to you, say something to the bad man. Don't like have a go at me because he said like, just like, and with as well, it's like, well, is he saying something because he's annoyed, or is he saying something to actually annoy you and make you just seem more stupid? Like, people do stuff in chat, like, like. I've had it where like, one of the top regs is like said stuff and everything else, and it's like, well, I think he's just baiting you to try and make you sit his games. Like,
yeah, now that I'm fine with. Yeah, I'm fine with like, I just
reg
reg on reg banter, or just, you know, outright sort of flaming, whatever it is. I don't know, like if you think you're a good reg and you think so-and-so is a shit reg, and you're like getting heads up for rolls or something, whatever. You know, I'm fine with that. But you know, the people who are the proper lifeblood of the game, the proper donators, the whales that we all need, or like all of us need, that want to try and make some money out of poker one way or t'other. Yeah, the people that berate them and angle them so hard that it's just so like insultingly blatant. Yeah, they can just fucking do one.
Said about like, I think that's one thing that is the nit regs. Like, those are the ones I think annoy me the most.
I'll get me a coat.
Like, honestly, like, it just, you're playing a spins table and then it's like, you've got these guys and it's just like, so, like, honestly, like, when, like, he's my boy, like, friend, Congo, when Congo's looking at these guys going, fucking hell, you're playing a bit tight, son. Like, do you know what I mean? And it's just like,
oh, Conga, bless him. You know, like, I've probably played like more hands against Conga than anyone else. And like, yeah, if Conga ever check raises me on a river, I instantly shit myself and turbo muck second nuts as quick as possible.
can't remember. What's his name? He did a diary. Hamza.
Oh, yes. There are some interesting hands in that diary of his.
There's a couple of good stories with him. So one was his mate was deep in Maine, I think it was, on maybe a Sunday Maine or a UCOPS Maine or something big. And like, poor guy, right? He got deep in this Maine.
Yeah.
And he felt quite anxious. And because he felt like this, Hamza had to take over for him.
Ooh.
Because, honestly, there was a lot of money involved, and he felt really bad and everything else. It's like, poor guy. So, Hamza took over, and then there was some tweets or Facebook posts, I can't remember which it was, where, hey, I just got, I can't remember if he won it or second or third, wherever it was, in the thing by Hamza, which were then deleted.
Oh.
And then it was like...
face palms all round.
Yeah. Schoolboy 1 or Schoolboy something, like Pingu's mentioned it. And, so, basically, it was okay because the guy struggled a bit and then let someone else play for him. I'm like, this stuff happens, right? Definitely happens, 100%.
Yeah. We know
I can tell the world, you've just won how many thousand. Keep it to your fucking self. Don't go, hey, I did it. I did it, and no one so that happened. And then obviously he's got his diary. His diary, to be fair, was fairly like Mr. PJ's with a kind of, and then I peeled the small blind with 3-7 off, and then I got really unlucky.
Yeah.
With hand histories, I'm like, if you do something completely dumb pre,
yeah,
or you've got less than 10 bigs, I just don't care.
Yeah.
I had 4 bigs and I got unlucky. Well, the guy was pricing's cooler than he had, and therefore, he won a 70-30 or whatever it was. Doesn't matter. It's stupid. Yeah, Ham's thing, he managed, I think there was enough rake paid basically, so it was okay.
Yeah, he survived on rake back. He took quite a long break, but he seems to be back playing quite high volume again. Might be the whole lockdown thing and the COVID situation, but I don't play as much as I used to. I battled Hamza a bit.
You saying you still play?
Sorry?
You saying you still play?
I'm saying I still play. Did you say?
Yeah, I just thought you retired. I didn't realise you still played poker.
Well, I do. Yeah. Well, every Monday I table some low stakes tournaments, which is about it at the moment.
You can turn this on its head and do some questions for Jews. How's the challenge going?
How is the challenge going? Well, let's just say I had to make a deposit before I started today. I started my challenge at the beginning of July with £500 in my account. I actually withdrew. I would normally have a thing. I'd start each month with £1,000 in my account, and at the end of the month, there would normally be more than £1,000 in my account, and whatever was left, I would take it out as pocket money, something like that. But my enthusiasm had been steadily waning, and I thought, do you know what? I'll start some publicly stated challenge on the forum, clutching at straws to try and have me get my grind back. Because there was a time that I used to. People may not believe it. There was a time I used to manage to put in levels of volume that the Matt Bateses and the Don't Tell Mums of this world even would have been, would have doffed their hat to.
You can beat me for grinding, but no one can beat fucking DTM. DTM's grind ethic,
No. Well,
I'd like to see some evidence of this. James is my boy. That guy just fucking grinds.
No, I know, mate. I will never ever claim to be able to sort of match that man. Certainly on a consistent like longevity of grind. I know he's kind of like either retired from poker or does other things now. But all I will say is that I used to play a lot of Zoom. There was a period where I would sit down and I would 8 table Zoom for 12 hours straight, which gets you in excess of 20,000 hands a day. Now, look, don't get me wrong, fucking played shit, and it's a stupid way to play poker. You don't improve, and you play bad poker. But you know, I have previously, you know, had like got literally millions and millions of badly played hands of poker under my belt. So, you know, I've had periods. You know, I used to be a proper good grinder, and when I first went to Sky, you know, like every month, you know, priority. I mean, like, you know, not like your 30,000 points a month kind of stuff, but bashing my microphone. I used to sort of, you know, actually put in some volume. I appear to be like beyond help and old and past it, and who knows what now. So yeah, I started the challenge in July as like clinging at straws, like something to help me get my grind mojo back in some way, because I'm really good now, despite having the time to grind, finding any fucking excuse not to. Streaming being part of it. Oh, brilliant. I've got an excuse to spend 8 hours fucking about making an overlay look nice for no real reason or improvement. So yeah, I started the challenge, if you like. Thought, right, you know, I'll take out money from my account. So I'm starting at a point where I actually, you know, I'm going to be restricted in what I can play. So I'm going to be incentivized to like maybe grind hard to at least get myself back up to a 4-figure amount in my account. That makes me feel much freer to, you know, at least pump the main event every night. Cash games, like mostly of my choosing, at least at the lower level. Yeah, that didn't really work. I sort of ran like shit at the start, which was really annoying because like the previous month or so, I played like a small amount of cash, but I was running like, I was running well. You know, I like played, I don't know, can't keep track, which frustrates me on Sky, but you know, I might have played like 10,000 hands or something of 20 NL and made 40 binds or something silly. So like, I was coming into it from the back of that. And yeah, so it started like, I ran like shit. I'm probably in the middle, albeit on like ridiculous volume and what have you. I'm like getting close to my worst ever tournament downswing in the middle of all of this as well. And it's just like my enthusiasm to grind was already really fucking low. And that has sent it even lower. And then at the start of August, you know, I at least thought, well, you know, I'll fuck off. I'll fuck off the MTTs or keep that volume real low. I'll just, you know, try and build up my small roll from some low stakes cash. Like, oh, terrific! There's a rate craze. That always makes the games great. So you know, that was like the nail in the coffin for my enthusiasm. And yeah, so to the point where before the stream started tonight, my £500 had dwindled down to £104, and I had put a few £100 back in the account just to allow me to sit 20 NL and be able to rebuy a bit. So the challenge has gone fucking dreadfully, which is, you know, why there's been no updates. There's been like nothing to update really, like ridiculously tragic volume, and I'm just a recreational fish these days. But you know, I'm becoming internet famous. I've reached a new record on my stream tonight for viewers. Joey Ingram is shitting himself now he's seen my first ever podcast. That's for sure.
What was the? Can we have some numbers? What was the peak viewers for tonight?
I don't know exactly. I won't know for sure until I stop the stream and I get a stream summary from Twitch at the end of every stream. But I got, you know, we've been well into the 80s. We may have touched 90 or 90 plus even. And prior to that, at least, my record number of viewers was, I will exclude the previous Monday actually, because last Monday, right at the end of my stream, I got a raid, smallish, 36 viewer raid from Adam Yid, which technically put me up to a sort of a record. But I will say that's about my only raid. So on a non-raid basis, My previous record number of viewers was 58. So I have well and truly exceeded that. Obviously, it's just down to what a personable chap I am. Nothing to do with having some strange hobbit on the stream.
Just so you're aware, my family was interested that I was doing this tonight.
Oh.
My mum saw the picture, and she has asked some contact details so she can speak to you. She wasn't amused about the picture of me.
Oh, what you
Yeah.
Well,
she will find you in a classroom.
Mrs. Bates, I sincerely apologise for in insulting you. I will say, in my defence, that picture came. In fact, I had that on my. I actually had that already on my computer from a forum post from some time back. And I will say to Mrs. Bates, who may not fully understand the world of poker, I used it to describe you as a GTO Jedi, hence putting your face upon the ultimate Jedi Master Yoda, and describing a poker player as a GTO Jedi is actually a serious compliment upon that poker player's abilities in the game. If anyone ever described me as like the Yoda of poker, I'd be pretty made up. So I will say that. It was not a slight on the height of Matt Bates, that is for sure. Can I stop digging now?
I'm basically known as the Golden Child.
Okay.
So
actually, no, it's funny. I got nicknamed Golden Balls in my family. So, but anyway, do go on.
Do you want to elaborate on that? Is there some kind of like?
I don't know. It was to do like they
you're sort of like around the town. You're just the man, or like.
No. I don't know why they used the balls bit, but it was generally they thought I was a fortunate person, should we say, a lucky fucker, if you like. Yeah. I mean,
you see the chat. You can see from my sister, Matthew is the Golden Child. According to Mum, she will hunt you down. Like, we need you to be aware. Like, you may get killed. Like,
does your mother have a particular set of skills?
She does, yes. Anyone who messes with a Golden Child, she will kill.
Well, guys, I would like to tonight announce my retirement from Twitch and the public eye generally. I am moving to a very obscure country. First thing tomorrow morning. I will say no more. Yeah, I'm now officially afraid of Matt's mum.
I would be. There was someone with the alias of Matt's mum.
Yes, yeah, I have seen that.
Do you go on 2+2 or?
Yeah, I'm a regular lurker there. Like an extremely rare poster.
They put a thread on 2+2 because, like, for no reason, they just got their account banned and like just Sky were outrageous and it was really bad. And just, like, they also posted it on one of the Facebook groups. Like,
okay.
I saw the thing. I was like, it's a bit weird. Like, I'm not saying Sky Sport are brilliant, but generally, like, they're not. They don't do anything too ridiculous. So, yeah, he was asked what his name was, and then he said what his name was, and then like they then blocked his account because he got his name wrong. I was just a bit like, just sounds a bit weird. Like, how have you got your like? It's your name. It's not like it's a password, and so he was in the middle of a session and then like got that details wrong. So it was a bit weird.
And then it turned out that it sounded like, he ended up on live chat and was a complete outrageous arsehole to whoever he was talking to, from what I can tell. Right. Yeah, because that goes a long way in getting problems resolved.
like James, like I like he was aware of the thing, so then
Okay.
he went on there like, yeah, you were a complete cunt on live chat to someone, so that's why your account got banned.
That was Sky James, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And everyone, he was like, oh, well, I don't know if you're a Sky info. I don't know why you're saying these private details. And but potentially, I think James maybe shouldn't have said what he said. But it's like, well,
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember that coming out, and then like someone like Boba Fett or something, like one of the mods from 2+2, just going, "Oh, what a surprise!"
Yeah, it was just like, then like, why would Sky want to ban you for no reason?
Yeah,
like
you like, and it's not because like you made a typo when filling your name in.
Like GG, for example, yeah. I know they're doing their funny thing with like, winning. Is it a winning players thing? Are they banning people because of like predatory things, whatever else? So there's some kind of grey areas there. Like with Sky, honestly, like I've had things where I've spoke to the chat and they've done like wrong things. Effectively, like I've asked for bubble insurance and they've not understood it and whatever else. So then I've like just gone to James or Sam and they've sorted it out for me and they're like, "Oh, sorry about that." But to ban someone is quite a big thing. So they're not just going to do it for fun. But if you're a fucking like, if you're rude to like random chat person who's just doing their job, well, like I know it's frustrating, and like the guy was in a session and whatever else, and they're asking for details and stuff. But why are they asking for it? What's like? There's no smoke without fire. There's something that's going on behind the background, like, and just like, yeah, they just banned me for no reason. Oh, it was because you're a complete fucking dick. So like, fucking Dave was just asking a couple of questions like, "What's your name?" and you got it wrong.
I couldn't agree more. There's so many threads like that on 2+2 though, that start with, "I've been banned from X, Y, or Z poker place," and you drill down into it, and it's like, yeah, well, ultimately it turns out that you were multi-accounting, and that's not allowed. Yeah, or
I deposited from my mate's card. Like, why have you why have you done that?
Yeah.
I just did this thing, which is against our terms and conditions, and well, that's why they've got these conditions. Like, these are the rules, and you've done something against those rules, so therefore they've said, well, no, you can't do that. Like,
yeah, precisely. I did see that. I do like 2+2, but it depresses me slightly. It's just such a miserable place. Like it's just all doom and gloom for the future.
I'm going to start a thread about this thing, which someone's already started a thread about, and there's been lots of discussion on this. Like, well, like, who is the best World Series Poker main event winner? Why don't you put one of the 412 posts that already discussed this topic? Like,
and everyone knows the answer is Jamie Gold, so discussion closed.
He was the best bluffer.
Yeah.
There was him. Who was the guy who kissed the picture of his family? He was fucking good.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you that.
Anyone in the chat?
Who kissed the picture?
Oh no, come on, man. Yang. There was this guy, and he had this picture of his family, and he'd be like, "Jesus Christ, love," and like all this like just religious shit and everything else. Like, what? Yang. Jerry Yang.
Ah, yeah. I like. Oh, Super Ollie's in the chat. I thought the best was Mr. PJ, just always unlucky. Oh, can you imagine Mr. PJ bad beat story? Yeah, like so. Yeah, I'd been gifted a seat to the World Series main event. Anyway, first hand under the gun opens, and I overcall on the button with 7-2 off, and ...
Yeah.
And the flop comes, and it's so unfair. Oh, you're right, mate.
Yeah. Screen was balanced. It was. I'm trying to charge and balance.
Nice one. And look, how much longer do you want to keep going? Because I mean, this is quite impressive. You and I have been nattering for 5 hours and 38 minutes now. Believe it or not.
There's a couple of questions. I think we'll fire through, and then people want to carry on. We'll carry on. If people want me to leave, we'll leave. Where was?
Fat Bob Records says, "You lads are still going. Go on, lads." Well, I mean, I'm cool. I'm cool. I do still have a few sort of like random questions here as well, which have yet to be addressed in the general direction of Matt Bates. I mean, I'll come to them. We're slightly scraping the barrel here. I've got the favourite ... section now. So I've got.
Okay.
So we'll do them. Favourite movie.
I didn't spend much time on these ones. Like, I tend to like a lot of old shit. So, you aware of Coming to America?
I love Coming to America. I was curious, like, what does Matt mean by old shit? Is he about to say like Gone with the Wind or like Al Jolson in The Jazz Singer? It's like, 80s? That's not old. But I think we're old.
What's your favourite line from Coming to America?
Oh,
if my sister's still here, she'll know the line. She'll.
My favourite line from Coming to America, and this is just because I was like a mischievous little boy. It's like, the royal penis is clean. If you remember that bit.
That's the one. Yes.
Is that the one?
Fucking silly. Yeah. The royal penis is clean, Your Highness.
Good man.
Oh, so Cash just mentioned Bellums and Broomsticks.
Right.
Obviously, starring in that was Angela Lansbury, star of
Murder, She Wrote.
Murder, She Wrote. Brilliant.
Yeah.
So, big fan, going from sort of films. So, Murder, She Wrote, brilliant.
Yep.
Diagnosis Murder, brilliant.
With both the Van Dykes.
Like, my favourite episode is the one where he appears as about 17 characters in the, like, basically he dresses up as a woman and like as about 3 or 4 brothers in the thing, like just.
Which was Dick Van Dyke, the older one, the Dr. Mark Sloan.
Yeah. Dick Van Dyke appears as about like 8 different characters in the same thing, just like one of whom's a woman, just like with this like really ugly like fake like.
I can't say I recall that specific one, but yeah, a lot of fondness for that. So what else? I've got favourite actor on the list while we're in that sort of area, or actress, obviously.
So we do me and the lads. So with my old school friends, we've got one of the guys lives in Hong Kong now. Another one in Australia, some sort of UK based ones, and we. Since lockdown, we've been doing like a weekly Zoom thing.
Cool.
And so before we started doing like quizzes that we'd sort of effectively whack on PowerPoint, do our own quiz. And then since then, we've been going on Kahoot, and obviously you got the quizzes on there. So it'd be like trying to different ones, and we probably do like, let's say like 20 questions on average. So we do like quite a few throughout the thing, just like chatting away like during it and stuff. And there was like just doing like different quizzes. It's like just a good bit of banter and that kind of thing. And the recent one was Nicolas Cage. My friend for some reason was like, "Yo, we did Nicolas Cage." Somehow I fucking won the quiz, and I'm like, I literally know fuck all about Nicolas Cage. Like, just knowledge, but like this week I was like, I won it. Like throughout all the weeks when we've done the quizzes, like my general knowledge about like random like geography or like, all these other things. Like, well, I know about 3 betting ranges, but I'm not really that good on like geographical monuments or whatever else. So like most time it's like I just finished last, and I'm kind of like, well, chat to the boys, I've had fun, but I was like, just get it wrong. And it's like something like Nicolas Cage, like. So this week I won Nicolas Cage. I got first, and like it was like 1990 wrestlers, and it was a picture of wrestlers. Like basically, it was like all these ones on Coot. It's like either like true or false or like ABCD.
Got ya.
Like I did.
So you can know nothing but run well.
It was
like in
perfect.
poker.
I was 8, and I had perfect game. Rest of the one, I was like winning. Just yeah. So in terms of famous actors, like
confirm luck box.
Not really sure. I don't really know who my favourite actor is.
Oh,
like,
alas! By the way, sorry, something has finally arrived.
I fucking hours ago.
Hey guys, good night. Well, nice to see you, mate. Nice to see you.
Yeah. So quick story about that little lad. Probably I told you this one. So about 3 weeks ago, say, everyone thought it'd be funny to slow roll on stream. Yeah, he knows the story. So,
why does Matt's connection always fail when he has aces?
3-bet, 4-bet, and then he like sticks it all in, and I'm like, this will be hilarious because he watches the stream, so he'll find it funny that I'm slow rolling him, and then do it, and then like mention in the chat, and then like got all like funny with me. I was like, just like. I thought it was funny, but like, is he now angry at me? Like, then we were both deep in the main, and I had a spot to slow roll him with aces, and I didn't because I was like, I think he might be angry at me and everything else, and then like I find out he found it hilarious. I was like, fuck's sake, like 20 left or something in the main, I could have fucking slow rolled him, but didn't. We can't all be as pretty as you, Destiny. That's why. That's why I'm short and fat.
You have a very, very generous definition of pretty. I will say that, Matt.
Yeah.
And 4-bit range only consists of aces. Oh. How'd it go tonight, mate? Did you have a tough time spewing it off everywhere? Okay, so did we not quite manage to get a best actor or actress answer?
Yeah, I only feel there's like.
We could just say the lady that cleans the royal penis, whoever she is.
I'm gonna go with Dwayne Johnson, The Rock.
The Rock is cooking. Fair, good choice. You you can't not love The Rock. All right, so. Next on my favourite ... list is a favourite meal or favourite food.
Right, so like people name well. So we had like when Catherine was 18 or so, 19. One of our family, like, well, a guy at the time that Catherine knew, who was a waiter at the Indian restaurant. He basically bought a restaurant. Well, so bought a shop and turned it into a restaurant, and like is like a really good like family friend now. But he sold the restaurant like probably a year or like similar-ish times when Dad sold, like or sold the business. He sold his restaurant as well.
Pretty good timing given the last year.
Yeah, both did fucking well. But basically, like, when I was 18, 19, I used to do delivery driving for them and also answer the phones and that kind of thing. So, like, I'd basically, like, take, like, I would sick bomb myself, take my notes and stuff to there, just study, chats with my friend, like, so all like in the place, and then just like, oh, right, need to go out and do delivery, do that, just chill, whatever. And yeah, then he eventually turned it from a takeaway place into a restaurant, and like it used to be brilliant, like just going there and literally walk into a restaurant and go behind the bar and get yourself a drink. Just like my friend's place, that's what I did. Like,
Nice.
It was good. It was also bad in terms of like so when he first turned it into a restaurant, my family went there like during the day before it officially opened, and we had like a nice meal and everything else.
Yeah.
So me and my sister were like, "It's fucking nice and everything else." And then Sean was then like, "Oh, do you mind just giving us a hand though later?" So basically, he enticed us in there, right?
Yeah. So I'm chuckling. I'm just seeing the answer from your sister in the chat.
Yeah. Like, yeah, in a minute, I'll discuss Christmas meals.
Okay.
Right. So yeah, it was then like working for him for the night and stuff like, and often like I'd say, like if I pop to see him, like often I'll go there and be like, oh Matt, can you just like keep an eye out for the phones? And then but I'll look outside and he'd be there just like having a cigarette outside. Well, I kind of came to see you, Sean, but you're just like smoking outside, or like some like over the years I've worked for him like quite a bit and stuff. So they'd be like, oh, can you work for me? He's like, okay, yes, fine. Be quite quiet, and I'd be like, well, I'm giving up money to like poker money to work for him, but from having our family business, I know that like he knows he can leave me behind the counter. I know loads of the regulars. I know what I'm doing. Like, you can trust me with the money. Like, just I can run things. It's fine. Like, and same with my sister. Like, that's okay. It's like, well, like you're just outside and you're having a cigarette and you're just chatting to some girls. Like, why am I here? Or he'll just be like sitting chilling on the chairs, and I'm like, Sean, like, I don't mind helping, mate, but like, I'm here to help you, and you're just fucking chilling. Like, what am I doing? Like, yeah. So in terms of other favourite food, like obviously anything basically, at my friend's Indian, when I can just go there and just like chill, like that's just like brilliant. My sister's really good to cook.
Excellent.
Like, sorry, just getting a bit emotional, but upsetting. Yeah, had a Christmas time when there was meant to be like it should be turkey with all the vegetables and everything else. There should be cauliflower cheese. There should be broccoli bake, etc., etc. And yeah, just some of these dishes weren't provided for me, and it basically ruined Christmas for me then, but also for every subsequent year. She knows about this, and she should feel bad.
So what did you get for your Christmas dinner?
I can't remember exact. I think it was just a bit of coal. I can't remember the exact details, but I'm sure it was just like coal, no presents, no nothing, no just anything. Just
well,
like,
someone had clearly been a very bad boy, because that's what you get for Christmas when you've been a very bad boy.
Well, towards my mum, I've been a good boy, so I don't really know where you're going with that. There might have been 10 vegetables, sister, but if there wasn't the correct 10 vegetables, then that's irrelevant.
In all fairness, he doesn't look like he's that much of a vegetable eater in the whole scheme of things. I know, meow. I must just give a quick shout out to something. Thank you for the sub. He had a message with his sub as well, which is, tell me your 4-bit range, Batesy boy. He seems to think it's just aces.
Like, you just need to adapt to your opponents. Like, if you got someone who's just like wanting to bluff you and just going mental, then just tighten it up. Go like aces and maybe kings and ace king. Like, if you want to go super loosey goosey, include queens. Like,
crazy. Oh dear, mate. I mean, he's just dropped in the sub, but I mean, am I going to have to give my first time out in like forever when he says it takes a very ugly man to make Jews look attractive? I mean,
he isn't aware that I've got mod duties, is he? So like,
yeah. that is a fine point. Yeah, Matt is also an official channel mod now.
He's only young, and get that young get a time out. Like,
oh, should we give him the benefit of the doubt for the moment? You're on probation.
He's got to keep an eye on himself.
Oh, he probably had a tough night at the tables. It's not his fault.
So got a couple of questions from Daniel. Sorry, quickly.
Yeah, go.
The last one was, have I ever folded kings in the bubble? I folded kings and aces in satellites. Like, you should do that. It's fine. In a tournament, I can't recall I've ever done that. Like, I've never been in the spot like a massive, like, even if I'm in the big 11, like big 55 or something, I wouldn't fold kings in like the button, like the bubble. Like, but if it was like the spoken main event type situation, like in terms of the jump from not cashing to cashing is big. So you want to kind of make sure you cash.
I will say I did do it in the 7 at 7, which is pretty life changing for the min cash. We all know that.
Yeah, like everyone does look down on you for this.
Oh, I love it here. The big 11. Did you satty in?
You're not fucking aware of my So let's just do some quick stories and stuff. Like, back in the day, Friday night, like Sam was actually Ducky was railing me. He's with me. We were doing a call for that. I final tabled Big 11 on the Friday. Like, it was going well. Like, I started firing some whiskies, and like Sam was there, we were having a good time. And I can't remember where I finished. Like, I think maybe top 3 or something. Like, did all right. And then on the Saturday, I then played the Big 11 again. Sort of like ran up a stack early on. And honestly, I felt so hungover. I was just like, I tactically went for a nap. I was like, I can sneak in a half-hour nap here, and it's not gonna affect my stack too much.
Oh, I love it.
And so back then, Doe used to like rail me lots of stuff. So Doe searches for me, right? Like, he knew I had to score before. He searched me, like, couldn't find me, because if you were sat out, you couldn't be found on the search. Right. So he can't find me. So then I messaged him like 2 hours later, and I'm like, fucking Doe lad, like, Big 11, like, fucking back-to-back nights. This is going well. And he's like, what the fuck are you on about? Like, I searched you earlier, like, you weren't there? And I was like, yeah, I need to have a nap, because I was like hungover and like I was in a bad state. And I managed to back-to-back final table it. I think it was something like top 3 one night and then maybe 8th the next night. But in terms of the field size, it was fucking ridiculous. Like, that was the field size plus the need for a nap partway through. Like, it's up there in poker history. Like, that's good.
I take my hat off to you for a GTO napping. You know, I mean, that's almost as impressive as winning the Mini on Sky 2 nights running. Just saying. Almost. I don't know. It's like some whale ran like gold for 2 nights on the trot, I believe. Barrett saying, Duesenberg, you need to do the champagne challenge. You buy a bottle of champagne, drink it, and try and make the money back grinding. Yeah, honestly, mate, the way it's going for me right now, I'll be here for about 6 months. It'll be a 6-month long stream. I'll be here like Longbeard. We'll get there eventually. I've had to drop to 4 in L, but we'll get there.
Hughes will do a similar thing for us. He's going to do the Evian water challenge. He's going to buy not even a large bottle, just a 500ml bottle of Evian. He's just going to down that bad boy like it's nothing, and then he's going to try and grind that back.
I think just as big a challenge for old man Duesenberg would be, can Duesenberg manage to do a Monday night stream with less than 12 P's involved? Less than 12 piss breaks. I mean, that's... I
think you'll win it, but you'll basically show yourself by doing it. Just like partway through, just kind of like I really want to win the challenge. And then just sit there looking shameful, just like embarrassed. Like,
do they do huggies in my size? You'll know because about 3 hours in, I'll give up and I'll just make this face. Love it.
Daniel said earlier, I actually missed it. In terms of volume, like I kind of have a schedule that I'm happy with. That, like in terms of numbers of tables and just like generally like kind of. I think there was another question as well in terms of like some days it's generally I think if I'm just winning and like doing really well, then it's kind of like just I want to play and it's fucking good and nothing else. Like I nap well and like I do sleep a lot. Like the guys that sort of name well like all know, but I'm fucking famous for my napping skills. Like
I envy you. I can't do that. You know, like I'd love to be able to say have a power nap, get an hour in 2 hours. I put my head down. It's always 6 hours. Like whatever happens, I'm jealous.
I'm getting abuse from Sam in the chat. Like, honestly, like with the other day, like Sam was going out with some mates at 5 o'clock, and I was like, it was I think like around 3:30ish, and I was like, I'm going to start my session at 5, Sam. I'm going to get a nap in now, and literally I was like, want to sleep, nap, bang, start session. Sam like can't sleep, whatever. Like Sam at times will be like, haven't slept in fucking like a day and a half, something like, or just like slept, something woke him up, and then he'd be like up. And I'm like, I want a nap on that. Just like being able to like if I'm tired and try and play, I'm just rubbish. Like it's being
you seem
fresh,
tired a lot.
Like just nap, just like get the naps in.
Fair play.
So, Daniel, so in terms of like I want like it's about hourly rate. So therefore I want to play say 5 tables, 7 tables, whatever it be, so that like I could play like something that was earlier, like say you got like the quick draw, it's a £55 tournament, and I hope I'm making money in it, but I'm actually generally not sure if I do make money in it, but it's quite high variance. So I can not play that and then play like a smaller buy-in tournament, and a couple of, say, like, rather than the focus on that tournament, play a couple of smaller buy-in tournaments. So therefore, if I can play 6 tournaments, I want to play 6 tournaments. If I'm just playing 4, I'm missing out on a third of my potential earnings. Even if I'm just firing in like a £5.50 Bounty Hunter Turbo or something. And in those games as well, I'm like, well, my ROI should be quite higher in those games than like bigger buy-in tournament. So yeah, I'll fire them in, or I'll fire like a small sat or like something, just if the table space is there, I want to put something in there.
So, Matt, on the subject of table space, then, do you have? Let's just say you're only doing a Sky session. You know, you've got nothing coming in from other sites. Do you have like a maximum that you'll play? And so, does that mean that do you get to a point if assuming that you like pre-reg everything at the start of your session, do you get to a point where you have to start unregistering things if you're running well? Yeah, if you've yet to bust anything, does that ever happen?
Yeah, like not that often, but yeah, well, like Fridays is kind of because there's Fridays a lot of rebuys and stuff. Like that's one.
And we know you take the hazy approach.
Yeah, like if you need to do 400 binds, then you just like.
And so then what's the number? Like what's your how many tables up before you go? I'm going to start registering.
So I've got like 2 screens. So on one screen, basically my main poker screen, like 6 to 8 I can have.
Yep.
And if I've got that, I'm okay with it. If you're then going more than that, then I can do it, and I have done it. And I had one time at a UCOPS where like I registered every sat, and I had I think I was 17 plus tables. Just fucking randomly, like, I was just mashing on my mouse, just fucking not knowing what's going on. It was just stupid.
Yeah.
It was the most pointless thing in the world.
Yeah. Like, I mentioned it on stream. My peak was 14 tournaments going at one time on Sky, and I'm a shit tournament player. You know, I don't have the default game that you do, and I know completely what you mean. Like I'm just like mashing buttons, not like I've got a good hand. I'll bet. If not, I'll fold. Like just that simple. You don't play good poker. I feel groggy. 17. That's cute. Oh, these youngsters.
Like groggy. Do you check Facebook messages or not? Like, I sent because Groggy's one of my good friends. He got second in a tournament yesterday. So I think it's nice to big up one of my friends for getting like second in a tournament. That's pretty good.
Was it a 220 deep stack?
No, it was like Ben, I think's in the chat as well. He'll probably know what the tournament was. Ben won it. What was the tournament, Ben? Was like, Groggy, did you not want to discuss how you did? Like, you lost to Ben, like 33 bounty hunter turbo, like just.
That's rough, isn't it? Losing to a man who's got fish in his screen name.
Like, in terms of like people who ask me about different hands and stuff, like, I think one of the hands people ask me a lot about is like 7-5. Like, how would I play that? Like, I didn't know like how people played that. Groggy, have you got any views on 7-5? Ben said you might like to discuss 7-5. Did you? Old pre, okay.
I'm not privy to the exact action you're referencing, but one can quite easily get the idea.
I've got no idea on the hand except for Ben's. I messaged Ben and said, like, when I saw this is so good. I've messaged Groggy, but he hasn't responded. And then he said, ask him about the 7-5 hand. So,
would it be a Mr. PJ special? It's like, so I had 7-5 in the small blind and ...
Well, the chat says he blasted off with 7 high. Like,
well, I like
Ben,
it.
did he call high like a boss or what? Just.
He's a mission. Okay. But anyway, look, like 7 high is pretty much the bottom of your range. I like it, polarizing and all that.
Groggy, was there some blockers behind the 7-5 hand that you lasted off with, or?
Hashtag GTA. See, the boy knows. Low frequency play, I bet. PO approved.
So, given we're speaking about, so we're in Vegas. I don't know if this was when Groggy played the tournament and wanted to kill himself.
For me, that's about 5 minutes into every tournament I've ever regged.
Honestly, like playing this tournament, and looking over at him, he was short stacked, and he just wasn't happy with life. So like, Groggy, like every now and again, he likes a bit of a punt. So he in the Rio, it's quite classy. So basically, you've got like table games, and then in the middle, you've got a bird dancing.
Nice, proper classy. That you know a joint is classy when there's a bird dancing on a table.
Yeah, I found it interesting to watch my friends play the table games. I found it interesting what they were doing with their gambling. The girl there, she's quite pretty. I think she likes me. I think Sky Sam was there.
Right.
Sky Sam and a couple of his mates, they were basically gambling, and then Groggy was like, "Yeah, I'll bet like $10 or whatever to get out." And then it's like, I lost that bit. So. Oh, I'll just before you literally it was like kind of this beast just got released, and he was just like, just gets out there, getting money. It was like Groggy was like fucking like with these swings of like, and then Groggy's like he won a bit on whatever table game he was playing at the start, and there's like roulette. So for the roulette fans amongst us, like my boy Daki, like he's a roulette expert. You can either like you can have a colour if you want. It's like so if you're gonna like go for loads of numbers, if you have a colour,
right?
So Groggy obviously like he needs to have a colour because like he's gonna. So he gets like wants like I'll have the purple, yeah. So he gets that, and then fucking just like literally like gets this fucking pile on odds or even, literally like, and as I've said, you've got these girls who are dancing in the middle. It's not the most fucking stable table in the world. Like, why did you ask for colour? Why did you ask? This is the way I like to do it. It's like Groggy suddenly knowing all the dirty. I can't even remember who won or lost. It's like the most awkward thing in the world. Just watching, like it was like the chip's gonna go everywhere. Like dancing girls gonna knock something. It's gonna yeah. He's my fucking boy, Groggy. Like he's like. SBT, some Groggy stories. We were Groggy got thrown out. Was it Manchester Grogs? You got thrown out of, I think. Basically, it was like
how? What did he do?
Just junk lots, but like Groggy's the most like. He's just not offensive drunk. Like it's just like he's little like he's like a smaller, cuter version of me. Just like not doing anything wrong. Like yeah, so
So hang on. He's a smaller version of you. Like.
Yeah.
I mean, how small can a man get?
Grog, you a bit taller or? He's got less belly than me, definitely. Like, although Groggy did do some working out a couple of years ago. He was
all right.
He put on some. He said he'd been working out and put on some pounds. We don't believe him. Yeah, we got to the Sunday night, and we wanted to pay some cash, and we wanted to do a round of each, Hold'em and PLO.
Right.
Like with mates, PLO is just a bit of fun, nothing else. Like so, we're trying to do it, and the guys are like, "Well, you can't just have your own table." Okay, like, well, we try to be a bit big time. We're like, well, we're happy to like we're going to spend a lot of money. Everything else will rake a lot, like, but they sort of weren't that keen. So if everyone at the table agrees, you can do a round of each. This one guy was like, "I'd like to be Hold'em." Really? Like, I'm sure someone offered him some money, sort of like, give us some money. And LMFAO reckons it was Knots Alia, and yeah, it's one gosh, and right, out of all the fucking people in the group, yeah, guess who fucking spite calls the cunt and fucking like outs him? My boy fucking Stu, just like conga from nowhere, like honestly, it was like an awful fucking spite call, like Dan, just fucking bad, like that guy, and everyone was like, what? Stu, like basically like just does it, and there was like a round of each and everyone. It's just
oh, I love it. Knit legend.
Like, we had like Betsy, like I think we had like one. Basically, there was one like spot short in terms of how many people we had. So it was like cover signs, like I'll just sit and play for a bit, and then I'll play a bit, and like they were getting a bit funny about that because obviously, like, effectively you shouldn't, but like it was like everyone else at the table just like didn't care. It was like we weren't playing that big stakes that anyone cared. Like obviously, I was there like with Smith, the fucking like beast legend, like
yeah,
had this spot. I can't remember how many big it was. It was like effectively like 1-1. It was like fucking a lot of bigs, and like I like table my hand, and fucking Gav gave me this really like sad look. I was kind of like, yeah, I've got there. I was tabling his hand and like just beasted me in like I think it was like 400 big blind pot. It was something like crazy me. It's just like just you should have, sir. Like,
mate, I need to go visit the little boys' room yet again. I know it's pretty awful. You're right if I leave you for 2 minutes with the chat?
I'll do some more groggy stories.
Groggy stories are great, mate. You have an impressive amount of them, that's for sure. I'll be back for more of that very soon.
So Daniel, who's the best micro player? Daniel, what stakes are you saying is micro? Minor seems fucking decent. Also, best Destiny COD player. Like mine is decent. Alan's decent as well. Like and sort of the mini and that kind of thing. Just like want to see those guys there. Both good. There's probably like I'll play those games, but I don't pay loads of attention to those games. Now Shrimpy's terrible. Shrimpy's like Shrimpy's. It's the fucking 22 mega. Shrimpy's my boy. Anything lower, he don't care enough. Hasn't got the heart. Mr. PJ is a legend. Like, I just like how many people find it hard to sort of read his threads and then not try to say something to help him. Like, I've done it so many times, and I'm like, oh, you don't want to read what I've said. Like, just like do a well thought out post, explain about pre-flop ranges, everything else. Just like, yeah, what is it? Like, I did a post recently, and then like I think it was you, Marty, who like you made some reference. I was like, well, like I just feel bad. Oh, so worse. So we did the worst moment in poker, which was earlier. So it was the Vegas packages, and it was that they had these fun tournaments which were like anything was in a £5 and a £20 or something, and it was the halftime tournament, and it was fucking like hyper turbo for a Vegas package, like the one drop, and yeah, got fucking rivered heads up for a package, and yeah, just fucking worst moment. So, Jews, Melt asked worst and best moment in poker. I was just reliving my heads up Vegas package. Like, it was like all in, just every hand type thing for ages, and then just like got it on the. The worst thing was because I was so strong on the flop. I was like, boom, I'm going to Vegas.
Yeah.
Like it was just like I'm there. I've been like my mates like DTM. I'm really good friends. I'm like,
I know, Matt, but in all fairness, it wasn't as bad as the beat that Mr. PJ took in the 110 rebuy last week. Yeah.
What, that one in the small blind? He called with like Daniel Skinner one card, but he called anyway, and then like.
Right, where are we at?
Actually, knocking Arrogant out of a tournament, like in the Sheriff, we were three-way, like it's fairly early on, and it was three-way hand, and I had quads, and he went all in on the river, and I was trying to get the other guy to call as well, but honestly, man, it was so like he slow rolls lots. Like he did a weird slow roll the other day, and he like tanked it off to like he like tank called with like Queen Jack or something. I'd like jam for like blind v blind for 20 bigs or something, and he like tank called it off, and it was like.
Are you sure it's a slow roll when he's doing that though?
I don't know, like, but other like he slow rolls lots, like, the nines hand honestly was like just like waiting to the end, bang, like just. Like, so my issue with him is ages ago on the forum, like there was this thing about like leaderboards or some kind of chat like that, and he was like, oh. I don't play as much, like, I have a life, so I don't play, like, as much as Law and whatever else, and I sort of slagged off Law for the amount he played.
Right.
And that's why he won't win the leaderboard, effectively, because he's got a life and he won't play as much as Law.
Great, don't win the leaderboard.
Like, yeah, it was like, just the way he did it, I think I was like, I know why you've gone with your alias. And basically sound like a cunt. I'm like it. Generally, I'm kind of like a bit indifferent. I'm fine with most people. Like, but yeah, there's a few things with some people. I'm like a bit like, oh, I don't see the need for you to do what you've done. So, effectively, now I hate you. I know it's bad things. I hope you get bad beat. It's like.
I wish you all the run bad in the world.
Like it's fun. Like when you get a spot where you can kind of slow roll like CPFC, and then in the chat, honestly, he really likes it. Like just to everyone like that plays in the games he plays in, he likes it when you say like, "Thank you very much." If he gives you his chip, he likes that you can like. He likes to be thanked for it. So if everyone can thank him going forward, that like he would like that, he'd enjoy it.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I wish you the fleas of 1,000 camels. I mean, it might be that he's just, he's thinking on a very high level, and it's all part of his meta game. So, he's just he's intentionally trying to get under the skin of every reg he can, so that they make suboptimal decisions against him. It might just be hats off to you. You're taking it to another level. Am I just clutching at seriously thin straws?
Maybe I don't really care about it, but just you win some money, he wins some money. It doesn't really matter. So Andy's asked me how many beers deep I am. We've been drinking whiskey, which is another story. So, Dacky was there as well, my boy Sam. So this was fun. So Andy's wife Nikki arranges a surprise birthday party for Andy. It was out in Essex, probably 20 minutes from me. Sam makes the trip out from London for it, and it was quite funny because Andy's there, going, fucking yeah, won't be around Saturday night, going to Nikki's friend's engagement party, and he's moaning about it in chat and everything else, and there's me, Mark, and Sam behind his back, no, you're not. Not. I think this was 30th, so he's we get there and stuff, and Andy walks in. I sort of looked and saw me and Sam at the bar, and you could tell with his face, he couldn't really work out what was going on, and he knew it. He kind of looked as in, oh, but I was just really confused. He was like, why are they at Nikki's friend's engagement party? This doesn't comprehend. But he couldn't really comprehend himself as to what was going on. It was eventually sort of oh, this isn't Nikki's friends. This is my friend. This is my party. So yeah, we were there, and so Andy's dad, obviously, the chicken melt's a well-known Scottish clan.
A well-known what?
Scottish clan.
Sausage clan.
Scottish.
Oh, Scottish. I keep hearing sausage. What?
Oh, sounds a little bit gay.
Right.
So, yeah, we're there, and his dad had basically arranged for Andy's favourite whiskies to be behind the bar, and his own, so there's a couple of nice whiskies behind the bar and stuff. So I was like, I'll have one of these. And so I was getting alright with his dad.
Yeah.
Never met him before, chatting away, it's going well. And yeah, I made an error. Yeah, I'll have one of those whiskies, yeah, just with some Coke. I probably could have said, I've just gone at the back and shot one of your kids, and he'd have been all right with it. And I said, could I have one of your really nice fine whiskies with them? Yeah, just honestly, if I'd have said one piece of ice or something like that, just, honestly, he looks at me just
like you're an utter cunt bag.
I tried to recover the situation. I thought, before then, there'd been banter. Me and Andy's dad, we were joking that we were besties. Honestly, I went from fucking I thought he was going to kill me.
Oh, I love it, mate. I love it.
Yeah, so it was a good night, but yeah, his dad. Going forward, I need to recover the relationship.
Do you think he'll forgive you? Is there a way back?
I don't know how I can recover what I did. Just from his perspective, just
maybe post him a bottle of top draw single malt, maybe. Might do it.
Actually, I did. I sent. There was this company.
You could do it
did,
ironically with a miniature Coke at the side.
I think they were just ingrained it more in his memory, and he would just remember why he hated that. There was this company that did some kind of a whiskey investment thing. I remember sending that to Andy. I was like, just send this to Pop, so I just see if he's right about it. But yeah,
Nice
from
one,
best
mate.
he used to hate me.
Cool, Matt. I'm thinking I might wrap up the stream. I don't know how you'd feel about that.
Yeah, 6.5 hours. I guess it's like if you want a short one, we'll go with it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we can call it a tiddler. Daki's coming in with Matt one more, so let's see what Daki wants to ask. How often do you get this pissed when you play?
Every night, most nights.
Makes a lot of sense. Cool. I think, mate. I think we shall wrap it up there. 6.5 hours. Not bad for a podcast. Not bad for a first one. Yeah. Look, I'm gonna first off, big shout out to everyone who's watched. Hugely appreciated. Also, I've had follows and I've had some subs tonight, which I haven't given a shout out for. Just been chatting with our man here. So thank you to all you guys. Really appreciate it. Sorry for not giving any more shout outs than I have. Anyone who's still watching. Oh yeah, do go on, mate.
If you had to pick 3 people from Sky to be a guest, who would you pick and why?
Ooh.
Or just pick 3 people. You can do why if you want.
I would quite like.
And I will try my best to get these 3 people on.
Well, that is Oh, cool. In that case, yeah, I'll have Dean Eggs, Doug Polk, and Phil Helmuth. Oh no, sorry, Sky.
Sky.
From Sky. Damn it. Well, I feel like tonight we have had the king of the Sky MTT sort of pool, and I feel it would be quite good to have the next in line to the throne, the guy who's got his eye on your crown, which I would think is Lollo, or Lulololo, however many Lolos it is. So I think, and also he's a bit of a mystery man to me, and I think a lot of people. I think he might be a good one. I think he's here at the moment. I think Melty, Mr. Chicken Melt, if he would have any interest, I think he would be a good man to have on. A fixture of Sky. Coach, I've heard good things about his coaching on the grapevine, all of that kind of jazz. Lots of guys in the chat saying TK would be superb. The only thing I don't know about TK is
that's the daytime, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we'd have to start about 3:30 and be done by 5:30.
Yeah.
Beyond that with TK, I don't know if it would actually be fundamentally an awkward thing for him to do, because so much of our chat is about Sky, and he's on the payroll, and it might be politically difficult for him. I'd say TK would be great, because the man is an institution, but I almost consider him to be a non-possibility potentially. So, just off the top of my head, I might say Lol, Melty, possibly I don't think he'd ever come on, but again, a bit of a man of mystery. I would like to hear more. I'd like to hear something from the brain of Alan Carr, who is his. In some ways, to me, he's like the biggest beast of Sky. He doesn't fuck about. He'll play everything. He'll play anyone. He's. From afar looking out, he's like the Linus of Sky, as far as I'm concerned. He's like, fuck you, I'll take you on. I don't care. So yeah, I'd go with those off the top of my head. So Alan Carr, Melty and Law. And given that Melty's in the chat here, don't want to put you on the spot, but would you? Is it something you would consider? I won't hold you to it now. He may he has possibly gone conveniently quiet. Yeah, like shut laptop, go to bed. Like I say, yeah, I won't be offended if no one else ever wants to do this. It has been great fun. Matt has been a terrific sport. Oh, we get a yeah from Chicken Mount.
Yes.
Oh, that's a yeah. Well, I'll be in touch.
I'm pleased that PTA isn't in the chat because his main comment is, "What's it like to be a shit chicken melt to me?"
You see, like mine is saying, like it's rude not to mention Groggy. Look, guys, there are a lot of people from the Sky World who I've got a lot of respect for. I would love to have a proper deep dive chat with them about poker and everything under the sun. Matt asked me for 3 names, and those are the first 3 that came to my off the top of my head. Who knows? Maybe I will become the Joey Ingram of Sky. This has been a fun first outing down that road. Say again?
We're doing another one next Monday?
Next Monday? Well, yeah, I did see Minor say, at least once a month. And, it feels like well, I mean, if we just do this every Monday instead, my streaming's going to get a lot cheaper for me because, I'll stop, spunking £100 away every Monday playing
playing week poker, just...
Sorry, you broke up again there, mate.
You could play another night of the week. You could maybe even play 2 or 3 nights of the week poker. You go crazy.
Good God, I remember those days. Oof.
Jules is in the chat. He's upset.
We shall have to see. Who knows? Maybe one day, pro streamer in the making. But yeah. Like I said, excellent to know that the Melty may well be up for this. I will let him think on it.
He's here to abuse me. That's good.
He is.
We're in Chris.
I would have to rule myself out, says Groggy, for something like this. Not got the setup currently for it. Been a great stream though. Matt's doing this on an iPad. It's just been him sat in front of an iPad. So if you're,
I'll drive to Groggy Mansions with an iPad.
But hey, maybe it'll ultimately become like a badge of honor thing, and so in time, it's like, oh, have you not been invited on the Duesenberg podcast? Oh, you're clearly not up there then. You're clearly not the Crusher or a man of interest. Maybe we'll get to that point. Who knows? But all I can say is for the first time doing one of these, I've had a blast. It's been brilliant. Matt, you have been a superb first guest, and I can't thank you enough for doing this. Once again,
it's been good.
Yeah, and I'm wrapping it up now in case it's not obvious.
Kurt would be sorry, Goggy's mentioned Kurt would be fucking good.
Kurt would be a good one as well. Yeah, might ask him nicely to stop 3-betting the crap out of me every time he's to my left.
I think to get the streams for doing a lot better, and then get RSPCA on board because he wants beer, and you could bankrupt yourself by I think they could do Chris. I didn't get to do the stuff there were in Vegas. There was a good we had a Railtard who literally he's a terrible drinker. He challenged Chris, and I think it was it 2 drinks Chris had to have to one of Mark's, I think. And then there was also Matha.
Right.
Yeah, 2 for 1. And then there was Matha versus Chris. And Sam, Matha can drink. So yeah, Chris didn't do well out of that. But Chris is a champion drinker.
Okay, so he says I'll do it if beer is provided. Would that have to be a pallet being wheeled into his place?
Oh, look, that's really cute. Timmy's suggesting he can drink some people. Timmy, son, I didn't. I didn't really get to do I think I briefly mentioned I get to Vegas for the opening party. It was the leaving party of the previous Vegas guys, one of whom was Timmy. And Timmy had this lovely blazer on, which he kept like the security there basically like pretty much saying, yeah, like sort yourself out, you got to leave. And Timmy kept throwing his blazer onto the floor. And I was like, Tim, can you stop doing that? Like, seriously getting like a bit anxious. Like, it's like just kept throwing it. It's like,
that'll
stop.
show
I don't
him.
know why you're doing this.
Yeah, it turns out you lot are all the bunch of reprobates and degenerates that I truly thought was the case. I am pleased to hear that.
Well, there was one in Vegas. There was Tommy, former teacher.
Yep.
The sensible one, as it were. And someone like was there, and they like brought their wife along, and they were like, "No, they're not all like these reprobates. They're actually okay. This guy here, Tommy, he used to be a teacher and everything else." And then like points over to Tommy as he was there in this bar where there was all these games going on. Tommy's like fucking like drinking and gambling at this table, like I can't remember what table thing was. Like just doing it, it was like just gambling around. It's like he was the sensible one. I was trying to like show to the wife. It's like, no, he failed this. It's like just.
Love it, mate. Love it. Look, it's definitely wrap up time now. So, yeah. Once again, guys, girls, everyone, thank you ever so much. RSPCA, thank you for the follow just then. Anyone else, if you're watching and you haven't, do click the follow button. You'll get updated whenever I'm going live. You can also find me on Twitter. Duesenberg123. I'm intending to put this on YouTube, so if anyone is watching on YouTube, whenever, I'm live on Twitch, Twitch TV/Duesenberg123 every Monday from 6:30 and some random other times as well. So hit your likes, hit your follows, hit your subscribes in all of the places. Worst case scenario, I'm live next Monday. If you're really lucky, I might emerge sometime before then. I have just made another deposit and we haven't really played any poker tonight, so kind of feel I owe you guys a bit of spew at least one time before next Monday. So yeah, guys, once again, thank you all for joining me. It has been an absolute blast, and until next time, I will see you soon, and thanks again to you all, especially to the main man himself. Matt, thank you very much.